Hello there.
Oh,
What? What?
what do you mean what? I just said hello.
Oh, I thought you said uh-oh.
No,
I thought something
Yeah,
was wrong.
I think he said uh-oh too.
nope. I just had a mouthful of ramen. I'm slowly eating ramen out of a pot.
Don't talk with your
Wow.
mouth full.
How
That's rude.
unprofessional.
I'll talk about my mouthful if I feel like.
Fucking savage.
Dragons! Dragon!
Anyways, I hope everyone's doing well today. We're covering a video on a video game. Breaking new ground here.
Impossible.
Do we have anything to get into before we start the video?
I've been doing some different mod packs for 7 Days to Die, just to try out all different kinds of them. Darkness Falls is pretty bad. I mean, we kind of knew that already, but I figured I'd give them another chance with the new updates. No, it's still pretty bad.
Oh, it is bad.
Um,
I thought you liked it before.
I did, but then I realized I was getting the luck of the gods before,
Ah.
and then I started seeing all the bullshit, like getting the food poisoning that instantaneously renders you like starving. Oh, excuse me, you instantly turn to starving and die like real fast. That's some bullshit.
Yeah, that's one of the
But,
things that put me off when I played it is, like, the thing about 7 Days to Die is the canned food is, like, the safe food. And
Yep.
then you get canned food in Darkness Falls, it's like, yeah, you've got food poisoning now, fuck you. It's like, oh, okay, thank you.
Yep. And then, yeah, we, so I stopped to end the models, everything. I got a P225 pistol,
Alright.
and I picked it up, and I looked at it, and I was like, that's not right. That's not a P225. I'm like, that looks like a fucking Glock. And then we went through it on chat, and I was like, looking through everything, I was like, yeah, this isn't even remotely close. They just took our Glock and called it this. So then I tried out another mod called War of the Walkers, and that's been really good so far. It doesn't have the food poisoning system. It has the dysentery system and everything like that. Has more interesting classes and mechanics.
Oh.
Genuinely, really, really good mod pack. I'll see if it holds up from there. And then today we did Ravenhurst overhaul pack, and it is far more difficult of the mod packs. It is far more of a like to make a stone axe. You have to craft the handle. You have to sharpen the rocks, and then you need to craft a binding to put together, that sort of thing.
Mm.
And I actually like systems like that, where they take it more, they slow the game down, because the problem with Some Days to Die is you could get to end game ridiculously fast.
Sure, but I find that ridiculously tedious. Like, that's something that my tism can't handle that level of tism. My tism isn't powerful enough for that.
Well, the things I like in Ravenhurst as well, besides that, because I like that kind of system. The things I also like is the fire mod that they have on there. Oh, the UI mods, by the way, for War of the Walkers and for Ravenhurst are really fucking good. The UI in 7 Days to Die is pretty bad, but the ones in these mods are really fucking good. But the fire mod, like, zombies are attracted to raging fires. They're attracted to fire. So if you set like a house on fire, you'll just get tons of hordes will run towards the house because they're attracted to the flame like moths. It is a very cool thing to just be in a house fighting, and then there's a zombie that starts a fire, and now you're trapped in the house with a huge horde running around the outside, smacking the walls down as the building is burning around you. I actually barely survived that today. I got stuck in a corner. It was getting beat to shit, and I was like, well, this is where I die, chat. So I took my hands off the keyboard and everything like that, and I was like, all right, we got to get our stuff back. They accidentally pushed me through the wall with 1 HP left, and they couldn't hit me. And so I started healing myself, and I jumped out of the wall and was like, psych, goodbye, suckers.
Nice.
So I jumped to freedom, but forgot I had 1 HP and died to fall damage.
No, actually, I healed myself before I jumped.
That would have been funny though.
Yeah, and then the whole time, like for the next like 20 minutes on stream, every time I looked over there, you could just see this giant raging inferno burning this entire house down, this three-floor house just going up in flames, and you just see like 50 or so zombies running towards it at all times. Like, damn,
Oh.
yeah, generally really cool. Yeah, and has some really interesting classes there. There, you actually focus on what weapon you want to use, and then your weapon category, I should say. So if you want to do rifle, if you want to do machete, if you want, or you know what I mean, bladed stuff like that, and then you have class things that are entirely built around practicing and mastering that weapon. So actually, really fun system. I haven't tried lockpicking in it though. Lockpicking in War of the Walkers, it does the Skyrim thing, which I actually think is a big improvement. I don't like Skyrim lockpicking, but it's a big improvement on 7 Days to Die base, like random RNG chance lockpicking.
Yeah, I do not like the lockpicking in 7 Days to Die.
Yeah, I haven't tried it in Ravenhurst though. I don't know if they're doing the RNG base or not. I see you, Duncan.
Where are the stag VODs after 75? 76 should have gone up yesterday or the day before. I'll be uploading 77 tomorrow. Don't know when that'll go public exactly. Or maybe I'll do it today after stream. And I'll get the other one up eventually in today's after that. There's been a bit of a delay, and I didn't want to upload them out of order because of a copyright issue, which I put music over. But it should be fine now.
Oh shit, guys.
Hmm?
New fan art just...
Uh-oh. While you're grabbing that debate between Rippa and Organized Chaos was funny as fuck, but also painful to listen to. I was listening to some of that last night. Disorganized Chaos is such a fucking disingenuous cunt.
Yeah, I was losing my mind listening to that shit. Oh my god.
I didn't see any of it. I didn't even know it was happening.
He's a complete fucking idiot. Just, oh my god, constantly. Every second, he could not be honest for 1 second. He had to constantly try to get a gotcha. Even when young Rippa was like,
not just that, but he constantly misrepresented what Rippa said and what his positions and points were.
Yeah, and every time he would like clarify what his position was, he would immediately just be like, he would either say, no, that's wrong, or it doesn't matter, or some shit like that. It's like, well, that's not what we're talking about. It's like, it is what we're talking about. You just accused me of that. I clarified that's not what I am. I explained to you what I am, and now you're ignoring it.
Yeah.
I fucking can't stand that shit. He is the worst type of leftist. He is the one where it's literally, you are a Nazi, and I'm going to call you that no matter what. It doesn't matter what you believe, what you've done, or anything. It's literally just, I think you're a Nazi, so I'm just going to call you a Nazi.
Yeah.
And the whole time, Organized Chaos is being a racist piece of shit. The whole time. Against him for being black.
That's
and
a
I'm
Democrat. That's a Democrat in general. Democrats are the most
one,
racist pieces of shit on the planet.
One of my favorite parts, Organized Chaos is one of the guys who complained about gatekeeping, right?
Yes.
Perfect, because when they were talking about Rippa's comic at one point yesterday, Organized Chaos kept asking, did you read this particular comic? Amazing something 15? I don't remember what the name of it is. But he kept asking it over and over and over again as if to prove that Rippa isn't a true comic book fan. That's gatekeeping!
Yep.
Yeah.
That is the exact kind of gatekeeping that those people complain about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the worst type of gatekeeping.
Yeah.
Oh, what an idiot. And young Rippa, so I didn't watch the whole thing. I came in near the end.
I couldn't sit through the whole thing, but I did jump in when I heard about it, and I watched it till pretty much Organized Chaos left.
Yeah, I came in near the end, like a little bit before he left, and young Rippa was talking about like how, apparently he was insulting young Rippa with all this shit and accusing him of hating his own race and all this shit and all this other crap. And meanwhile, apparently, I didn't even know this. Apparently, Organized Chaos has a wife and kids, and he left his wife when she had kids.
Well, I don't
Oh my
know
God,
if I
if that's
don't
actually
I
true.
don't
If that's
I
actually
don't
true.
hold on. He does have a wife and kid, as he admitted on stream. I don't know if that's why he left her.
Well, that's what Young Ripa said. He was like, "Well, that's probably the reason why." And I wasn't sure if I wasn't sure if he knew that or if Organized Chaos admitted that during the stream at some point. But he said that, and I was like, "Oh."
I didn't hear what the reason was that Organized Chaos and his wife split. I'm assuming it's because the wife realized she married a being made completely out of soy.
Probably.
Yes.
But the thing Ripa was going on about was, you know, you should have tried to stick it out and care for your kids properly, like in a stable household, rather than like leaving her and having split custody or whatever it is.
Yep.
Man, it must suck to be those kids. One moment, children. I need to make a video about how Geeks and Gamers is racist again.
Yeah. I wonder if he Geek kept his own kids. Like, oh, you're reading this comic book? You're not a real comic book fan, son.
All right.
We've got several super chats here to read,
We got a lot
too.
of super chats and membership messages. Yeah.
And there was another comment I wanted to grab quickly, too. Are you going to play Hogwarts Legacy? Probably. Yeah. I still want to make that meme video I talked about and use that as the opening for that stream.
I have no idea if or what time it unlocks tomorrow for those of us in the Digital Deluxe Edition. I have no idea what time, but I'm doing an extended stream tomorrow of it.
Oh.
So that's what I'm doing on my stream tomorrow.
I might do one on Friday because I work Thursday and I work Thursday, but I have Friday off and I get paid for Thursday, so.
Well, Friday is the normal day it's supposed to release. But if you have the Digital Deluxe, you get a 72-hour, head start or whatever.
Yeah, I just can't afford it this very second. That's the thing.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
I probably would stream it tomorrow.
Yeah, I just have no idea when it's going to start. So my stream might be delayed tomorrow, but it's going to be a longer stream anyways. I plan on at least getting 6 or 7 hours of stream, so.
Damn. $5 from Strip Mall Divorce Lawyer. Thank you. Gamers. Oh.
Gamers. The most oppressed minority.
$5 from Scorcher Cast. Thank you. For today's unsolicited recommendation, A Silent Voice. The anime on Netflix is amazing, but I prefer the manga because I'm an elitist. Oh.
You want to know what's an unsolicited recommendation? And I did it all over my stream this entire time.
Puss in Boots?
Yeah, we're watching fucking Puss in Boots: The Last Wish on Saturday, guys. And it's such a good movie that I'm going to have 3 showings of it, so to make sure everybody gets a chance to see it. Everybody that wants to see it, can see it. There will be 3 different screenings of it this Saturday in my Discord.
I am considering doing a very small video on that, just saying, you know, it's way better than it has a right to be. You should all check it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, holy shit, it is so fucking good. And the more I watch it, the more stuff I notice. Like, the amount of attention to detail in that movie is staggering.
Yeah, I watched it for a second time Tuesday after work, because I worked Monday, Tuesday, I had Wednesday, Thursday off. Got home Tuesday, I was like, man, I guess I'll play some fucking Minecraft or something. I'm not going to do anything productive. I'm going to watch something. I'll watch this movie, and yeah, it's great. Finally, a positive Creetosis video? No way! Well, there is another positive video planned. I do want to do a complete, a near-complete analysis type video on Legend of Dragoon, and maybe even Breath of Fire 3. But especially Legend of Dragoon, because I really, really love that game. I think its story is told amazingly well, especially for a fucking game in the 90s. Not to say that games in the 90s had bad stories, but, like, I just don't kind of expect that level of quality for... And another thing, too, I kind of want to play through Final Fantasy VII before it, because this is the one thing you hear from a lot of people, is, oh, Legend of Dragoon is just a cheap knockoff of Final Fantasy VII. good fucking job proving you haven't played fucking Legend of Dragoon, you retard. They're nothing alike.
Wow. I looked it up because I was curious about what anime that was. I actually know what anime that is. I haven't seen it, but I have heard really good things about it. It's A Silent Voice is the one where it's a deaf girl, and it's about like this guy who bullied her back in school, but now that they're older, he like regrets it and wants to make up for it. It's actually really good. I hear it's a really good anime. I'll have to check it out now.
Cool.
But
I like those sort of things where they don't shy away from the ugliness. That's why Puss in Boots is so fucking good, by the way.
yeah, that was my third time watching it with you, Seth. That was my third time seeing the movie. It's so good. I love it.
plead the fifth on how many times I've seen it now.
It's so good. The other day I finished watching Trigun for the first time, the original anime.
Oh.
It's pretty good. It's pretty rough though, because it's that early 1990s dub and animation, so it's a little bit, the story has some issues too where it's like that doesn't make sense, that actually doesn't make sense, especially the ending was a cop out. It was very similar to Avatar the Last Airbender's cop out, where it's just like, oh yeah, I'll just carry him around with me forever, even though as soon as he wakes up he'll kill me and everyone else. It's like, that doesn't work. You can't do that. You have to resolve the issue. You can't just be like, oh yeah, I'll just knock him out. That doesn't make sense.
I'll just knock him out all the time, and then when I finally die, someone else will have to do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally what it is. And it was pretty good. It definitely had some really good moments. There was definitely a few moments where I was like getting a little teared up. I was like, wow, I didn't expect this to be that good. And I like the tonal shift because it goes from being like overly goofy to pretty dark, especially near the end, by like the halfway point, and it's very gradual. And the whole reason I was watching the anime to begin with is they're making a reboot, and there's 5 episodes out now, and I decided to watch that first. And boy, I do not like it. I hadn't even seen Trigun before. Like I'd seen like the movie Trigun, which was pretty good, but I was like, I don't know anything else about it. I did not watch the original anime, but I was like, I'll check this out. You know, like the animation looks neat from what I saw, because it's doing that weird suit like 3D animation, but like almost in the style of what Beastars did. And I was like, oh, that could be interesting. It looks awful. It has its moments, especially when a certain character comes back. It's like, oh, the animation's not too bad. But every other time, the animation just looks weird. It does not fit. I hate the new designs. In fact, the designs actually cause a lot of problems, where it's like, okay, you can't have any subtlety or secrecy to this character like you did in the original because of the design. It's too blatant. Everyone's going to know who he is, and the arm gives away like his entire backstory and everything, which in the original you didn't even know he had a prosthetic arm until like halfway through the show. They outright replaced one of the main characters, like just completely removed her, which is so weird because she was one of the best characters from the original show, and they just replace her with some dude. The story is completely all over the place. There's no secrecy. They're completely telling a different story here. It's not even remotely the same story, and it is done very poorly. I do not like it. And this kind of sucks. I was like, surely this isn't how the original played out. So I decided to watch it. It's 26 episodes, 1 season.
Which show is this?
Trigun.
Oh, I've been meaning to check that one out, like the original.
Yeah, it's 26 episodes, 1 season. I watched it all. It was pretty good. Definitely nothing like the reboot. Nothing at all. It completely, not even remotely.
You know what else I've been wanting to check out?
What?
That Lupin the Third movie that came out a few years ago.
Yes, I've been meaning to watch that as well.
Because the 3D animation for that looks fucking amazing.
Yes, it does. It looks so good. We should watch that together sometime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make a day of it. But yeah, I rewatched Trigun. All right, I watched it for the first time, the original anime, and yeah, it was pretty good. I'd give it like a 7 out of 10. It's very rough though. It's got some See, here's the thing. I actually would love to see a remake of Trigun with some tweaks, especially some like adjustments to the animation, because it's got some of that janky old animation where it's like a character jumps and they should be moving in such a way where they're dodging bullets, but it looks like they're just sliding across the screen. It looks so bad.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
classic.
It's got some of that shit in it, and it's like, oh, that needs to be fixed. So if they could like update the animation a little bit, but still keep the style, because the style is really good. That's what I really like about the show. I love the style, but the animation needs to be updated. Some of the plot points need to be fixed. The dialogue needs to be redone. But you know, just if they were to remake it with some tweaks but keep it mostly the same, great anime. It would be amazing. But as it is, it's pretty rough. Still good, but definitely needs some fixing. However, the reboot does not do that. It completely was like, we want to make our own anime, but we wanted to also, you know, have like the, you know, it's basically the Halo thing, like in name only sort of thing, where it's like, oh, it's basically the same. Come on, they got the same name and they sort of look similar to each other. Like, yeah, the story's completely different, and we're gonna just straight up tell his backstory in episode 1, even though we didn't know his fucking backstory in the original until like almost the end of the show. But no, we're just gonna tell basically the entire history of this character from the start and just remove all intrigue. So we're like, what the fuck? Why would you do that? Yeah, no, I don't like the reboot. I think it's really bad. I don't like the animation. It is. Oh, there's something about the way they did it. It's not the animation itself. The quality of the animation is good, but there's a way that they do it where it's just like, because they constantly do like the exaggerated big mouth stuff. They're constantly moving in a weird way. They have to constantly like look at each other in a dumb fashion, like doy when they look at each other, and I'm just like, oh my god! Not even the original was this corny, and the original is fucking corny. It is super corny because it's that old '90s corny. But my god, they really bumped it up in the reboot where it's like, this is ridiculous. And it's so jarring too, the tonal shift, because it goes from overly goofy even more than the original to the point where it's hard to watch, and straight into the dark stuff. Like the original, it doesn't start getting dark until like halfway through the show, and then it like gradually gets darker and darker, but it's done in such a natural way that it doesn't feel out of place. Whereas in this one, it's literally like the first 2 episodes are just so saccharine, it's hard to watch. And then it just immediately smash cuts into like gruesome, gory deaths all over the place. Super depressing now. And it's just like, what the fuck? Where did this come from? It comes completely out of nowhere. Like, like you didn't even think it was possible for it to get this dark, where it's like, oh, people are literally just getting like eviscerated and sliced into tiny pieces all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck? It's so weird. Yeah, I do not like the reboot. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about that a little bit, because I'm not going to make a video on it or anything. So this will be like my only chance to really talk about it.
Hey, Pagan.
So, yeah.
You should make a video on it.
Maybe, you know what?
Do it!
If I when the reboot is finished, because I do plan to watch like more of the reboot just to see where it goes, because I'm curious like how they're going to fuck it up. Depending on how it goes, maybe I will make a video comparing the original Trigun to the reboot.
All right.
Because, man, it is not good.
What's the bounty for Trigun? There is no bounty for it. It's not a game Such can play.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, no, it's a show.
By the way, feel free to join my Twitch and suggest a bounty.
They can play Indigo Prophecy.
They can play what?
Indigo Prophecy.
Oh, Indigo Prophecy. Yes, that I will make a very special bounty. That one will probably be the lowest of the bounty ones, but I'll make sure that everybody gets involved. And I kind of want Enclave Emily and everyone to be there too.
Oh my god.
Like, I want to get as many people there as possible so they witness what Indigo Prophecy is, because it is beyond describing.
Even if we can only schedule it like once a week where all of us could show up, we need Enclave Emily to experience the glory that is Indigo Prophecy.
But for anyone that wants to join my Discord, you can go to Twitch, my Twitch page, which is linked in the description below this video, below the stream you're currently watching, or the VOD. And you can then go underneath the video there on my Twitch page, and there'll be a Discord banner. You click on that, and you can come into my Discord.
Horse emote. I'm not gonna make a video on it. Owl emote. Speech 100. You should.
Pretty much.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Oh God.
I didn't even realize it. I passed an IRL speech check.
Oh, I just saw something
What?
depressing.
There's lots of depressing things in this world, Pagan. You have to be more specific.
It specifically is going to affect you since you live in Canada.
Oh. Justin Trudeau's internet censorship bill passes Canadian Senate. Can you guys, like, smuggle me down to Freedom Land?
We can try.
I wish, yeah.
I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit more later. Gotta love how my wonderful country is, following the footsteps of a certain Asian country that recently had its balloon shot down.
Yeah, give fuck China. Shame that Biden is such a beta male pedophile that he didn't do it earlier.
God,
We need
the
to
UK's
annex
doing...
We need to annex Canada for its own sake.
Yeah. Yeah, the UK is going that way too. It is really bad down there. They are just straight up like, oh yeah, we're just going to arrest anybody that disagrees with us. They're basically becoming Iran, where it's like, oh yes, heresy laws, and oh, how dare you speak ill of the government? You're going to jail now, and just all kinds of shit. Like, oh, you disagree that men can be women on the internet. Time to go to prison, you foul ruffian. All kinds of shit like that. And now apparently they're installing like, they're just straight up putting like planters and what are those things called? Those poles that come up out of the road, ballastas or whatever. Literally just to stop people from being able to drive in the cities and stuff because pollution. So instead of making better public transport with buses and stuff that people can use so that they can get around, no, we're just going to stop people from being able to drive anywhere. Like, we're not going to ask, we're not going to see if the city that we're doing this to is okay with it. No, we're just going to do it. And you just have to agree with it. There's nothing you can do. You just have to not drive in the city anymore at certain times. Like, from this hour to this hour, you're not allowed to drive your car. It's ridiculous. Completely fucking just tyrannical shit up there. Yeah, don't give up your guns. This is why you shouldn't give up your guns, because then you get shit like that and there's nothing you can do about it.
Every single person on Earth who doesn't have a history of needlessly violent crime should have no less than 10 guns.
Yes.
Yeah.
The more the merrier, trust me. Again, this is how you keep from having a tyrannical government oppress and take away your rights and freedoms. You have the ability that when the government shows up and tells you to get on the ground, they're going to stamp on your face to say, fuck off and shoot them. That's how you keep freedom.
Yep.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Each of you, favorite European colonial empire? What?
Mine is the Dutch. This small, insignificant country became the world's superpower for the longest fucking time because they were so good at being greedy shit stains.
Oh.
Oh, I love the Dutch East Indies Company is fucking great.
I'm not a history person, really. I find some things about history neat, but I don't know, like, a lot of the details for stuff like that, so I can't answer that question.
Also, hello, Emily.
Yes,
Give
hello,
me the
French.
Spice. Okay,
Yeah.
how? Wow, rude. Okay. Dutch East India Company kind of be like, you either give me the spices and your life, or else.
Our company, not a part of our nation, is going to invade you.
Yeah, it's literally capitalism 100.
Yeah.
Organized Chaos's ex-wife gatekeep their marriage.
Oh my god. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You probably didn't have to suffer through any of that debate last night, did you, Enclave Emily?
Which debate? What?
Organized Chaos, the pathetic weirdo who likes to complain about a lot of YouTubers who criticize modern media. He had a debate with Young Ripple last night in which he was a disingenuous cunt 100% of the debate.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
painful to watch.
Wow.
Will Creetosis sleep through this Elden Ring video too? I'm not that tired right now, but we'll see as it goes along. It is a 40-minute video after all.
It's a fucking what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's a long-
it is shit. It is
I'm gonna
really
call the
bad.
Dutch East India Company. Fucking.
Membership message from Alex Hoffman. Thank you. Hi, Tops. My son Ron was born healthy and happy. We are all bad, evil, right people that beat gay people. Oh.
Base.
Oh, good job. May he be a strong child, a masculine child. Thank you,
Giga
Luca
Chad.
Brazzi, my longest friend.
His first words are gonna be, "Do you fucking lift, bro?"
It's
Am
gonna
I-
lift men when he grows up. He's gonna, that's what he's gonna be lifting men.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
$5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Any advice? Any advice / home remedies y'all know for migraines? I have to cram for 2 exams and have one right now.
Mine dramatically depends on what severity of migraine you're experiencing. If you're getting the ones where you're having shakes and problems like that, like you have chills running through your body and you're shaking, you're convulsing, yeah, there's nothing for that. That's a you need to bed rest immediately. Hopefully, get in contact with somebody who can watch over you, sort of thing.
Presuming
I
this is
had
not the
one of
case.
those, and my father gets those constantly. Those are very scary ones. If you have just if you have a mild migraine, which on a scale of thing, a mild migraine is still like the worst fucking headache you've ever had in your life. If you have a mild migraine, I actually find that dull white noise helps because it inoculates the migraine to sudden loud noises. So if you got to go to the bathroom or anything like that, then you know what I mean. Running through the house, stepping on the floorboards and things like that with a migraine feels like you're stabbing yourself. So dull white noise when you have a lesser migraine, that helps a lot because it inoculates your migraine to the sudden noise you're going to make when you have to run to the bathroom. If you want to, and I don't know if you're one of the people that is, I'm one of the people that is very fortunate where ginger ale calms my stomach so I don't have the vomit, like I don't get as much vomiting when I have a migraine if I have a bunch of ginger ale.
I need to grab a
God.
couple comments here.
Hold on. Speaking of migraine, my god, last night I stayed up because my sleep schedule was fucked up. So I stayed up all night, and then I stayed up all day yesterday, so I could go to bed sometime around that night, around yesterday night. And I did not go to bed till like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning
Damn.
because I had such a migraine that I was having trouble getting to sleep because it hurt so bad. I was like, fuck. I was like, God, I hope I don't end up staying up all night because I got to be up for this stream. And I went and took like 3 Tylenol and came back and just tried to go to sleep. And I probably spent like an hour and a half just trying to like get to the point where I was tired enough that I might fall asleep. And right as I got there, right as I got to where I was about to fall asleep, of course, my fucking grandfather falls out of the fucking bed again. So I had to get up and go fucking deadlift him off the floor and get him into bed and everything. And then that fucked it up even more. So then I had to spend like another hour and a half trying to get to bed. And yeah, that's why I slept through like everything this morning. And basically your call woke me up again
Sorry.
because of that shit. No, it's fine. If you hadn't, I might have missed the stream. So it's a good thing you did.
I was just gonna say, take some paracetamol and drink some water, and then rub the sides of your temples.
Yeah, do the anime thing where you like constantly rub your face.
That actually helps.
Well, there is
Actually
a
does.
weird thing of like it depends on sensations, stuff like that. But there's a weird thing, like if you can do that temple massage thing, that does help. Again, though, it depends on the severity of the migraine. If you're in the point where your body is like shaking, like you're having mini convulsions, no, you're just fucked. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can help you. You just have to write it out or prepare to go to the hospital because you're in trouble.
Zhao Medong, the best way to fix migraines is to go to Canada.
No, that's how you make your migraine worse.
It's the point of where they'll just kill you.
Remember, Creetosis couldn't get through a 30-minute video that was NCR jerking off. Yeah, that one was... no. Owl emote, FR for French. Horse emote, lizard emote. Oh! His first words. You could see them in the dark. You could hit them with your car.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, the amazing first word.
Dude, I was eating a slice of pizza. You didn't have to make me laugh that hard. Fuck.
Alex Hoffman is just Alex Stein's alt account he uses in between trolling politicians and flirting with AOC. Have you guys seen that video?
No.
Oh, there's one day where he's in Washington and AOC was walking by and he's like, "Oh hey, there's my favorite big booty Latina." just shouting it. From what I've seen, the dude is pretty funny. I think that was all the comments there I wanted to grab. Now I catch up on these super chats. $1 from Zaxxon Rafile. Thank you. Alex Hoffman gifted 1 membership. Thank you. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Alright, Owlman. When do we get to hear you complete your Skyrim analysis? I want to hear you rip it to the Dawn Guard. Eventually. Look, I've got a huge backlog of stuff I want to do, stuff I need to finish. Eventually, at some point, maybe, possibly. I trust me, I do really want to get through the Skyrim video. I really, really do. It's just I've got so much else to do, too. I need to do the Lord of the Rings video. I need to do the Fallout 4 analysis, the Fallout 3 analysis, the Bebop Flix video, and... yeah. Let's see here. $2 from Scoopmeister, thank you. Reed's Pizza. That's what I ate. Pizza
Pizzaception.
Well, it's supposed to, I think it's supposed to be Seption, but the P isn't there, so it's Pizza Settion.
Session.
Pizza session.
Yeah.
Nice sesh, bro.
I feel like I'm... okay, there's one membership message there now that the chat updated. Okay, yeah, that's the last one. Membership message for 8 months from Geiger. Thank you. Hello, furriest crew. Well, I'm not a furry. And hello, Emily. Nice to see someone European, even if you're French. Oh.
European implies that we're human.
Cree fails to speak again. That should be the free space on the bingo card.
Or
Alright.
That's
bleh.
basically a guarantee. Like, come on.
Yeah, that or bleh.
Bleh.
Yeah, you say bleh.
Well, that's mostly when, like, I'm reading something and I fuck up.
Yeah.
Anyways, we ready to start this wonderful, amazing video?
Give me the watch together. The
Yes.
link above.
It was
don't
in.
worry. The link above returns to nothing.
Ree!
It works for us.
Yeah, we're all in it right now.
It works for everybody else, but
Oh, what the
God,
fuck? Now it
that's-
does. What the fuck?
That's what we
Skill
get
issue.
for trusting the French.
Yeah, skill issue, French.
Skill, skill issue. Reason French.
Yep.
Two,
Oh.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Setch, thoughts on the Boxer Rebellion?
Oh boy.
it should have been the first sign of Europeans to get the fuck out of China and stop meddling, because how it wasn't blatantly obvious that the Boxer Rebellion was not going to be the end of the constant rebellions and uprisings in China is beyond me. Nah, we crushed it. It'll go back to normal now. And then it's just constant rebellions, even to the point where you have Sun Yat-sen fundraising in the United States, and you have tons of Chinese American citizens who are sending tons of money to smuggle in guns and weapons and everything into China. Then China modernizes its army, and then this modernized army, they get their weapons and immediately rebel against the emperor. And they start the actual full rebellion that will eventually lead to the collapse of the dynasty.
Wow.
Oh, God.
Well, considering the China we have now, maybe it would have been better if the dynasty stayed.
Yeah, but
Or
also
even the
remember...
Republic. It's just, it was so
Yeah.
fucking...
Sun Yat-sen was unfortunately too pure. He was too noble. He said that he would lead them through the crisis, and once the crisis was over, he would step down, no matter what. He would step down from leadership. Because he didn't want to turn into a tyrant, he didn't want to become the next emperor. So he stepped down. And the next person that took over immediately created an emperorship. And they had to have another rebellion to fight them. And then the Republic of China was so fucking weak that they got overthrown by the commies.
Well, to be fair,
Now-
that was after.
Yeah, that was
fucking
later
8
when-
years after the Japanese constantly beating down on them. So.
Yeah, and keep in mind, by the way, the commies were not good fighters against the Japanese. That's a fucking myth. The commies were cowardice little shit stains that hid from the Japanese, while the nationalists fought the entire time.
communists.
Yeah, because that's all the communists ever do. They're cowardly little shits.
They're mountain leftists. Literally
So-
mountain leftists.
Yeah. So when finally Japan gets routed and now the nationalist government is just super fucking weak, there's nothing they can do about it. Then suddenly the communists swoop in and like, it's ours!
Especially after the Soviets just give Manchuria to Mao, and then suddenly, mysteriously, a bunch of Russian pilots start showing up over Chinese airspace. What is this?
Did you
Also,
guys
I
hear?
agree, Ludwig.
Did you guys hear? A certain somebody admitted that their fucking laptop was real.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
No,
And that
it's
the-
way better than that. It is way funnier than that, okay? They admitted it's real, therefore looking into it is a crime because it's looking into the affairs of somebody connected to the heads of state, but we're not admitting it's real. This is not an admission that it is real.
Yeah, which
Are
makes
you
no
that fucking
fucking
dumb?
sense. That makes no goddamn sense. Like, fucking,
And
he
then
admitted
just as
it's
this
real.
News drops, and then just as this news drops, oh, balloon!
Yeah, spy balloon.
Balloon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Everyone, pay
Oh,
attention to spy balloon. Look at balloon. Pay attention
Don't
only
worry,
to balloon.
Biden will make sure that the Chinese get all the data they want looking over our country and only shoot it down after they've passed our fucking country.
To be fair, Biden ordered it shut down day one, but Milley came in and said, no, it could cause damages. It would hurt people. That was
I doubt
actually
it.
Milley.
I fucking
Credit
doubt
where
it.
credit is due. I did see it somewhere. It wasn't Biden.
No, I fucking doubt it, because Biden is a Chinese puppet. I
Milley's
doubt
worse.
that he would. No, yeah, Milley is worse. Milley needs to be hung for treason, but so does Biden.
And Milley's eating with fucking chopsticks at this point. Come on, let's at least be fair here.
Milley actually, I remember that fucking thing where he said, "No, if we were gonna fight with China, we would have called China first, and we would have tried to hash things out. Said, hey, we're gonna invade you now." It's like, you're a fucking Chinese spy. Okay, get on the wall, General.
Go have some Canadian healthcare, General.
Seriously, we need somebody. We need somebody like if DeSantis takes, if he decides to go for the presidency, which I don't know. I'm torn because I think Florida. DeSantis does such good work in Florida. I kind of wish he would stay as governor of Florida because he's that fucking good. But I think if he was the president, I would immediately take every single general in the United States military, every single branch, and say, "You're all being fucking charged with treason. Every single one of you."
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Europeans weren't going to relent their encroachment. Have you ever read The Rising Tide of Color?
I have not read The Rise of Technicolor, but I agree with you. Europeans weren't. It should have been the thing that signified get the fuck out. But of course it wasn't because they were making mad bank. I mean, you had the European railroads that the Chinese had to pay taxes to use, and it became the only system of travel across all of China. You had the German and British banks that had basically like had every Chinese citizen's money in them. Like they weren't going to leave from
International
China.
settlement in Nanking.
Yeah, they were not going to leave China. That was not a possibility. But it's one of those things where you see it and it's like, no, that should have fucking happened. That should have fucking like that's you should have gotten out, but it was not going to happen in a realistic world.
$5 from Zaxton Rafile. Thank you. I just wanted to say sorry for that joke I made on your Saints Row 2 stream. I don't even know what you're talking about. There's no need to send money in to apologize, dude. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I
didn't
don't
even see that. So.
I don't remember what the joke is at all. Like it is.
You should pay if it's not funny.
Granted, the craziest part about the whole China thing is the fact that the British kept control of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is like one of their most prosperous, or was one of their most prosperous and free settlements, the one that was bringing all the innovation to China.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now they're quickly acting to make that not a thing.
Yep.
Also, Tentacle Dude mentioning that fucking chick, that commie chick in the armed forces, talking about how, yes, if there was martial law and you came out of your house, you're the enemy,
No.
and also communist vibes.
Pagan's been executed.
Yeah.
I didn't hear you at all, Pagan.
What?
Yeah,
What do you mean?
He just said that commie chick in the armed forces, dude. And then it was all silent from then on.
Yeah, that's just you, dude. There was a commie chick in the armed forces who made a TikTok saying, "Oh, if there's martial law and you go out of your house, you're the enemy." By the way, in another TikTok, communist vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you something right now. If they do declare martial law in the United States, there will be a civil war. It's not happening. The Boogaloo Boys will ride. And oh boy, they're gonna find out real quick how many of their soldiers are gonna be like, do I gotta shoot at my friends and family? Fuck you. And how many of those soldiers, those crybaby, respect my pronouns, how many of those losers are gonna be the first ones executed by their fellow soldiers to be like, yeah, no, we need these fuckers out of the way. Right now. And if they're not executed, they'll be like, I don't want to fight, it's too scary.
You're gonna have some old ass fucking hillbilly from fucking Georgia going fucking yeehaw on some soldier with a helmet and a fursuit. He's like, I gotta get back in here.
Oh, dude, it'll be great.
Can we get to the video now?
No,
Yeah.
I want to talk more about politics.
I really don't want to talk more about politics. I'm so fucking sick of politics.
So my political party.
The French, we know.
I'm offended.
All right, let's watch the fucking cartoon pizza, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, for anyone that doesn't know, Cree, since we got 116 people here, Cree had to download this video, adjust the volume because this guy's volume. This is the actual volume of his intro. Cree didn't touch the intro volume.
Yeah.
So this is the volume of his intro, and then imagine that the next thing you hear is, "Hey guys, welcome to the video." It's like, what the fuck? What sound balancing, my dude?
Yeah, it was really bad. That's why we held off on doing this one, because we had to wait for Cree to edit it so we could even fucking hear what he was saying.
Yeah, because
it was ludicrously quiet.
Because last week when we did STAG, we were considering between these two videos, this video and the one we did last week, and we were kind of leaning towards this video, but there was that audio issue, so we covered the other one.
Yeah.
I'm guessing he deleted this video out of shame. No, it's still up. I don't know if it's unlisted or not, but it was obviously public for us to get it at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's down. I'm pretty sure it's still up. It's just we needed to bump up the volume so you could hear what he was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because again,
And-
like I said, this is the actual volume of the intro. This is unedited. This is what the volume was, and then you go into the video, and it's the quietest whispered nonsense you've ever heard. Because it's like he took the volume slider and then dropped it from 10 to 1 for the rest of the video. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I also don't get what this intro is. It's a streaming pizza slice that's flipping back and forth.
I guess he wants to present himself as a sort of angry gamer, but the audio issue.
Yeah,
is
but the
kind of-
easiest way to do that is just to say the N-word.
All right.
Yeah, YouTube loves it when you do that.
Oh god, that reminds me of the
No,
ER joke.
YouTube,
Emily
YouTube will
lines
give
up
you
and-
extra monetization if you say the N-word. You get double the money.
I'm gonna add that to my master thesis long script so far. I'll add that.
Dude, that ER video is still so fucking funny. I
Oh,
can
yeah,
just
it was
imagine
good.
Enclave Emily saying, "All right, I'm about to say it," yeah, and then all of a sudden you just see Cree jump up the corner, grabbing at the monetization button.
No! I fucking love that. Was probably the best joke in that video. It was so funny. Just the moment fucking Kanye finishes his little rant, you know, he just like
He goes,
immediately
it's
fucking.
people I cannot name. We know that I cannot name these people because of the dire consequences. Okay, good. I'm glad, Kanye. But anyways, the Jews control, and he's like, no!
No!
And then the
As he
monetization
jumps for the
tab-
monetization.
It just gets Thanos snapped.
Yeah, it just gets Thanos snapped as he jumps for it. It fades away. It's so funny, and he does that audio clip of the dude screaming, "No!"
Yeah.
So when media outlets and journalists are not busy comparing every new release titles to Dark Souls or writing clickbait or dumb articles, they fill up their time hyping games to such insanity to the point that only a 9 or a 10 out of 10 is acceptable. Let's not forget, IGN gave
Okay. So it's a bit rapid fire there, but essentially, I agree with this point so far, right? A lot of problems with games journalists was their constant obsessive need to be like the Dark Souls of
Yeah.
the Zelda series, the Dark Souls of rhythm games. It's like that. It's like, yeah, that I do agree is a problem. I agree. But this other one, while I agree they hype up some games, Elden Ring was not one of those games. I think you'd be kind of shocked to see how many journalists were fucking livid. How dare Elden Ring, a game that doesn't hold our hands, do so well and be so
Yeah.
beloved? How dare you?
Yeah, games journalists hated this fucking game, like, and other devs as well, like people who are making other games, like the Last of Us 2 people and whatnot.
Yes, Volition.
Volition, yeah, all of them.
The Dark Souls of my relationship history.
Yeah.
But yeah, they fucking hated this game. They wanted to make it like seem like it was the worst thing on planet Earth. Like, oh, how dare this fucking game not be accessible? How dare it be difficult in any way?
The
How are
fucking
we
UI
supposed to play it as
discussion.
game journalists?
Yeah. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That accent.
Oh.
He does have a pretty thick accent, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And again, it doesn't
Very
help that
strong.
he also has a very quick cadence as well. So
Well-
now, chat, like I said, imagine this cadence with this accent, and then it's super, super fucking quiet.
I thought cadence was, like, the tone of your voice rather than the speed.
No, it's the speed.
Really?
Yeah, pitch and tone are more what you're describing, the actual tone.
Hmm.
Cadence is your speed, your rhythm. It's why whenever you're in the military and you're out on march, you're singing in cadence, because you're specifically timing your movements and your speech to said movements to keep in perfect unison.
Oh.
I actually know the term cadence and how it applies musically because of My Little Pony. Because there was literally a character named Cadence, and her song specifically was about the cadence of her song, and it's like, oh, that's funny.
That's false. Source: My Little Fucking Pony.
But yeah,
I didn't say it was false.
I know,
He's right.
I know cadence because of left, right, a low, right, a left. A low, right, a left, right, a low, right, a left. Yeah, that's cadence. My favorite one, of course, is the, turn up the volume just like a radio. Hi-fi stereo. That's when you're doing double time.
Comment in chat relating to the Dark Souls of everything. Kind of like the whole Game of Thrones thing, too. James Gunn said that Paradise Lost is going to be the Game of Thrones, but only women.
So bad.
Yeah, what?
Paradise Lost is, like, Wonder Woman's home island place. And there's only women live there. So it's...
Can I say a sexual identity slur?
I don't know. We live in the fucking clowny YouTube these days.
We've probably already been demonetized because we've said fuck more than once.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've said fuck more than 0 times, so...
Yeah.
That's fucking obnoxious.
It is.
Yeah, we're so oppressed, I can't even say the F word as a gay person. That's how oppressed we are.
Well, I can say, I can talk about my cigarettes in England.
Anyways, video?
Yeah.
Yep.
The Dark
Gave
Souls
Side
of
9 out
reaction.
of 10.
Cyberpunk 2077 kicks you into its dazzlingly dense cityscape with few restrictions. It offers a staggering amount of choice, and your decisions can have a tangible impact on both the world and people around you. Those stories can be emotional, funny, dark, exciting, and sometimes all of those things at once.
Or GameSpot gave the same score to Dark Souls 2. Well, I guess that age.
I need to point this out too. The sound balancing between the clips he's using and his own audio is fucked.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's incredibly weird. But also, I kind of missed the point that what did he just say? Because this is one of those ones where he jumbled his words close enough together. He said something about this journalist, Dark Souls 2, and that aged like milk or something.
Basically, he's saying that the same spiel they gave for Cyberpunk 2077 about how amazing it was at release and everything, despite how buggy it was, they basically did the exact same thing with Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 was shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was shit.
Can we slow him down? We might have to throw this into a slower speed. Just to,
We'll try it.
Maybe. We'll see it at normal speed for a little bit more. And if the speed ends up being an issue, then yeah, we'll slow him down a little bit.
Alright.
Is he Italian?
Like the review scores are inflated, it's quite an understatement. The general perceptions on scores is so distorted that only a 9 or a 10 constitute a worthy score, especially for these large AAA highly anticipated games. And if
The scoring system is so fucked because games journalists are that corrupt, which is what Gamergate was originally about, was corruption in the game industry. Because games journalists are so corrupt and so lacking in morals that they were constantly being paid to give high review scores to things that didn't deserve it.
Wasn't one of the
now
big things...
we have the...
Wasn't one of the big things at the center of that controversy the Kane and Lynch game where someone, like a game journalist, gave it a low score on a site that was plastered with ads for it, and that review was taken down?
Yep, and he got let go.
Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, he went on to create Giant Bomb, which had a good run for a while. I don't think it's around anymore. If anyone knows if anyone knows Giant Bomb is still around, I haven't heard anything about it in a long time.
I don't pay attention to that sphere of existence, so I'm just surprised anytime I find out Kotaku still exists. Or Polygon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
will gladly wait for the Skyrim Factions video.
Trust me, I want to get to the Skyrim Factions video so much.
Yes.
God, the Dark Brotherhood, the Companions...
The fucking College of Winterold. Oh my god.
I hate them all so much. God... I wish I could streamline the video making process so I could get all this shit done faster, trust me.
Oh god, I want to almost go out of order real quick. $2 from Just a Guy from Alabama. We're going out of order for a second. Also sets y'all is plural, you damn Yankee. Okay, y'all might be plural for you guys, but up here in the north, what we say is y'all is singular and all y'all is plural. Yes, it is stupid. Congratulations. Welcome to how language got formed in the entirety of the world.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. 7 out of 10, middle of the road. Of all the things from past videos that get memed a lot, I'm glad that's one of them.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
it's pretty funny. That's actually something I was going to bring up is how games journalists don't even use the same metric as like normal people for like getting a 5 instead of a 10 is literally like the equivalent for it's like getting a 0
Yeah.
in their metric where it's like, oh, a 5, that's not average, that's terrible, that's the worst game ever made. It's like, no, 5 is average. The fuck.
Hi, FR. Again, I think that's supposed to be French. You guys should cover Dark Thor. Also, Cree equals tropical fish. Dark Thor.
It's a guy who made a video that is super, super awful. Happy Nihilist said he posted it in your suggestion. I think he posted my suggestions as well.
Oh.
But it was a video where he was also taking jabs at EFAP and stuff as well. So it's one of those weird.
The Cree are a
Oh,
North
and Kirk was
American
right.
indigenous people.
Yes.
Yes, they are.
Are you of indigenous Creetosis? Do you have the N-word pass?
There is actually very, very small native in my background, but like it's so small that it's not noticeable anymore. Like that's how far back it is.
I mean, if we can have Pocahontas claiming to be fucking Indian or whatever, then I think you get the N-word pass. Honestly.
But yeah, there is native in me, but again, it's just so far back in history that there's nothing visible of it in me now.
Yeah, I bet there's native in you.
Fucking rude.
Dark Thor said Rags is a racist is as racist as Synthetic Man. Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he's posted that suggestion.
Yeah, I just found it in the channel. Mahler's homophobia? Question mark. Joseph Anderson and EFAP, the worst bigot.
Yeah.
Joseph Anderson isn't gay, and Mahler has explained before that when Mahler called him a massive F word, not fuck. I mean, I was tempted to say it, but
we're not on Rumble yet.
But when Mahler said that about Joseph Anderson, Mahler explained that was a joke because the idea of what that insult actually translates to is literally large gay. And that's funny.
Yeah.
It's not homophobia.
Dude, Mahler should start insulting people in Welsh. Holy fucking great.
Yeah,
anyways,
fair. Black people could say the N-word on YouTube, but I, as a gay man, cannot say the F-word. This is a travesty.
There is an N-word that is totally fine, but unfortunately, it's the thing that kind of gave the root basis of the word, so you can't say it anymore.
No.
But if you ever color.
But if you ever read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you might be shocked at a word that's used in there.
Oh.
It just has "erdly" at the end of it.
Earthly?
Yes. Here's the actual word on Clip Emily for you.
I know exactly what it is.
What?
Yeah, that's what I was expecting.
That is an actual word, by the way, and that's kind of where the base word got its meaning from and why it became an insult because of what that word means. But you can't say that word anymore because of the base word now.
Alright, one more super chat, then we'll get back to it. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I never got Wokies bragging about native ancestry, since it almost certainly means your great grandfather raped a native woman. Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah. Especially because they're super big into sins of the father. Like, that's kind of the leftist mantra. It's just like, okay, you want to play that game? Alright, let's go into your sins of your fathers.
Not only is that part of their mantra, it's so bad that all white people are responsible for slavery in America. It's
Yep.
like, what? No. And like, obviously
so then
not
I would just immediately
I
counter say
have a
all black
story
people
for
are
you guys.
responsible.
obviously not all of them go that far, but some of them do.
I have a small story for you guys about that. In my university, there are some teachers who are woke and who are obviously not Portuguese. They came here recently and they're teaching because I'm a Brexit, and yeah, they just say, yeah, Portugal better, Portugal better. This one fucking retard comes over here and says you in Portugal people do not consider the responsibility. It was something like a responsibility that they have for slavery. And someone in class literally asked, "What are you talking about?" And the entire class burst out laughing in his face.
Mhm.
Good.
This is all to say that the people who are like, "Oh, but white people are responsible for..." No.
I can explain
No.
it. I can explain it perfectly, Enclave Emily. Your country failed to do slavery, therefore they're not based.
No, we started the transatlantic slave
Yes.
trade, Greek.
Yeah.
Oh.
We started it.
Yeah, and you know how it started? Because there was already a pre-established slave trade all throughout Africa.
In the Congo specifically, that we
Yeah.
just showed up at. The king's at war. Portugal's like, yo, can we dock here? And they're like, yeah, but you have to pay somehow. And he's like, and we're just like, oh, you have a lot of slaves. You want these guns to fight your rebellions? And
Yeah.
you just give us docking rights? And yeah, sure. A few years later, the docking rights became, fuck you, submit to us.
Yeah. And not only that, but hey, we kind of like that market you've got going on. We're gonna take it over.
It took like almost 100 years for the rest of Europe to start copying us the way we're doing.
Yeah.
Oh. I learned some history today.
Yeah,
that's
and
part
that's
of
the
the
funny
reason
thing.
why
is,
there's
like,
so many black people in Brazil, because we just would not fucking stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're talking long after the United
How-
States and everything
I'm
had stopped.
I'm sorry. How much did your people hate black people that they sent them all to Brazil? No offense to Brazil, of course.
Complete offense to Brazil.
No.
No, it was just purely about the money. And even when Portugal proper stopped doing slavery, the regional governors were just like, you know what, screw it, we're just gonna keep doing it from Angola to Brazil. Come on. 4 million, fucking 4 million in a few decades were moved from Africa to Brazil.
Wow.
And remember, keep in mind, this is because in Africa they have slavery and they continue to this day.
The
That's
fact
not.
that
It hasn't stopped.
No offense
Did you
taken.
think?
no offense taken. I'm sorry, Tentacle Dude.
we're glad
You're
to
the
be
one
away
good
from Europe.
Brazilian.
Yeah. But again, think of it this way: do you honestly think? Because I think people underestimate how big Africa is, and they underestimate how big the United States is. They underestimate how big Africa is. Africa is fucking enormous. Do you really think the Portuguese were gonna walk all the way through Africa to pick up a bunch of people to then
Fuck
walk them
no.
all the way back? No, they bought the people from the Africans who already enslaved them.
We were the first transcontinental empire, like naval empire, so we were just like, yeah, just guns and you give slaves.
If I remember right. No, I think it was the Dutch. I'm trying to remember who it was that first landed, and it was the Dutch. That was right. It was the Dutch that landed on Japan and gave them guns, and then brought them what were known as the Dutch studies.
I think that was Portugal. The Dutch actually followed after us.
No, the Dutch are the ones that landed and established the firearms trade on the tip of Japan. That's why they brought in the
Oh.
Dutch studies and they brought in Christianity.
Oh no, that was the Portuguese got there on religious missions first. That's I think you're confusing the gun trade with who got there first. Really, it was because the Dutch were the good Europeans, according to the Japanese.
Yeah, I'm specifically talking about the trade itself.
Okay, the trade of guns itself. So
And then the Dutch studies came in, and the Dutch studies is what helped kind of explode Christianity throughout Japan, way more than it was. Which kind of helped because everybody that is like, "Hey, are you a Christian? Oh, cool, we'll give you a discount on all these guns."
I fucking hate the Dutch.
I love the fact too in the history of Japan. If you've never seen the video, the history of Japan, it's fucking great. They talk about how and then they were so great and wonderful, and things were going along fine, and then you just see off the corner of the screen this ship with an American flag on it, just slowly making its way across the screen towards Japan. And the moment it hits Japan, he cuts off mid sentence, the entire base drops, and he goes, "Knock knock, it's the United States." And they brought boats with gunboats.
You're wrong. You're wrong. It was Portugal that gave them guns first and
It was
established
Portugal
the gun
did it
trade.
first?
Yes. We established the first Christian mission that led to a huge uprising, because people wanted Christianity, and we were also the ones that gave them guns. It's just that the Dutch got to stay and were far more prominent because we, the Portuguese, just would not stop bringing in Christianity, and the Dutch were like, they're Catholics, they're filthy Catholics, the Portuguese. So we'll help you get rid of the Portuguese and the rebels.
There you go. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense then. Yeah, so that explains. Yeah. All right.
How the fuck did we even get onto this tangent about slavery and selling guns to Japan?
Black Thor being a fucking idiot and talking about racism and shit.
Yeah.
Well, you're learning history,
Changes of Black Thor. Wow.
I don't want to learn history. I want to talk about this terrible video, then go to sleep.
I bring Jesus.
History is awesome.
Yes, but there's a time and a place, and this isn't it.
I need to bring Jesus to these streams more often.
Get your Catholicism out of here. The Protestants own this territory.
Anyways.
Anyway. Oh, Jinx.
Anything below suspicions or even anger the fans. Obviously, certain biases must be taken into consideration here. In the case of From Software, I still think they still receive a pretty large amount of preferential treatment.
Where? Like, sure, there are some that'll give it preferential treatment. Absolutely. That's literally anything out there. There are people that think Quantic Dreams are a good game studio, for God's sakes. But when we're talking about the games industry at large, no, they hate that From Software is so successful with these difficult games because they can't play them. They've been gate-kept out of it because of their lack of skill. So they can't stand that From Software gets the attention that it does.
Yeah, they bitched and moaned for the longest time about Elden Ring and shit, and talking about how it needs an easy mode and it's wrong for it to get all this success.
Not just that,
they
but
still talk about it.
What was that new game that came out? They're like, it's Elden Ring with an easy mode.
Forspoken. Yeah, they said Forspoken is a much needed Elden Ring with an easy mode. Yeah.
Yes.
What an insult to fucking Elden Ring.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it is.
But they also kind of go on this tirade about easy mode anytime a difficult game comes out.
Yep.
Cuphead got the same treatment. There's that fucking retard who couldn't get past the tutorial when it said, hey, press A to double jump.
Oh, I like what Ludwig said. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much. The Japanese accepted the Dutch because they were whiter than the Portuguese.
Fuck you.
But wait, why are you upset about that? You're French, so that means you're whiter than the Portuguese.
I'm not French. I'm a human being.
$5 from Chris Ellinger, thank you. I just joined and am already lost. One thing about From Software is they need to get a team who knows how to release a PC port that works at launch.
can agree with that. I think Elden Ring worked really well at launch for my PC. Granted,
Yeah, I didn't have any
hear the
trouble.
cavalcade of problems that Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition had. That was a wild ride of a launch. That was really bad.
Yeah, I didn't really get really any issues that I could think of because I got it on launch and there was like nothing wrong with it for as far as I could tell. There was some like low rates for a bit in certain areas, but nothing that like it didn't kill the game or anything, and it didn't go that low. It would go from like 60 to 30, and it's like I could still play at 30 FPS. That's not a big deal to me.
One of the first updates to the game actually fucked the game for me, and it was only afterwards that it got better.
Yeah, I get, like I said, I could have just gotten lucky, but I also didn't hear as much of the problems with the PC version of Elden Ring as Prepare to Die Edition. That was horrible. Where again, you had to have a third party, a guy who was completely unaffiliated, fix the game for them because he knew PC, and From Software didn't. They had no idea what they were doing.
Oof.
Emily is French Canadian. Oh. Emily, if you're French Canadian, do you want to hang out, smoke marijuana, and get beaten by the police for wrongthink?
I will beat the police if they come after me for saying that.
Are you telling me you don't want to get arrested in Canada for thinking the wrong way? What is wrong with you?
I do not. No, thanks.
Wow.
Wow.
I guess she isn't based after all, everyone.
She's a literal right-wing terrorist.
Pagan, don't say that publicly. Pagan, don't out me like that. The FBI is on me already. Jesus.
She even has the femboy fucking skirt and Nazi armband.
No.
Fun fact. I'm not gonna finish that.
Yeah, the implication's already there.
I do have that skirt and socks that you're thinking of.
I know you do. That's why I'm making the joke.
Wait. How do you know?
You fucking advertised it.
I did?
Yes, a while back you made a joke about it.
Did I?
In the Discord server, yes. I read your comments. I read everyone's comments in the Discord server.
Seriously?
Yes.
Wow. What a no life.
Discord moderators don't have life, okay?
Discord moderator type beat.
Oh, dude, did you see the thing that got posted in the politics quarantine? It isn't actually politics related. It's just disgusting.
No,
and it was the typical Discord moderator, and it was that Discord moderator who is a furry who was talking about how much they loved their dog. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And it's like, oh.
Can't wait for the litter. Am excited!
No.
Exclamation.
Stop it!
What the fuck? He must be French!
$5 from Dilucon. Thank you. Hey, Stag. What's y'all thoughts on the Dead Space remake and the Forspoken Isekai whatever game? I haven't looked at Dead Space remake. From what I've heard and seen, it looks alright. And as for Forspoken, fucking cringe.
The writing in Forspoken, which is all I've seen from it, the writing is awful. And of course, Jason Schreier, the racist piece of shit that he is, was talking about how dare they not treat her special because she's black. It's like, you fucking racist asshat.
I highly recommend everyone watch Pyrocynical's video on Forspoken. That game is fucking awful. It is everything, not just the dialogue and the story. Everything in that fucking game is dog shit.
But yeah, the other thing is when it comes to the Dead Space remake, I've only seen the really stupid bathroom signs, which I thought were dumb. But then I've seen the other changes I think are good as one. They gave him maneuvering thrusters on his fucking engineering suit. I'm like, thank God, that makes way more sense than just having magnetic boots and you throw yourself in space at things. That is really fucking stupid. So that's a good change. And they got rid of the really dumb pulse rifle that is not only mechanically useless in the game, but makes no fucking sense because this is something that security forces and soldiers are supposed to have. Well, I'm gonna take a knee and then shoot everybody around me. That also includes your friends, you idiot.
Yeah, I'm glad they changed that. I've been watching playthroughs of it. So far, it does mostly seem to just be Dead Space, but there is a few changes where it's like, but why?
I have heard there are some changes that are, but why? I haven't played it yet. I want to save it for October because I want Spooktober to be Spooktober. You know?
Yeah.
I want to do spooky games in October. That's my whole jam.
Like we talked a little bit about the doctor scene, which is weird. I don't know why they added that. And then there's the on rail part, the gun calibration thing mini game. They actually made it harder. Because now you have to be outside in space. So you're losing oxygen as you're doing it. So you have to aim with your gun, with your actual gun, to get the other guns to focus on an asteroid and shoot them. And the whole time you're losing oxygen and you're being shot at by those baby things at the same time. Stupid. So you have to sit in place. You have to sit still while you aim at these asteroids to calibrate the gun. And the whole time you're getting shot in the back by these fucking baby things.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a way better change. The original is way better for that.
Yeah, I would prefer to just go back to the on-rail shooter than that. I don't like that. I think that's dumb.
Because it made sense,
What
too.
the fuck? What the fuck? Play Dead Space, see trans bathroom, look inside, hanged person. Is that real?
You forgot the cat emote, you fuck!
Cat emote. Okay. Is that real?
Apparently.
Dude, that'd be great. That'd be fucking amazing. I'd be like,
okay, hold on. Is it a trans thing or is it literally just unisex bathroom? That's what I thought it was.
No,
I thought it was.
No, it's male, female, and non-binary is what's on the thing.
Oh,
that's what's on the thing. That's why I said that's fucking stupid.
Oh, I didn't know it was non-binary. I thought it was literally just unisex bathroom.
No. They don't have just the unisex sign. No, they have the male sign, the female sign, and then they have the male-female hybrid thing.
I thought the male-female hybrid was unisex. I thought
that's what it's supposed to be, but it says it's the all genders bathroom because they want it to be super inclusive.
Ah, it's a mix of the two.
And I was like, that's
the two.
I was like, yeah, that's fucking dumb. Get rid of that shit. Make it a male bathroom and a female bathroom again.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's really dumb.
Yeah. Like I said, that doesn't ruin the game for me. That's just some of that nonsense that creeps in. It's just like, get rid of that bullshit.
We're getting off into the weeds, like, hardcore for, like, the 10th time already.
Yeah.
And we're, like, not even a minute and a half into this video.
Oh, that was a super chat, so...
No, I know, but we went way out there this time.
This time? No, we went way out there last time. This time was mine.
Well, I mean all the time so far. I'm just... Yes. I would like to finish this video today.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you know how it is when the start of the stream is when you want to get everything out and you want to talk more, and then as it goes on, we start to, like, speed through it, and then it's like, okay, now we're, it's like...
Fair.
There's a bit of, like, we fall into it, is the thing.
Fair. But, yeah.
Considering issues that plague their games are still present or have gotten even worse. So many reviewers are still on the fence and rather shy addressing any type of criticism, especially considering how sensitive to criticism some of its fan base tends to be.
You're going to need to present evidence that that's true, and also what things have gotten worse in the series. What are the problems? Again, these are things that you'll have to make sure you address. You have a 38-minute video, so you should have time to address these and provide, some actual fucking evidence. But, I get the feeling that you won't.
Just provide some examples of some at least decently sized videos from YouTubers who are being sensitive about, like, because that's the thing. If you want to say some fans are being sensitive about criticism, but you could say that about any property.
Yep.
Hell, I see it all the time with Fallout 3 because I'm critical of Fallout 3. That doesn't mean the Fallout 3 fan base is sensitive to criticism. It's just I've made criticism, and then the sensitive people come out to bitch and moan about it.
Yeah.
And that's going to happen with pretty much anything. So, it would help to show some bigger examples of not just randos being sensitive, but like, I don't know, at least someone with a couple thousand subscribers on YouTube being overly sensitive about genuine criticism against a game.
Is another great addition on the hyped list of masterpieces that turn out to be good or even great games that I enjoyed, but with a shit-tons of problems that are just brushed under the rug by many people. I mean, let's be serious, words such as masterpiece or even genius have been so overused to the point they don't really mean much nowadays. Which
I agree to an extent, and it's not because there are things that are undeserving of it, and then it still gets thrown the masterpiece or things like that. It's like, yes, that dilutes and takes away from what was. But if a game genuinely deserves it, if it genuinely is that good, calling it a masterpiece is fine. Like, I would genuinely call Puss in Boots: The Last Wish a masterpiece.
I was about to use that example, you fuck.
Get fucked. I am like the wolf. I am faster than you.
God damn it. But yeah, the term being overused, yeah, it is absolutely overused with pretty much anything. But there are also things that deserve it, too, so...
Yeah, if something genuinely, honestly deserves it...
And I kind of want to see the thumbnails and videos he was referencing there, just to see which ones he was saying, because you would assume...
I saw H. Bomber guy.
Yeah, I saw his New Vegas video there. You would assume if he's saying they're being overused for games that don't deserve it, you would assume that the ones he's showing are the ones that don't deserve it.
Well, he didn't say that don't deserve it. He just says it's being overused in general, and it's like, I don't care if the word is being overused. If all instances of it are deserved, then it's fine.
I didn't say that. He like the point I was making is if you're going to show that it's over. The point of it being overused is that it's being applied to things that don't deserve it. It's kind of what I'm getting at. Because what if every single movie that comes out is an actual masterpiece, and then you call it all a masterpiece, then it's not being overused if it's accurate, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So, if it's being overused, that implies that it's being used on things that don't deserve the term, like the description masterpiece.
Well, that's what I said. That's how I would say is the problem of it being overused.
Therefore, if you're showing evidence of something being overused, then the ones you're going to show are the ones that probably don't deserve it.
That would be what I would say for us, but I can't know to his motives or what he feels is overused. Because what if he's showing stuff that genuinely does deserve the title masterpiece, but he's still showing it in the list of things that it's overused in?
Because
I think that's where we disagree with him.
That's kind of what I'm working up to, because he might be including examples in there that do deserve it, but he's throwing it in there with hey, here's examples of it being overused, when if it's accurate to the game being presented, then it's not overused in that example.
Yeah. Because with the way he does it, it feels more like there's a set number or something. Like it's almost like, oh, you can't call a certain amount of games a masterpiece within this time frame sort of thing. So even if there are masterpieces in that list, you can't call them that because you're doing it too much.
Yeah, it seems to be the whole NFT thing where you get tired of hearing the word NFT. And it's like, but it's the word, it's the thing that exists. It is itself.
Yeah.
So it's just through the use of the word. So I mean, we can go through his little thing and see what he's got here. I'll slow him down slightly so we can see the list a little bit.
Are you going to be doing the pausing, or am I?
I can do it.
All right.
that turn out to be good or even great games that I enjoyed, but with a shit tons of problems that are just brushed under the rug by many people. I mean, let's be serious, words...
Elden Ring is shattered masterpiece. Bloodborne is genius, and here's why. That doesn't have masterpiece.
Such as masterpiece.
Why Uncharted 2 is a timeless masterpiece.
Or even genius.
God of War, almost a masterpiece. Why God of War is a masterpiece.
2 of those are from Joseph Anderson. He's the kind of person who I could imagine would overuse it.
They're
Yes.
still 3 years apart.
Because remember, this is the same guy who defines, like, horror games aren't horror games because I don't find them scary.
Yeah, it didn't scare me, therefore it can't be classified as a horror game. We're talking about a fucking crazy person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whoa, he's jumped. Last of Us is still a masterpiece. Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece. The Witcher 3, the masterpiece that should have failed.
Okay, so that one is downward throw. I like Tonald, but he's another person. Like, the whole meme of Tonald with EFAP is the fact that he says weird things a lot that aren't quite accurate.
Yeah.
Breath of the Wild is a masterpiece. That's one I'd absolutely disagree with.
I'd say Breath of the Wild is overrated as fuck.
I love Breath of the Wild. I wouldn't call it a masterpiece, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's not
can't-
where I am.
I can't really
That's the same.
I can't really comment on God of War or Witcher 3. Yeah. I don't
Witcher
know.
3 has moments of it that I'm just like, oh my god, that's so fucking great. The Bloody Baron quest with the baby, fucking absolutely outstanding. Holy shit, that is a great quest line. And just the Bloody
Yeah.
Baron as a character in general is a fucking fantastically written character. But I don't know if I'd call it a masterpiece though, because there are a lot of annoyances in Witcher 3.
Has anyone here played God of War, the one before Ragnarok?
I haven't played it, but I've seen everything about it.
Would you consider that to be a masterpiece based on what you've seen? Because I haven't seen all of Ragnarok, but I'd say Ragnarok's probably in the running for the title at least.
I would say Ragnarok is a masterpiece, and I would say the one before it comes close to being a masterpiece. It is really good.
All right.
Not quite there, but close. An almost masterpiece.
I just want to make the point that this guy is reaching. Because you'll notice that he got a bunch of different videos that all have masterpiece somewhere in the title or genius. What I think he did, because of the sheer disparity between what examples he got, the fact that 2 of them are from the same people, and some of them are years old, whereas some of them are months old. What I think he did is he searched the keyword masterpiece and genius in the gaming section of YouTube, because to prove his point, he had to get screenshots from a literal Who YouTuber with 6,000 views in a video 4 years ago, and with 3 exclamation marks in the title. He just searched up masterpiece and got whatever examples confirmed.
Yeah, this
his
does kind
idea
of
that
seem.
people are overusing it.
This does kind of seem like a confirmation bias thing.
Yes, this is confirmation bias.
Overused.
Fallout, a post-nuclear masterpiece. Look back at the story of Bloodborne as masterpiece in the thumbnail. Again, as much as I love Fallout, I'm not sure I would call that a masterpiece. So maybe he is right about it being overused a bit.
He's spamming it, and he's getting literal Who people, and sometimes repeating the same uploader.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really prove any point, because if it really was being overused, you would be able to see the same people over and over again saying genius, masterpiece, and a lot of bigger people. But no, he's had to get people who are literal Who's with less than, like, what, 20,000 views over there, 6,000 views over there,
Yeah.
14,000 views over there.
That's another thing about YouTube, is literally anyone can make an account and upload a video and say anything is a masterpiece. Ride the Hell Retribution is a masterpiece. Action 52 is a masterpiece, you know?
Yeah.
So, I would definitely exclude smaller channels and videos with very few views. Very few being like probably under 100,000.
Yeah, sub 100K, because that's just the usual gaming YouTubers giving their opinions and calling things masterpieces. Everything is a masterpiece.
Amnesia Rebirth is a masterpiece. You shut your whore mouth!
Wow.
I
Saints Row 2022 is genius. Here's why.
No! I'm still salty about that video getting demonetized.
To the point really mean much.
God,
Yeah, look at that. 6 years ago. Fucking hell. How far back did he have to go?
here's my problem with the H Bomber Guy New Vegas one. He doesn't say masterpiece in the thumbnail or the title.
No, he searched up masterpiece and genius.
No, I know, but he's complaining about masterpiece specifically, so genius doesn't cut it. You know?
He's reaching. It's my point. He's
Yeah,
reaching.
he's reaching. But
It's
he's
like,
also
if you really want to. Sorry.
but he's also extra reaching because genius has nothing to do with masterpiece. That's different.
Yeah.
Oh, I just saw something, Emily. By the way, Biden lied. He didn't get it on the first day
Oh.
of fucking course.
He didn't say to get it on the first day.
No, in fact, they knew about it ahead of time, long
Oh,
before
so
it
they
even
were
crossed
completely
in.
lying. Okay.
Yes, it's a complete fucking lie from Biden. Are
Okay,
you
so
surprised?
Biden lying. Okay, I'm so shocked. Shickle boober. The shock in my voice can be heard. But as I was saying, he is reaching because he is going that far back to find masterpiece in the title, and still has genius.
Yeah.
Yeah. Biden lied. No way. Yeah, exactly.
Biden lied. Sheesh. My God, is it a day ending in day?
really mean much nowadays.
Oh shit, I missed one of them there. Not that it mattered, because it was
Yeah.
yeah.
We
got
kinda made the
I'm gonna turn
point.
it back up.
Yeah.
All right, back up to normal speed.
Which brings us to Elden Ring. Now that some time has passed since its release date and the honeymoon and infatuation period has slowly dissipated, I think it's time to look at this game and see what actually does well and not so well. But before starting my analysis, maybe like, comment, subscribe, would be really much appreciated and helps my channel get noticed by the algorithm gods.
Yeah, this
So,
fight is stupid. That fight is stupid. If he mentions that as a bug, or like something that got brushed under, yeah, that fight is completely stupid. You can bug out the giants so easily.
You don't even have to bug out the Giants. The Giants are easy to fight regardless.
No, but you can bug out that giant so easily. I got him in half inside of the wall once.
Yeah, it's yeah.
How long is this video since this is an analysis? 38 minutes and 7 seconds.
I like how people aren't going to see what the actual title of the video is because they're just going to see weird Pizza Man video at the top.
Yeah. Is that a
Yeah.
problem?
The original title of this video, chat, was let me scroll up to it. Elden Ring Critique, a reality check. It's no masterpiece.
Ah, he said the thing.
Damn, I was going to say that's...
Oh no! I said it! Oh no! I said it again!
As usual, guys, don't be mean to this guy. He hasn't said anything terrible or horrible yet, just to be clear. But even if he does, don't be mean, please.
Anyone else hate the fact that the dragons will despawn and re-enter their arena? No, you need it. You really do need some way to leash them because, oh my god, I would not want one of those dragons to be able to chase you across the entire lands between. Holy fuck. Sometimes the point of the Dragon's Arena is what makes it the difficult challenge. That's the reason the dragon is on the bridge, for example, in Caelid.
Yeah, plus they can get stuck on the side of cliffs where you can reach them and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, if they didn't despawn back to their original point, you'd have no way of killing it.
Yeah.
And also it helps prevent like cheesing where it's like, oh, if I just lead him over the cliff, he'll fall to his death. And it's like, yeah, no, that's not going to work because of the system they have. Thank God.
Yeah, because it was the meme of back in the day in older Souls games where you could get like the lightning drakes and Valley of the Drakes to fall off the cliff, and it's like, but you can fly, but I guess not now. Whee!
I can just imagine a T-posing dragon just falling off a cliff.
That was always the funniest part because they didn't really have a proper fall animation because they're supposed to be able to fly. So, oh god, they always look so goofy when they were falling.
Yeah, and I always think of whenever I think of like bosses that could fall to their death and stuff. I always think of that one in Dark Souls 2 where you can kill him with his opening move where he like dives towards you and shit. Just step
Dragon
to
Ride.
the side and he'll fall right off the edge and die first move.
If you do not lift any of the platform, if you keep the smallest platform possible, you walk into the arena, go to the very corner of the actual platform, like where your walkway goes on the platform, and you just stand there. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step, 5 step to the side. He does a forward stab, goes right off the edge.
Yep.
Boss fight death.
It's hilarious. I've watched. Oh, I forget who it was. Shit. Oh, it was Neanders, I think. She was playing Dark Souls 2, and she was like, "Okay, guys, easiest boss coming up," and she just walks over to the side, and just immediately it flies off the edge, and she's like, "See, easiest boss."
Yeah. Boss fight, more like assisted self-deletion. Yeah, pretty much. Yamfa has great videos on stuff like that. Yeah, Yamfa's videos are fantastic.
That's the story. Elden Ring presents a world in a state of decay and chaos due to devastating events that took place before. Then there's Queen Marika, who has
I'm already finding this annoying.
Again, the Dark Souls. It's Dark Souls. Like, yeah, it's gonna have similar tone and vibe to it, sure. But it's not really a world thrown into chaos. The world's pretty stable in all things considered. The problem is Marika's hubris. And that gets brought up of removing death from the Golden Order was a bad idea. There shall be no death in my perfect world. Well, if there's no death in your perfect world, how do you stop people from raiding and pillaging because there's no consequences now to, oh no, I died, I'll be back. So the biggest and strongest are going to bully the weakest because there's no consequences. Oh no, they managed to beat me off this time. Well, I'll come back. But the world itself isn't that chaotic. You have your fiefdoms, you have your factions and stuff. So, and again, part of it too is you bringing even more order to it. Like, especially if you do the Stormvale Castle arc, where you put Nefeli Lu in charge.
Did you guys know that leaders existed before Elden Ring? How unoriginal.
Yeah, I know what I said, Thief and Scrub Lord. I know what I said. Trust me, caught it as it came out. Bow chicka bow.
Hold on, I need to educate someone in chat. Angie Iceman says, what people group usually get called the slur mountain leftist. I used it to refer to the communist Chinese.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It was intentional, Thief. That was intentional. Not the first one, but then I realized what I said, so that one was intentional.
many over different parts of the world, who all desired power and the shard of the Elden Ring. You take the role of a chosen undead, bearer of the curse, ashen one, tarnished one, you know the drill. Who are people that have been cast out only to return motivated by a grand purpose. And
no, again, the Tarnished one were great warriors, and that was the kind of point, was like, if to be a Tarnished one is to be a great warrior, the Tarnished, like, that's who the original Elden Lord was. They were the first of the Tarnished. They were the chieftain. That was Horlu. So being Tarnished is like a thing of honor. You are one of the people that came into it but was cast aside, but you were strong warriors, which was why they had to force you to leave. being the unkindled or the ashen one is to be a failure. That's the entire point of Dark Souls 3 is the unkindled rise, those who could not complete the ritual, those who could not light the fire, the worthless. That's why Hawk is so crestfallen. Because he's like, we're not even worthy enough to lick their boots.
Pagan, what are you doing?
How the fuck do you hear that? I'm muted. What the fuck? Why
No,
does
you're
this
not
thing
muted.
not mute properly? It never fucking mutes. Every time I click the button, it doesn't fucking mute. What is this shit?
Mute on Discord side.
I guess I'll have to. If I have to say something, you won't hear me. God, what the fuck? I
Not
need
a
to get a
big
new
fault.
headset. I need to get new everything. Fuck it. I'm getting a new keyboard because my keyboard that I usually use died today before the stream started. Had to go find a different one. My fucking mouse doesn't work. And now my fucking headset is unmuting itself. I hate this.
Holy shit.
God, I'm fucking annoying. Everything always fucks up.
Whew. Fucking hell.
I'm pissed, okay? Everything's been going not my way lately, and I'm really tired of it. I can't even fucking stream anymore because of this shit. I'm so fucking sick of it.
Okay. Back to him, squiggling the bowl or something, or whatever the fuck he was doing.
And for Destiny, which boils down to kill a bunch of corrupted lords. So yeah, there are plenty of similarities and parallels to the previous games.
Broad thematic strokes, sure. Again, if you strip out all context and substance, you'd be shocked how much you could say that about multiple franchises and series, right?
Yeah.
From the same developers or even different developers.
And not just multiple entries in the same series or franchise, but entries from different series and franchises to each other.
Yeah. Again, that's just, it's being completely disingenuous. You're literally stripping out all the context. You even got the context wrong. Like, especially for Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3, you aren't the chosen ones. And in fact, your entire point is the fact that you are worthless. That's what's supposed to be shocking about you able to do what you're doing. The unkindled will rise, not even fit to be ash. It's just like, ooh, yeah. Yeah, you're kind of, in Dark Souls 3, you're the last hope. You're the, well, we had our first option, our second option, third option. Let's go down to the bottom of the page. The world's fucked. Okay, you guys try, I guess.
I did it. I did the Creetosis re.
Kinda.
Pieces speak to plenty of other tropes, concepts and themes present in those games who are pretty much carried into this one. You have another maiden who has pretty much the same personality as the previous ones.
What? No?
What?
What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, so the Maiden in Black is not the same as the Firelink Shrine Maiden, is not the same as the Hand Maidens or the Emerald Herald, and is not the same as the Firekeeper. Okay, they're all different. Again, broad strokes. They are person that is guiding you on your journey. Sure. Well, less so in Dark Souls 1 because the Maiden of Firelink Shrine doesn't go anywhere. But yeah, broad strokes. Sure, they're there for a specific reason, right? But you're not going to get the Emerald Herald, the Maiden in Black, the Firekeeper, or Melina confused with each other. There's no way.
Yeah, no, they're not the same at all. They're extremely different, especially between Dark Souls 1 and 3. It's like, she doesn't even want to talk to you. Like, she'll thank you if you get her soul back, but then she's like, okay, but please do not talk to me ever again. Go back up to the bonfire and level up. Whereas the other one is like completely indenture to you. She like looks forward to you visiting her and stuff and shit like that, and directly plays a role in like some of the endings.
Yeah. And then if you're a totally cruel, heartless bastard, you summon her to corral the fire, pull it from the flame itself, then kill her so you can take it. Which
Yeah.
it is amusing that people are like, wait, all right, the screen's fading, but I still have control. I wonder. Then they do a quick attack of her, and then they get an entirely new ending that they didn't realize was there.
Oh.
Does this guy know what he's talking about? Because if you're gonna make
So-
a video on Elden Ring, you can literally just read the basic lore of it.
Here's the
You've
thing.
got your script done.
Here's the thing, Emily. This is a common theme with people we cover on this show. A lot of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, even when they're
know, but-
massive, massive fans of the games they're talking about. It is
that's what
fucking
gets
weird.
Yeah,
Oh.
but you'd think that people trying to at least be okay, Pagan. What the fuck was that noise? But
I
you'd
was gonna
think
say something and then you interrupted me. That's what. But keep going, please.
now I feel bad. But
You deserve to feel bad, you're French.
anyway, but they could literally, if they want to get the basics down, so they can trash the game later on. Why don't they literally just copy paste like the fucking lore from some forum or whatever? Like,
Because they're lazy.
Yeah.
No,
We learned that with Matten. Because that's what I was going
Yes.
to bring up. I
No, but-
rewatched. I was working on something the other day, so I figured, well, let me go check that Matten video or that Matten stream we did again because there's some stuff in there I want to recheck. And oh my god, listening to it again, there was so much shit that he just didn't bother to even look up. Like I had forgotten how much there actually was where he was just like straight up, just didn't even bother to do the slightest amount of research to see if he was wrong. And it's just like, wait, this is all just like a quick Google search away, and he didn't even bother with that shit. Like, what the fuck?
Pagan,
And this is a game he supposedly likes.
Pagan, DM those notes to me that you found, because that'll be good for the video.
Okay, I'll have to rewatch. I didn't take notes. I was just watching while I was working on something, but I can take notes again. I don't.
Well, the
Yeah, there was
things you
some
noticed.
shit.
The things you noticed, whatever you remember.
Yeah. Because there was, woof. There was one that I had completely forgotten about where it was. What was it? I'll go back. I'll go back and take notes. But yeah, there was more than I remember because I remember the specific one, which was like the endings and stuff like that. Like obviously he didn't even know that Novak had a fucking ending of its own if you don't do the ghoul
Right.
quest and stuff like that. But there was way more than that too, where we were like, we even called it out, but I had completely forgotten that we even called it out. Where it was like, oh, I completely forgot we even mentioned that.
Egg, you say it takes 1 second to lie, but 10 seconds to look something up. He had to write this in a script. He
We
couldn't
don't know
just
that.
look
We
something
don't
up
know
and
if he wrote
copy-pasted
this.
it.
We
Assuming-
don't know if he did.
Wouldn't it be assuming best faith that he did script it? Or
Yeah.
would the best faith interpretation be he said it off the cuff and he didn't know?
I'd say the best faith would be he said off the cuff and he didn't look this up.
Yeah, but looking up
Because
is
if
an
he-
issue regardless, because if you're that fucked on saying it off the cuff, you should realize at that point, and then take
Yeah.
actions to correct it. And that action being, I'm going to script my videos from now on, so I don't fuck shit
Yeah.
like that up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I think the best faith would be that he doesn't script it, he said it off the cuff, and just doesn't know. Like, or he had this weird thing of, like, he forgot all context and everything that happens in the other games. He just remembers the broad strokes. Or the fact that damn it. I had it in my head, and then I forgot. As the chat brought up, the Emerald Herald is part dragon. That's kind of the whole point behind Dark Souls 2. There's a lot of stuff about dragons in Dark Souls 2, which, would be awesome if Dark Souls 2 didn't suck.
Re.
The next monarch. Or merely a pawn of fate.
The monumental awaits the above. The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
Okay. Notice that they're different. One is talking about becoming the next monarch. This one is literally go speak to the monumental. We need to explain how it is that you're not dead at the moment, okay? The Nexus has your soul right now. The Nexus trapped you. You are no longer allowed to leave this world. You are stuck here forever. Go talk to the monumental if you want to try to find some way to possibly get out of this.
I need to grab a couple comments here. First of all, did you know Elden Ring is woke because you can hug a woman? Did someone really say that?
It wouldn't surprise me, but here's the base part about that. When you hug the woman, she gives you a disease.
Also, yo, these two games have women talking to you. They are exactly the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what the liberals with their cultural Marxism want to institute. They want us to talk to women. My fellow Sigmas, we should not fall for this. Be single. Don't talk to women.
No. No. Sigma. You know what? If you want to be a true Sigma male, want to be a true Chad, get married, have a stable relationship, have 20 children, and have them all grow up to be successful.
Can I be considered a Sigma female, or am I actually not human?
I need to address something quickly. There's someone in chat named Creetosis is a chicken, and they're spamming bok bok over and over again. Please, no, stop. Stop spamming. There's no need to spam in chat.
Yeah,
you made the
don't
joke.
spam.
It's over. Stop it.
We'll just put it on
give it a few
timeout.
seconds.
We'll just do it on timeout for now, and then because then it'll wear off after a time, then come back.
Yeah, but I'm a special type of woman.
I was making a synthetic man joke, but I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, Brother Nier, I don't know if you saw EFAP's coverage of his God of War stuff, but that gets fucking wacky.
Yeah.
My favorite part was the fucking incest murder. Holy shit.
Yes. Oh god. The wild ride that is Mahler's cut of all of Synthetic Man's streams and everything together to show how disingenuous and how much of a lying racist piece of shit he is great. Should definitely watch that. Because Mahler, during that EFAP, because Mahler knew what was coming, so he just had those snide little giggles you would hear every now and then because he knew what was coming up.
Well, not just
but
that.
the rest
it
of
was
EFAP
constant...
had no idea.
It was
and then suddenly
it
hits and everyone's like, what the fuck?
It was also the constant references to it gets worse than that. It gets worse than that. It gets worse than that. Even in the last little bit of that stream, prior to the big reveal, he still is like, what else could he be? What could he say that's worse than everything else so far?
Yeah, absolutely. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. What do all y'all think of a stereotypical Fallout New Orleans with neo-Napoleonic Frenchies and Confederate States Terran Federation hybrid? I don't know if I would like that as much. I think it'd be more interesting to do Creole and Cajun be the two factions fighting each other, because so many people think that Creole and Cajun are the same things. So it'd be more interesting if the schism between the two widened more and more, and eventually it came to blows after the apocalypse. So now those are your two major factions that you can choose between.
I thought Cajun was a spice.
Cajun spice. Creole has spice too.
Yeah, but
there is a Creole spice as well.
No, I know. It's just that I've never heard of Creole flavored whatever. I've only heard Cajun flavored whatever. It's like, oh, that must be a kind of spice or it. But no, you're talking about an entire group of people.
Yes, they're both different cultures of cooking, and both of them use different spices and everything. You got Creole food and you got Cajun food.
$2 from Zeta Ridge 7. Thank you. This went from 0 to Ace Retard fast. Nah, not really. This video isn't Ace Retard tier yet.
Not yet.
No. Give it time. We're not there yet.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
my favorite way to say New Orleans if you're actually from there. Nolans!
I didn't even know about Nolans until I fucking played Left 4 Dead 2.
Ah, yeah.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Cajuns are white, Creoles are black. Also, did you get my last super chat? Did we get your last super chat?
Yes,
Pretty positive
it
we
was the
did.
one where it said that the Portuguese are.
No, it
less
wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Oh, really?
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
System Shock 1 is the only true masterpiece.
Oh.
I strongly disagree. System Shock 1 had a great villain and probably one of the best antagonists in gaming. One of the best, not the best. But I wouldn't call it a masterpiece because that Excel spreadsheet you need to play it is pretty brutal. I am super interested to see the remake. I'm worried that they're getting off on the wrong foot, but they have also heard the feedback and they are actually taking it to heart. So, I don't know. I'm cautiously optimistic that the remake's going to be good, and I hope they keep that same theme of the entire station is trying to kill you, and the traps are cunning. Like there's just something about seeing a power-up that you want, and then you use a super jump to get over to it, thinking like, oh, this is an Easter egg secret thing. Hee, I'm so clever. Then hearing Shodan come over the intercom and be like, well done, hacker. And then suddenly the doors open, the lock behind you, and then the walls open up and you get attacked by a bunch of robots because it was a booby trap the entire time. That's fucking great.
900
That's just,
IQ.
that's fucking really good.
Fire unkindled one. I am a firekeeper.
What do you mean? Of course you.
I tend to the flame, and tend to thee. I can play the...
Again, that is her duty. You are taking out of context the entirety of it. Firelink Shrine is the last hope for the world, because Dark Souls 3 is a world that is clearly established. They are terrified of the darkness ending. They want to continue lighting the bonfire every single time. And you, as an unkindled, are literally the last option. Because everything else, all other safeguards have failed. Hence why the bell rung in Firelink Shrine and you got woken up. You worthless piece of shit. And I mean this literally in the game. You're a worthless piece of shit. You aren't even worthy enough to be ash sprinkled on the bonfire itself. That is the point.
Are you
She
saying
is
that
literally a person that tends to the bonfires.
Are you saying that you're a worthless piece of shit in Minecraft?
No.
No, I'm sorry. What? What? What the fuck?
What?
Look at Discord. I'm sorry that this is off topic. Look at Discord. There is now a website where you
Oh my god!
Fucking. Alright, chat, here's the thing you need to do. Tomorrow I will be streaming Hogwarts Legacy. Tomorrow, that is a guarantee to happen. Make sure you
that when
put
it
my
comes
name
out?
in there. Have they streamed that Wizard game as much as fucking possible, please.
Hold on,
when
I'm
it comes
getting this up on screen. This is the
That's when
most
the
pathetic
early
thing.
access
This is
happens.
the most pathetic fucking thing I've ever seen.
I'm
Yeah.
tempted to get the game and play it now just so I can be on this list.
Exactly.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god.
This
I
is
would-
a website.
Great.
This is a this was made. This was fucking
Just-
Wait, what did I just copy? No. hold on.
Just so everyone knows, this is the future of fucking existing as a whole if these people win. Do you do something we disagree with? Well, you're part of the enemy.
You're on the list.
You're on the list. Hey,
Yeah,
don't
this is
don't
these fucking crazy,
don't
fucking
follow-
authoritarian fashion.
Oh my god, you like that streamer? They streamed the Wizard game. You're a fucking list of buzzwords.
Oh my god, that's gonna be so funny because I know for a fact Tio is gonna play this game, and Tio is like the most. He's super not political. He's like everyone loves him. He's like I don't want to say like YouTube's what's the word? Anyway, everyone loves him. You know, it's like he's he's really funny. You know, doesn't have a terrible bone in his body, all that kind of stuff. And he's gonna play it, and now he's gonna get put on this list, and people are unironically gonna say, "You watch Tio? He played that wizard game." It's like, bruh. Okay. Oh, that's funny.
I think the funniest thing about all of this is how the crazy leftists, like the crazy leftists, not just leftists in general, but the crazy ones, always referred to like bad people as like Voldemort and making Harry Potter references all the time, and now they despise it beyond belief.
Yeah,
Because that was the meme that was the meme at one point. Read another book.
Yeah. Oh, I love that one thing of Pippa, where she was like, "Who's your favorite?" Or someone in chat was like, "Who's your favorite Harry Potter character?" And she was like, "None of them. Fuck that." She's like, "Fuck that shit."
Oh my god. £5 from Dreadnought, thank you very much. Yo, Acer Thorn's boyfriend, Frenchie, Furry, and Snake with a Gun. Have any of you tried Cajun chicken? It's great, so I hope the Cajuns stomp the Creoles. Wow.
Don't call me that ever again.
You should absolutely have Creole food and Cajun food. Both of them are fantastic. Both of them have different spice profiles and everything. Highly recommend both. They are ridiculously good. Mr. Super Chat, what? Did you sneak another Super Chat in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you did.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Play the enhanced edition and fix the tank controls.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
I just called one of the people in the thread that showed me that website. She said, "I don't feel comfortable with people who support this game and don't value my trans friends." And I just retweeted her saying, "You're skull fucked." God fucking damn it, the cringe, seriously. Like, what a bunch of... How dare you play a game about a franchise we totally supported up until a few years ago.
Remember, that's the current meme, the left-wing propaganda 2013 Harry Potter, and then the exact same Harry Potter image, right-wing propaganda 2023.
It's literally the Oceania thing from... I hate to bring up 1984, but it's literally the Eurasian East Asia thing.
Oh yeah.
Well, haven't you heard about 1984? Enclave Emily, haven't you heard?
Oh right,
the state has greenlit the new production of 1984 that will rewrite 1984 to be more palatable to a modern audience and focusing on the female perspective.
Yeah, I heard about that.
It is the ultimate irony that a warning about propaganda is being rewritten to be propagandized.
Yep.
I'm gonna commit a hate crime.
Anyways, yeah.
The role. Turning runes into strength.
Okay, so again, as you stripped out all the context here, you were not the greatest of the tarnished, right? You are actually called, by quote, a tarnished of no renown. Alright? She is offering to play the role of Maiden, something that you don't have, to the point that, I'll keep wanting to fuck up his name, Vari, is like, what, no maidens? Like, it's the Mastermind meme, but for real. Like, you are maidenless. Anyways, like, you don't have a maiden. She is not actually a maiden. In fact, her destiny is to die.
Yeah, but Setch, you're talking to grills in all these games. Don't you see that it's the same that you're talking to grills?
Yeah.
They all have grills
like I
that you
said,
talk to.
These are super broad strokes. This is incredibly disingenuous. You're stripping out all of the context and everything. Again, she is not a maiden. She is offering you the service because you literally have no maiden. You are not destined for this. In fact, you are so undestined, you weren't given a fucking finger maiden.
Yeah, but grills such.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, there is a theory that the White Masks murdered your maiden, and it is your maiden you see at the temple when you first awaken in Elden Ring. That is her body there. That is the theory. But I don't think there's anything that's ever proven that. I think that's just a fun thing that people are speculating because you pick up the finger from her. Stop roasting me, I can't help it. I have no maidens, I know.
I'm gonna post the IP address of whichever fucking retard is remaking not Harry Potter, 1984 in a fucking women's perspective.
I can't wait for the version of 1984 that stars Harry Potter.
Or God, what was her name that played Hermione Granger that turned into a fucking crazy person?
Emma Watson.
Fuck.
Yeah. Holy crap.
Elliot,
It's-
don't dead name the thing.
Here's how you can easily remember her name. Because she's now Emma Twatson. Because she's a fucking twat.
Nice.
Wasn't it Paige?
Men suffering, women most affected.
God, we're never gonna finish this fucking video.
Nope.
Fault for expecting something a bit more different at this point, especially since it's a new IP and it was marketed as a collaboration with George R. Martin, which
It's R.R. Martin, but it is different. Again, I've explained how it's different. You are stripping out all of the context and meaning behind it. You have changed everything around it to fit this warped, this fucking skewed perspective you have. Don't do that.
Creetosis, so is this guy gonna trying to claim FromSoft as a one-trick pony? It kind of seems like that so far. Brother Nier, do you want to come on the show and cover this video? I don't know how much you know about Elden Ring. I don't know a lot myself, but these three do.
I'm not commenting much because he hasn't said things that are like too outrageous, and it's just.
I already think this is completely outrageous. Because again, this is just removing everything from the game. This is stripping out all the story and everything. Like, you could say the same exact thing about fucking Dragon Age Inquisition. Like, that's how fucking stripped of everything we're at this point.
And keep in mind, this is just the Finger Maiden. It's like, even if that one element was the same, you know, they're basically the fire keepers and shit like that. It's like, okay, that's one aspect that isn't even important. Even if it was true, it doesn't affect the rest of the game.
Because, I'm gonna tell you something here. The Finger Maidens are a bunch of fucking hot air, which is kind of the point that Melina is making. And the fact that a lot of the endings make that the two fingers are pieces of shit. That the Greater Will is a fucking parasite on this world with the Erd Tree.
Yep.
I have to drive to town in about an hour, otherwise I would. Alright, we'll get you on one of these days.
Are you
Hell,
French?
Melina is like the most fleshed out version of one of these, you know, keepers that we've gotten. Like, she actually gives context to the world. Like, she follows you. She shows up at other grace sites and you could talk to her and she'll tell you about the world. Like, she's the most fleshed out and in depth. She actually has like her own arc within the story.
Yeah.
So it's like she's the most fleshed out. She's literally one of the most fleshed out characters. So
Even better, if you deny her her destiny, she becomes your enemy.
yeah,
Which
I
is
do
fantastic.
wish they had made it like. Oh, you know what? I hadn't thought about that. Oh, maybe that does make sense. Actually, I was gonna say it's kind of sad that they didn't like add a thing where if you do the frenzied flame, but then cure yourself so that you don't get that ending. You know, like she doesn't acknowledge it in any way. But I think it's literally she just wanted to fucking die. Like she wanted to do the burning of the Erd tree. That's what she saw her destiny as, and you took it away from her.
Yeah, you
So
literally stripped her entire life of meaning as she sees it.
Yeah, so it's not really so much as like you're ending the entire world by doing that. It's more of you just took away the one thing that gave me meaning. I never really thought about it that way until just now. Yeah, I guess it does make sense that she would still hate you even if you don't do that ending.
Have you guys possibly covered Avid Alchemist? No, I haven't heard of him before.
I don't think so. No. Well, I mean, we might have and maybe forgot, but I does not sound familiar at all.
If we had covered him, the name would sound familiar.
Which god did I have to say? Sekiro proved that From Software can flex their muscles and do something a bit different in terms of storytelling, even though there's still some Dark Souls DNA in it. Anyway, for me this formula...
So, again, From Software, specifically Miyazaki forced them to do Sekiro because he didn't want them to get stuck in the box. Like, that was Sekiro's entire goal. Like, they knew that Elden Ring was on the horizon. They knew they wanted to do a big open world thing. Well, they can't have an open world that's all exactly the same. They need to have diversity and variety in it. And that's one thing that the FromSoft games have really been good about is enemy variety and diversity in their games. So he had them do Sekiro to completely try new gameplay methods and styles. You can literally see all of the different experiments they did, like horse combat in Sekiro, to get horse combat to work in Elden Ring. But even better was it was to show that, hey, you know, we need to make sure that our artists, our animators, our writers, and everything like that don't get stuck doing the same thing. They don't get stuck in that rut. Which is why Elden Ring is such a success, because Miyazaki forced them to do something like Sekiro, which is something so vastly different in comparison. And yet, Sekiro then influenced Elden Ring with its combat system. It's given Elden Ring's combat system a lot of depth, just from the ability to jump. Like, it is shocking how much you can do with just that one thing. Yeah, Bloodborne was also very experimental.
If I'm back after 2 p.m. Alaska time and you guys are still on, we could cover him together. He has a giant hate boner for Souls games. Well, we're not doing more than one video today. This is the only video we're doing today. But if that's the case, we can cover one of his videos another time and have you on for that. We can, like, schedule a day in advance where we could get you on.
I agree, Brother Near. But remember, Elden Ring actually has that poise break system in. It's just not as pronounced in Elden Ring as it was in Sekiro. Sekiro, the entire point was the rhythm and flow of combat, the parries, the attacks, everything to break your opponent's stance so you can deliver a killing blow. Elden Ring has the same thing, but it's not telegraphed as much. There isn't a bar on screen that tells you it. You'll just know it happens because your enemy will get the big, like, dunk, and they're just suddenly staggered. It's like, okay, yeah, you're fine.
I wish it was more telegraphed, like you could tell visually, like how close they are to their poise being broken.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah,
Like,
I agree with that.
It would be something very slight, you know, they'd stagger, whereas they previously take 2 steps and then swing a sword or whatever, they take like 3 and they bob around just ever so slightly more. So
yeah, I do wish there was some sort of visual indicator, because sometimes it can just come out of nowhere and it's like, ah, shit, I'm nowhere near them. It's like, I can't, you know, I can't take advantage of it because I was so far away. Fuck, I had no idea. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do wish there was like something like maybe not a meter, but if it was a meter, so long as it wasn't like super like in your face, I'd be okay with it. But yeah, if they could do like just
Yeah, a
animations.
visual cue where they you know they're not their
Yeah.
steps are slightly disorganized slightly, where they have to take a few more steps to start an attack or whatever.
Yes,
Yeah.
maybe some kind of animation, or maybe like an audio cue or something. Like, oh, they're starting to breathe heavier or something, or they're grunting more. Something.
Yeah.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Far Cry 2 is a masterpiece in realism. A foreign mercenary goes to Africa, gets malaria within 5 minutes. Oh.
You should see Kroby Cat's comparison video of Far Cry 2 to Far Cry 3. It's really fucking good. Because it is shocking how advanced Far Cry 2 actually is in terms of everything. Like, it is a really good game.
Yeah, I've seen that video. It's crazy.
Granted, the one thing that most everybody remembers about Far Cry 2 is the healing animations.
Yeah.
Which are...
Oof.
Oh!
The wire
in the knee, or the wire between the fingers.
Oh, it gets me every time. I can't stand that one. Ugh.
You use Kroby Cat as a source? Yeah.
Far Cry Blood Dragon was far better than any other Far Cry game, let's just be honest.
Far Cry 2 Blood Dragon is unironically amazing. It's roast of the gaming industry while being completely, like, serious in tone is fucking great. I love the fact the main character gets pissed that he can't move, he gets locked, he's like, what's happening? Tutorial mode activated, and he's like, no!
Wasn't that Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon?
Yeah, it is 3 Blood Dragon.
Yeah. Blood Dragon is just so fucking good. And not to mention, the titular enemy Blood Dragons are amazing.
Becomes a bit stale at this point. Keep in mind this is From Software's 6th game, if we don't count Dark Souls 2, and during this time the only improvement they made to
Something sounds a little fucky there to me.
This is their 6th game, if we don't count Dark Souls 2. It's not From Software's 6th game at all. Like, if you don't even count the Dark Souls series in general, it's not their 6th game. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Like, if you literally got rid of Elden Ring and all the Dark Souls titles from Software's catalog, it's not their 6th game.
What? Does he think From Software started with Dark Souls 1?
I know! Like, did you never hear about Kingsfield? The Armored Core series? It's fucking... Armored Core was their biggest hype maker of all. That's why people were shocked. What about... And I'll admit it, it was a bad game. What about Steel Battalion? They didn't make the original. They made the VR Steel Battalion with the awful Kinect controls. Well, the Kinect Steel Battalion, which is really, really bad, but it was mandated to them by Microsoft, so, you know. It was real bad.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I was memeing about System Shock 1, but I unironically consider Disco Elysium a masterpiece. I've heard a lot of good things about that game. I also heard that the developers thanked Karl Marx when they got the reward.
Ugh, yeah.
I'm sorry, are you serious?
I'm pretty sure it was them.
What the fuck?
Shadow Tower music.
They worked hard. Thanks, Karl Marx. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Karl Marx, the lazy dickhead who never did anything.
I could be wrong. Let me double check. Hold on.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, no, Shadow Tower, I like Shadow Tower. Its sequel more so, just because of this weird mishmash of modern day weaponry, like beside ancient medieval fantasy magic armors and stuff. Like,
From Software has been making games since '94.
Yes, but in the Shadow Tower Abyss, you can walk into a room in full plate armor, look up and see a giant magic manta ray boss screech at you, and pull out 2 fucking AK-47s, just be like, ah! Brrr. It's like, okay.
How is he so retarded? Their 6th game. I'm over here seeing dozens upon dozens. What
Yeah.
the f-
All right, so there's a tweet here from Kotaku, which obviously is the pinnacle of trustworthy sites.
Yeah, absolutely.
Disco Elysium developers showed out Marx and Engels in Game Awards victory speech, December 13th, 2019.
What the fuck? We made money. Thank you, Karl Marx. Something's wrong there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Something's very
Thank
wrong
you
there.
for awarding us this thing for our achievement and where we were considered, good enough in the marketplace of ideas, where we were given the
You could
freedom to
almost
be as
say-
creative as we want. Thank you, Karl Marx. Fucking what?
You
Yeah.
could almost say better than the other workers.
Are you besmirching the great name of Karl Marx? His teachings have
Yes.
never failed a single government or country. Ever.
It'd be amazing if it was a shit post. That'd be amazing.
It could be that they did that as a shit post, but yeah, just out of context, that is the kind of thing that puts me off a little bit.
Yeah.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Death of the author, Cree. Well, yeah, but I mean,
It's hard not to feel. Again, it's human to feel that. It's like the people that don't want to watch like certain movies because certain actors are in it. It's like, okay, yeah, but you should just watch the movie for what the movie is. I get that, but I understand where you're coming from too. I get it. If you
I
don't want to
can't.
see that actor anymore, you're just like, no, I just can't. I will literally not be able to get into the movie if he's in it. Sort of.
That's how I
Well,
am
not-
with like.
not just
Jim,
that, but
I
like,
can't believe you killed yourself.
it's not just that. It's the fact that if someone made a stellar, amazing game and got up on stage and said, "Yeah, I'd like to thank Joseph Mengele," I'd have a bit of a problem with that too.
Yes.
It's just
I'd like to I as community director accepting this award would like to thank my personal idol, Joseph Goebbels. It's like, what? I learned all of my speaking techniques and ways to interact with my community from him.
Oh god. But
I'd like to thank Pol Pot for inspiring me.
oh my god. But yeah, that's kind of how I feel like with because that new Mario movie's coming out, and so far it's like it actually doesn't look that bad so far with the stuff, but then Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong was enough to make me go, you know what? I don't want to watch it anymore.
Wait, what? Wait, what? Seth Rogen is Donkey? No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Seth
no,
Rogen
I
is
don't
Donkey
watch it.
Kong, and it's making me go, I don't know if I want to watch this now.
I'm probably still gonna watch it, but I don't like that Seth Rogen is in it.
Yeah, that alone
I-
makes me not want to see it.
I need to grab a comment here. What, you got a problem with doctors, Cree? Just trust the science, chud.
Yeah.
Alright, we should maybe get back to the video again.
Becomes a bit stale and repetitive at this point. Keep in mind this is From Software's 6th game, if we don't count Dark Souls 2, and during this time the only improvement they made to NPCs you encounter is this: closer, closer.
Able to cross the skylit swamp of Aeonia.
God, is that literally okay? So, lip syncing isn't that vital, as is proven by all the other Souls games. It's nice to have. It's a nice feature, for sure. But it isn't the thing that's going to make or break you. What's going to make or break it more is what kind of delivery are the actors going to give. And you know what? If you're going to do lip syncing, and this, you can even see in this clip, it's not synced up to the English because it wasn't in fucking English as the native language. So it becomes a problem. Do you want to actually animate it in all the different languages? Valve did create a special mouth model that would try to lip sync to the various languages, but is everybody going to use that technology? Does your engine that you use support that kind of technology? It's just ugh.
I skipped this. I must have skipped past this. I never saw this part. For a second, I thought we paused it too early because I didn't know what he was focusing on. I thought he was focusing on what he was saying, and was going to make a joke about how you can cross the Scarlet Lake with torrent, so you don't actually have to walk through the poisonous swamp, and like that was the one improvement, because now you don't actually have to walk through the poisonous swamp, except you do in Elden Ring because there's the fucking underground place. But still, it's like I thought that was the joke he was gonna make or something. But no, if it's literally just lip syncing, it's like, my dude, fuck off. If you think this is the only improvement that they've made from those other games in Elden Ring, you're being disingenuous as fuck.
Yeah.
$10 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. In the game, there are a lot of veterans of what's roughly equivalent to a crushed Bolshevik revolution. Older NPCs talk to you about famine and terror.
Mm.
Oh, so was it like an ironic thank you to Karl Marx?
Yeah, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. So.
Famine and red terror, not just terror, red terror. So that almost has to be shitposting then by them.
Okay, yeah, that's fair then.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you to Karl Marx for genocide, leading to the genocide of all of these people. They gave us content for our game.
I'm glad the deaths of millions.
Thank you for the inspiration.
Thank you for the inspiration.
Oh god. Thank you for giving us the first step on the path.
I just imagine some fucking commie soldier with a fucking Mosin gun just... Yo, Vladimir, what are we doing this for? In 80 years, people will make video game out of all the people we kill.
Thank you, Karl Marx, for giving us the inspiration for our game's bad guys. Alright, that's fair. Like I said, I only heard out of context that they thanked him. It's like, oh, okay, that definitely colors your opinion on it.
Yeah.
Again, it's the example I made. Oh yeah, I'd like to thank Joseph Mengele for my game winning this award. It's like, man, with no context, that kind of thing just sounds terrible, you know? We were having problems developing our game. Thank you, Mr. Hitler, for the final solution to our problem.
Alright.
I'll provide. Should you accept, I will teach you the secret of Celia.
I mean, yeah, they move their lips and not even on sync with the sound. Here's the thing, From Software seems to be extremely capable of animating stuff. Look how
They're Japanese!
Okay, again, not the native language, and also, lip syncing is not the thing that is going to make or break the NPCs.
Yeah.
Because this isn't a game that zooms in on their fucking mouths or something like that. You don't zoom in on their face.
But again, they're Japanese! You expect there to be something off.
Man, the lip syncing and all those Chinese kung fu movies that come across is terrible.
Yeah, that's just fucking insanity.
Characters are implied to be French, but it's in the same way the Fire Nation is Japanese. Ludwig Williams, $5, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, where it mattered, the actual rendered cutscenes where you are focused in on a character's face, they actually have proper lip syncing in every language. Where it fucking mattered. Where it doesn't matter, the generic NPCs, I'm just going to say generic NPCs, but we all know that they have multiple characters, levels, and depth to them. They have their own storylines and everything. But for these other characters, where they're not going to be in a cutscene, you're not going to be right up in their face, you're not going to have a fucking Outer Worlds Fallout thing where it zooms in on their face so you can talk with them, lip syncing isn't as important. It is a nice thing to have, but completely unneeded.
Yeah, because have you noticed he's not talking about Margit, during his cutscenes. He's not talking about Horlu during his cutscene. He's not talking about Melina during her cutscene. No. Just the NPCs out in the world that you don't focus on. Yeah, no, it's very important that they have lip syncing. Ignore all the other good lip syncing that is totally fine in every other language. No, fucking what a piece of shit.
Creetosis, what is your own political leanings? Stupid people should be laughed at, and otherwise, leave me the fuck alone. Like, don't hurt people. Don't, yeah.
So libertarian.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah, leave me the fuck alone.
I listened to some of Ripa's stream debate yesterday. I'm not quite as libertarian as him, if I am libertarian.
He's anarcho-libertarian. He's like straight up like, you know, not just defund police, but abolish police, abolish public schools.
Well, he might be correct on the public schools part to a degree now. But
to a degree, yes. I would agree to a degree, but not fully. I definitely don't believe in abolishing police.
Yeah.
I see this, and I ask, why couldn't I have found it first?
Uh-oh. What do we have here?
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, I saw this.
I have finally found a dumpster I want.
Yes, I would dumpster dive this hardcore.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
mind
I would
dumpster diving. Just look at that picture. Just tow the entire damn thing
Yeah, that's
home.
what I was going to say. I would just load the entire dumpster onto a trailer and just take it home.
Yo, Cousin Eddie, you there? Yeah. Get your forklift. Don't ask questions.
Meet me at this tree in Midwest. Get your truck.
What
Guys, don't worry. My cousin drives a garbage truck. You know, like, we'll load it in there and take it home.
Weapons found in dumpster outside Midwest City gun store. Federal agency investigating. Oh no, they're gonna get their dog shot. Look at that dumpster.
Yes. Give me all of those. Give me all of those.
I want.
I don't even
so bad.
care. I don't even care that they're bull pups. Fucking give them to me.
I don't even
Oh my
care that
God.
I've never shot a gun in my life. It's just, look at them.
I understand the dumpster defenders even more now.
Yes.
I will defend
You
this
wondered about
dumpster.
the mattress. There was a stockpile of firearms in there. We didn't know about it.
The appropriate
give me-
reaction.
That is so sexy. What the I want
Dude.
them. I want all of them.
I still love that. I still love that reaction where they have fucking Alex Jones being like, "Dear Lord, I see what you've done for the terrorists and other people. Can you please have that happen for me?" And then the thing underneath it is an article about how Biden armed the fucking terrorists with his withdrawal from Afghanistan. Give a bunch of free American guns and hardware.
You know when someone opened the lid on that fucking dumpster, it played Zelda chess music.
Yes, absolutely. or fucking Fortunate Son came out of the speakers of all the businesses around the.
Not even out of the speakers, it just started playing from an undetermined source, just out of literal thin air.
Oh my god! I don't like I said. I don't even care that those are bullpups. I don't fucking care. You've quoted that meme 2 times now, but I thought the more common one wasn't Alex Jones. I find the Alex Jones version funnier. Just because it's Alex Jones, you know? Like, him being in it automatically makes it funnier to me, because I just think... I just think his mad ramblings are great, because once you learn to decipher Alex Jones speak, you realize he's actually telling the truth. A lot of times, I should say. Not all the time. A lot of times. Like, his whole mad rant about how the dump of the chemicals are turning the frogs gay, and stuff like that is like, okay, what is the non-Alex Jones thing? Well, they're illegally dumping a bunch of chemical waste, and it's causing biological changes in the wildlife, including destroying the wildlife of the frogs, so that they're no longer reproducing. It's going to make them extinct. Back to Alex Jones speak. They're dumping the chemicals to turn the frogs gay. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, since... no, I'll share it another time. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Libertarians are for economic independence. Anarchists are against any form of hierarchy. Alright.
Creetosis is not in favor of the abolition of forms of hierarchy because he's better than you and he knows it.
I am very
Emily.
much.
If you ask the people who don't like me on the internet, they will definitely say I think I'm better than... they will say that I think that I'm better than everyone else, which, no.
I am.
Yeah, I'm definitely more of economic independence, getting the government to fuck off and leave us alone, and for a meritocracy. I am very in favor for meritocracy.
For the most part, I don't want to eliminate government entirely. I do think it serves a necessary purpose, especially with
Oh yeah, I'm not saying entirely.
Yeah, but like what I'm getting at is to try and make my position clear is that I feel like government overreaches a lot, and I don't want them to. It's just a matter of how much do they need to do to keep things like decent, you know? Because if a company is selling a product that's like food and it has lead dust in it, it's like, yeah, that's a problem. We need government to not allow that shit to happen.
Yeah, I want more of a constitutional government. I want to go back to the way the Constitution set up the government to be. And the Declaration of Independence. I want them to provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and ensure prosperity. I don't like this big brother nanny state that they're trying to fucking be. Fuck off.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Also, I think
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here as a constitutional monarchist. No problem.
I also think self-defense in like violent situations is it seems a bit fucked in some states, let's just say.
Yes. We need Kyle's Law to become a true thing. We desperately need it.
Shoot pedophiles.
No, what Kyle's Law is that once a self-defense trial has wrapped, and if the defendant is found innocent, the jury will then be asked a separate question. Hey, the prosecution obviously failed to disprove self-defense by reasonable doubt, but did they fail so badly that they didn't even disprove self-defense by clear and convincing evidence? Like a much lower standard? And if the jury says yes, they failed to meet even that much lower standard bar of 51 fucking percent. No, clear and convincing is like 60%. But they failed to meet that much lower bar. Instead of getting 99%, they didn't even get to 60%. Then the prosecutor will now be held responsible directly for repaying all the fees of the defendant.
Yeah,
the prosecutor himself.
Because
and I'm like, absolutely, that will stop so many of these fucking rogue prosecutors.
Yeah, because there's based on all that information in that situation, that shouldn't have ever gone to trial. $10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I still can't get over how Jack Black is Bowser and Kevin Michael Richardson is Kamek. Don't get me wrong, Jack is great, but they should have been switched. Imagine Tartarus from Halo as Bowser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, we'll have to see how Jack pulls it off, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the one clip I saw in the trailer of Jack doing Bowser sounded fine. I'm not a Jack Black fan in general. I don't really like him. I think he was good in that King Kong movie years ago. But, yeah.
I like him in most things. Like, there's very little movies that he's in that I'm like, that I feel like he shouldn't have been in it or whatever. It's like, usually he's pretty... Like, everyone made fun of Kung Fu Panda for, you know, making him the lead role in that movie. But it's like, look how that turned out.
Yeah,
that was
really
great. It's like, they nailed it. It was a good decision that they did that. It's like, he's good in most things. I like Jack Black. I think he does really well.
He also somebody that doesn't take himself too fucking seriously. right?
Yeah.
He's not up his own ass.
Don't-
That's why I always find it amusing, like when I saw him in the Weird Al music video for Tacky, right? He just suddenly shows up. I mean, all of those are I wouldn't call them super famous, but they're all obviously celebrities in it. But him just coming out and he's totally fucking in character for it, even doing a twerk and everything, fucking hilarious.
Oh, Jack Black in Tropic Thunder was great. Yeah. Oh, I gotta get Cree to watch that sometime. He's never seen Tropic Thunder, and it is so fucking funny.
Yeah,
The only thing I know from that is you people. What do you mean, you people?
Tropic Thunder is also where you never go full retard. That's where that's from.
Yeah.
You never go full retard.
I made a deal with Pagan that I'll watch Tropic Thunder with him if he watches Oh Brother Where Art Thou with me. Because he hasn't really seen it.
Oh my god, Oh Brother Where Art Thou? That is
fucking amazing.
You have to watch it. That is an actual masterpiece movie.
Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like, holy shit, Oh Brother Where Art Thou is so fucking good.
We got so much stuff we have to watch.
No, I know. There's a lot to watch. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I'm the one throwing him shekels. Oh.
The shameless shekel schmackdown. Or shakedown.
Anyways, video. We're definitely not finishing this video today at this rate. Jesus Christ.
No.
Insane sets enemies have, yet NPCs have received so little attention. They are just basically talking statues or puppets.
The tale of House Hoslo is told in blood. I, Dialos, swear to deliver the message.
Some more
See, I just don't see how this is important, because with this type of game, it seems like what they're saying is more important than seeing them, like, up close saying it.
Yes, absolutely. Not to mention the fact that you're showing Dialos, like, really? Him, of all characters, that has one of the longest quest chains in the game, and ends up being a tragic hero in the end. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, I don't get this weird fucking... Oh, they need more animations. What, do you want them fucking speaking with their hands constantly like a fucking autist? What? What?
That's a weird way to say Italian.
Yeah. I actually... I almost said Italian, actually. But... I just don't get what he wants. Like, what, does he expect them to be, like, jumping around and shit and all this kind of stuff? Like, no, they're just saying normal shit. People in real life don't do that. Why would you expect a game that's fairly serious to have them doing weird shit like that?
I hereby invite you to the volcano manor. We go there, we have the meeting, and we eat the pizza.
And the poses they're in.
Yeah. Not only did he eat the pizza, but they got the pizza slicer upstairs. Go and retrieve it.
I need to grab this comment. I need to grab this comment. He's Italian. Hey, I'm tarnishing here.
Hey, I'm tarnishing here.
One of the most famous ad-lib scenes ever. Go ahead, sorry.
Please tell Fat Luigi to get the pizza so we can tarnish our way to the...
Ollie, I'm gonna shoot you, Pagan. Go.
Shut up. Okay. So, but the poses that they're in, they fit perfectly with what the character's doing. Whenever there's something really sad where, like, they're, you know, like, they're basically broken, they're on their hands and knees crying. Whenever they're, you know, like, despondent or, you know, like, all hope is lost, they're on their knees and their shoulders are slouched. Like, they don't need to be moving around and shit constantly. The poses they're in tell their mood perfectly. Not just the dialogue and their tone, which is done very well, by the way. The voice acting in this game is amazing. But the poses they're in as well tell exactly how they feel. You can tell how someone feels before you even talk to them. Hell, the poses give away... Look at right here, Zariah's. She is already... Like, you know there's something not quite right with her. It's like, why is she standing like that? Why is she hunched over like a hunchback when she otherwise looks completely normal? Well, we find out later. I'm not going to give it away for those who haven't played the game, but there's not something entirely truthful about her. Okay, I'll put it that way.
favorite meme that I've seen of people that first play Elden Ring for the first time through. Whenever they meet Zariah, they're like, "Oh, dear God, woman, I just want to get on your back and go crack," and be like, "Stand upright."
Yeah,
And
I've
then they
seen a bunch of
realize the
memes.
thing later. They're like, "Oh, that makes more
Yeah,
sense."
I love the meme where like the Tarnished is like, he's like one of the silent protagonists or whatever, and she's talking, and he just walks up behind her without saying a word and just cracks her back against him, and straightens it out, and then she's just like has like that pain swirl above her, like oh, like that, and then later he comes back and she's in her other form, and her back is broken.
Yeah, she's all the way bent over. Like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
she's
no!"
bent the wrong way.
Yeah, it's great. I noticed that it's a sketch, but still, it's very hard to see.
Well, it's nice.
Yeah, it is.
How far into the video are we?
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. We are 4 minutes and 36 seconds into a video that is 38 minutes long. It's your guys' fault for keep going off topic.
I know, but we're getting so many super chats, and we want to talk about it.
We want to talk about the super
me
chat.
being Italian. I am
No,
Italian
it's not that you want to talk about the super chats. It's that you don't want to talk about this crap video.
Exactly.
Yes,
What
but
better
also-
way to dive away from it than the shameless shekel shakedown?
Why do you want the shekels?
I need the shekels so I
Are
can
you
rub
from
them against
Israel?
my skins. There is a group that I cannot mention who is part of a particular religion
Oh
who
god.
cannot be said. Okay,
Okay,
thanks, thanks, Kanye. At least you didn't demonetize us. So, anyways, the Jewish conspiracy. No!
They like air because it's free.
all right. Hey, let's get back to it.
Italy is annexed France.
Could do so
yeah.
much in order to offer each NPC more personality and actually make me more invested. From Software, for the most part, always had a minimalistic approach to the story, and Elden Ring is no exception to that, except this one might be their most cryptic and obtuse one yet.
What?
No.
I disagree.
I
They
disagree.
put a
It's
lot more stuff into it.
Yeah, it's much more the main story is very laid out in front of you. Like it even has like dedicated cutscenes and stuff now, even more so than in previous games. Like before, the cutscenes were just like boss intros, which only a few got. There wasn't very many, and it was literally just like, oh, the intro to the boss of like, oh, it's getting up or something. Here, it's literally like entire dialogue strings and stuff. It's like, no, it's very laid out for you. Like, I don't know how you can get lost with the story in this game. At least the main story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe some of the, the lore and stuff can be a bit confusing because there is a lot of weird elements to it. But the main story itself is very laid out for you.
Yeah.
But you even have an encyclopedia in Melina when you go to a lot of these churches. You don't even have to go to the churches that are specifically for America, though those are the ones where she's obviously gonna have something to say. She'll fill you in on a lot of things. It's how you realize that the Tarnished, after all the wars were done, after the Golden Order was firmly established in order and there was peace in the land, America could no longer suffer all these soldiers, all these troops that only knew war and only wanted war, so she sent them away. And so too went her husband. So, yeah, that's why Horaloo left with his Tarnished to leave the lands between, and that's kind of what the start of the entire game is talking about. The Tarnished are returning to the lands between.
Yeah. And because like in other games or like in other FromSoft games, they tended to have where if you were to go off on like a different tangent of the story, you didn't quite know what was happening. Like you could probably infer. Whereas with Elden Ring, it's very like the frenzied flame thing where you get told like, oh, if you don't want to kill your, basically your girlfriend, I guess, that, it's like go to the frenzied flame and then you could do it without killing her. And then you get there, and then she shows up, and she's like, "You will end the world if you do this. Are you sure? Like, I'm going to hate you if you do this. Like, hey, this is a really bad idea." And then it's like, oh, okay, I really shouldn't do this then. She's like, "Yeah, don't fucking do it." Like, it's very clear. Like, they don't really leave a lot to the imagination in terms of, like, they tell you, like, they let you know what things are going to do, where the story is going, what characters are thinking. They let you know all of that up front.
This video sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
It's not the worst ever, though, thankfully. I mean,
No.
it could get there.
I
We'll
hope
see.
not.
Yeah,
very
we'll
far.
see. I haven't seen the end. I've seen, like, up to, like, almost the halfway point, and I skipped around for some of that, but ooh, boy, there was some stuff. But we'll see if it gets really bad near the end.
Hang on a second. No, that's got to... I could read and understand bits of that. That's why I was like, nope, you gotta...
I was like this game and I still had no idea what the story was about. I didn't
What?
What?
NPC more personality and actually make me more invested.
It's a bit of a you
From
issue.
Software, for the most part, always had a minimalistic approach to the story, and Elden Ring is no exception to that, except this one might be their most cryptic and obtuse one yet. I was like 50 hours into this game and I still had no idea what the story was about.
That sounds like a
Oh.
you problem.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds like a
how?
completely you problem. I don't know how you could be that lost. I was never lost at any point, and I was only half paying attention to the story.
I was only
just-
a quarter paying attention to it, and even I got it. Tarnished lines between fix world.
It wasn't until I played it the second time that I really paid attention to the story, but I was never lost even during my first playthrough. And by the time the second playthrough, it's like I was pretty well got everything just fine. Like not just the main story, but most of the side stuff as well. I completely understood. I was like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know how you can be 50 hours in and not understand any of the story at all. Like, I just don't. What
Yeah.
what level are you operating on?
What if he was, like, only accidentally doing side content, or was literally just not paying attention to the dialogue at all?
He would have to just be not paying attention to the dialogue or reading anything, because I don't know how else you would not know, because it's blatantly told to you through the characters.
Yeah, there's several cutscenes about it. And even moments where the game prevents you from leaving until you listen to what a character says.
I hate how common of a theme this is with the videos we cover, too. Oh, I don't know what the story is, despite the fact I played this many hours. And the only way I could possibly not know what the story is by not paying attention.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
we have covered numerous videos at this point, which can be summed up with that.
God, how many times have we covered somebody where they're like, I just don't understand this. Like, what? This makes no sense. And then they literally have the evidence, like the exact thing of what it means on screen as they're
You're
saying
thinking
it.
of Acer Thor.
Not just
No,
Acer
not
Thorn.
just Acer Thorn. That's the problem. It wasn't just him.
That's the thing. It's been multiple people.
That's the worst part. Acer Thorn tier videos should only ever come from people like Acer Thorn. And when I say people
Yeah.
like Acer Thorn, I don't mean fat people. I mean people who are actually fucked in the head. Because Acer Thorn is a special case because he's actually mentally deficient. It's on court records that he's completely fucked in the head. So it makes sense that he comes to these weird fucking conclusions about games. The fact that normal people come to similar conclusions about various different games, it's baffling to me. Because you literally have to be not paying attention to be that fucked. You know? To get things that wrong.
Okay, $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't go off on this, but when you drop this video, can you watch the 0 punctuation for Bioshock Infinite?
I don't know if that's a video we can cover. Like, maybe we could cover it if it's super positive about Bioshock Infinite, but I would also need to replay that game to be able to cover it accurately, and let me tell you, I only plan on playing Bioshock Infinite one more time. I've only played it once before, but I only ever plan on playing it to do the video I'm going to do on it, and then never again. I hate that game so fucking much that numerous times I've almost had it removed from my Steam library. Because you could do that. You can actually have Steam take games away from you if you request it. Not even refund, just removing it from your library permanently. I had almost done that several times since playing that game, and the only reason I haven't is because I knew I might want to make a video on it one day. Like years before I even made this channel. So.
Yeah.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. It was Yahtzee's Game of the Year in 2013. Okay, tell you what. We won't cover it now, because like I said, I'm going to need to replay the game to refamiliarize myself with it. When I do the Bioshock Infinite video, eventually, this could be years away, we'll cover that video on STAG if we're still doing STAG at that point. And if not, I'll do it on a stream by myself or with whoever.
That sounds good to me. There's some other Yahtzee videos we could do, like his awful Starbound video. that's Starbound.
That's another.
So fucking bad.
That's another video I really need to do. I fucking despise Chucklefish so much.
Yeah.
Says Creetosis, who claimed he'll never touch Fallout 4 again. There he is remaking the series. I'm remaking the Fallout 4 Part 1 and 2 analysis videos because those are among my first videos ever. In fact, Part 1 is my first video I ever made on this channel. And the quality isn't what I want my videos to be. And that's why I'm updating those two videos. I'm fixing some of the arguments, being a little less hyperbolic in some areas, fixing up stuff that I feel I didn't go deep enough on, or I don't think I got anything wrong outright, but you know, just making the video better. And I still need to finish that series too. Tweed versus World Moment. Dude, everyone, if you want to know how bad Starbound is, go watch Tweed versus World's videos on Starbound. He's got like 7 or 8 videos following the development of the game and post-release content. They are really, really good videos, and this is someone who I genuinely believe got overlooked in general by YouTube. This is someone who should have gotten a lot bigger than they did.
Yeah.
It was Yahtzee's Game of the Year.
Starbound pre 1.0 is actually really fun. Then they added the 4 storyline. There are parts about it that were fun, but that's on the very, very basic, like, hey, here's a crafting building game with resources and cool stuff you could collect to put in your house. Like, that's a very simple thing to get, like, correct. Because, for some reason, I don't know why, the crafting building games really speak to a lot of people's tism, my own included.
Yep.
I found that the very first iteration of Starbound that was released, I found fun. But I found it fun in a sort of, man, this is fun to collect and build stuff now. I can't wait to see where this game goes. Well, it turns out where this game goes was fucking disappointment. That story in their fucking final release was dog shit. They advertised, oh, this is going to be like a dark and mature story. It's like, oh, okay. I wonder what this is. Fucking summarizing the story spoils the entire goddamn thing. Right. You got me into a fucking rant. Here it goes. The story of Starbound is fucking retarded. It starts off with the Earth getting tentacle raped because a creature... No, that's literally how it starts. Earth is destroyed by tentacles. And it's from this creature. I forget what it's called. I have the most uncreative fucking name ever. It's like the Doom or something. But anyways, this creature was locked away in a prison by God, and now it's breaking free. So that's why it destroyed Earth, but doesn't destroy any other fucking planet, and you have to get the keys to unlock the door to go to it to fucking kill it. So how is it breaking free if it's still locked up? It makes no fucking sense! And the entire main story is, oh hey, here's a race of aliens, go to their fucking pre-made dungeon, kill a boss that's locked in an arena, because... I guess Chucklefish is so fucking inept at coding, at least at the time, that their bosses had to be locked in an arena, or else they would bug out. And you see this in one of Tweed's early videos, where he's fighting the stupid UFO with the penguin in it. I don't know why, but Chucklefish is fucking obsessed with penguins. At least during the Starbound era. But the penguin UFO got stuck on, like, a block. It wasn't even, like, a... piece of complex terrain. It's just a corner of it intersected with a block, and it got stuck. And he was able to kill the boss no problem. So, I guess because they were so shit at making bosses, they had to lock every single boss into a fucking boss arena, where you can't build or destroy anything. And keep in mind, this game is largely inspired by Terraria, it seems, because it's very similar in some of what it does. And the main developer, Tayuri, he was part of the original Terraria team before they kicked him off the team for allegedly stealing sprites from fucking Final Fantasy. Again, that's allegedly. And Terraria, take a look at Terraria. None of those bosses are locked in a fucking arena. Even the golem, which is in the lizard temple, you could take the spawning mechanism out of the temple and move it anywhere so it can, like, free roam, essentially. How would I find Tweed vs. World's videos? Doing a basic search isn't getting me anything. Oh no, are his videos gone?
Yeah, I don't see him anywhere.
Oh, fuck. That's a piece of internet history for me that's going to be really sad if it's gone. Let me look this up quickly. That's disappointing. And here's the thing too. They did the whole infinite worlds thing. And this is why I'm not looking too favorably upon Starfield for having, oh, we've got 1,000 because when you've seen one type of planet once, you've seen, like, you don't need to see any other. If you find a fucking ice planet in Starbound, you've seen every single fucking ice planet. They're all exactly the same. Yep. And then you get stupidity where you're on a fucking volcano planet where it rains fire, and some asshole has a wooden house built there, and it gets fucking burnt down the first time you visit that planet. Did I mention I hate Starbound? Because I fucking hate Starbound.
Yeah, all of Tweed's videos are gone. I've seen their playlists that have Tweed vs. Starbound on it, and they're just not there anymore.
Oh no. That is incredibly unfortunate. Because he was one of the few... He was one of the few people that actually did videos against Starbound when it was coming out. Because there's a lot of videos hyping it up and talking about how great it is and fucking whatever. He was one of the few people being honest about it. Where he was like, yeah, this is shit for this reason. Look how bad all this shit is.
Yeah.
Fuck, yeah, I'm not finding it. That's sad. That is genuinely tragic that those videos are gone. Wow.
Can't even see when he was last online either.
Well, yeah, because it seems like his channel entirely is gone.
Yeah, but I mean, the people hadn't re-uploaded his videos to Steam. They're gone. His Steam thing is offline. I don't know how it's been offline, so I don't know.
That's actually really sad. Because from time to time I would go watch those videos. It's been quite a while since I've watched those videos, obviously, but from time to time I would go and watch them because I found them really entertaining. And damn, that really sucks. Anyways, back to the video.
Yeah.
I didn't exactly is the Elden Ring. Dark Souls, vague as the story is overall, does a much better job to set up the stage right from the beginning.
But then there was fire. And with fire came disparity.
Are you just gonna do the entire thing of Dark Souls 1? Because you get told...
We either let it play or fucking, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. If he's just going to play the entire thing of this, it's like, okay, well then he better play the entire thing of Elden Ring because it tells everything.
Yeah. And you get told throughout it, too. Like, you get breadcrumbs of it that lead you through about the Golden Order and everything like that, and how she removed the Rune of Death, the Rule of Death, from the Golden Order. Because she thought it was a stain, a taint on it. I just, ugh. Blech.
Heat and cold.
By the way, the intro from Elden Ring, it's gotta be the most underwhelming intro from any From Software game. I mean, what the hell happened? They used to have such impactful and epic cinematics, and now all we've got is just a bunch of slides.
No! No. Most of the Souls-like games, Soulsborne games that they made had slideshows. Only like 2 or 3 of them had cinematics. The fuck do you mean? That's just straight up wrong. Oh, what a disingenuous cunt.
This is fucking weird.
Oh, good guys, they always have such big, intricate cinematics. No, they don't. Most of them were fucking slides, just like Elden Ring. So that's just not true.
Well, okay, there you go.
What a dick. Alright.
Slideshow. The narrator that tries so hard to overly compensate the lack of any animation.
And Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing.
Glad
What
you
was wrong
didn't
with
do that next bit. I'm glad you didn't do the next bit that kind of proves you're fucking full of shit. It's just the exact same thing. No, it fucking isn't. If you would have known that if you had done the very next bit.
Also, yeah, I just don't see what the problem is with showing pictures in your intro to a game, regardless of what your budget is, because if you have a really good piece of art for your cinematic, then that could be impactful on its own. Like,
yes.
Take the 2 that we just saw. Like, he showed the dead guy in the coffin there, it kind of looked like. And right before that was the loathsome dung eater. What would animating those 2 things have added to those images?
Yeah, nothing.
Not a whole lot, because both of them are going to be fairly... Still, like, maybe Dung Eater would be swinging from the rope slightly, but that wouldn't... That's not much. And then the helmet in the coffin with the chains or the coins or whatever that was, that's inanimate objects. They're not going to be moving on their own.
Yep.
It sounds like he's literally just upset that they didn't basically include cutscenes like what were in the trailers and stuff, like Melania's fight with Radon and stuff like that. It seems like he's just, that wasn't in the game.
It very much comes across as almost a reverse rule of cool thing. Oh, why wasn't this cooler, you know?
Yeah.
Honestly, if the slideshow shows gives a good enough introduction, I don't know what the fucking problem is. Elden Ring is overhyped. Source. It is PowerPoint. Like, what?
Yeah. Like, what the fuck?
Like, this isn't even something that I can get fucking angry about. It's just stupid. It's just like, why do you care, honestly?
There are plenty of fantastic and intriguing locations, which raised my curiosity and really made me want to know more. But there's so little information around that I kinda gave up in many places.
No.
I kinda gave up.
What?
You stopped looking. There's information about all these places everywhere. Like, even the fight you're going to do in this very room is going to explain parts about how the Eternal Cities work.
Yeah, he literally just went, I'm not getting spoon-fed information fast enough, so I'm just not going to pay attention at all anymore.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, Coolio System says, Tweed Productions sent out, I deleted the channel Tweed vs. World because I was dissatisfied with my work and inability to be consistent. I'm on the fence about rebuilding.
Some people are their own worst critics, but the videos of his I've seen, which I didn't watch all of his videos, but the ones I did see were pretty fucking good. And like I said, this is someone who I believe didn't get the recognition they deserved on YouTube. This is someone who deserved, from what I saw, at least tens of thousands of subscribers, you know?
Yeah.
His videos on Starbound, I know I said it already, but it is a genuine loss that those Starbound videos are gone. Because it wasn't just talking about a bad game, it was talking about a bad game throughout its development. Not covering every single update, but covering a lot of the major updates, showing the fucking disorganization from the developers of, well, we've added this system and we took this old one out, and we're adding these other systems that clash with each other, and it really helped paint a picture of how Chucklefish didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and were just slapping shit together that they thought was interesting or fun without any consideration for how those things would interact or work with each other. So it wasn't just a video about a game. It also showed, like, the developers. Especially the parts of, oh yeah, you got all this crowdfunding money for your game and you spent it on an expensive London office and all this gaudy furniture for your London office, and it doesn't seem like much work was being done on the game at the time. There's the all the shit about fucking again, it speaks to the disorganization of the team, but how some members of the team thought, oh yeah, the game is almost 1.0 ready, while the rest had to scramble to not to say, oh no, it's not 1.0 ready yet. It's not going to be for a while. Like, there was just a lot of behind-the-scenes stuff, too, that... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly not well managed.
Yeah. And as for his non-Starbound videos, some of those were pretty entertaining, too. Like I said, I didn't watch all of them, but I liked them. They were pretty decent, and as obviously an outside observer, I don't know what goes on in his head, but his videos seem pretty consistent to me and pretty decent quality.
Yeah. Did we get the super chat before this latest one? Did we get Ludwig's?
Let me check.
I don't know if it was gotten while
I didn't. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Maybe it's amorphous and slowly spilling at. I have no idea what that means.
Spilling out. I don't know.
Oh, the big bad from Starbound. Not really. Again, I can't remember what the big bad of Starbound was called. It was something super fucking generic. But, it was a planet-sized creature, and it had a bunch of tentacles coming out. It was basically like the creature from that one Futurama movie, but evil. And it could teleport enemies in from other parts of the world. Like, not from the world, but from the universe, I guess. But, even then, it's not clear what the mechanics are for how it works. So it could teleport creatures in, because you have to go inside this planet to the Ruin. Yes, that's what it was called, the Ruin. What a fantastic fucking memorable villain the Ruin is. Fuck off. Fucking stupid piece of fucking shit. Yeah, the mechanics of the portals wasn't exactly clear, because, again, why would it destroy Earth and no other planet? How is it able to do that? Yeah, I don't know. It's stupid. I hate it.
Because video game Creetosis.
Technically, Lebo was evil. That thing raped every person in the universe. Fair. I was not a fan of that movie. I love Futurama. That movie is... not great. Oh yeah, I actually forgot about that. You don't see the destructive nature of the Ruin, because it only destroys one planet and nothing else. And Aesra Nox was actually thinks she can use it to kill everything but humans. Yeah, this was some of the amazing fucking writing. So you've got kind of a rival throughout the game called Aesra Nox, or Aesra Nox, whatever, I don't care. Where she would show up in some of the boss fight areas, and she'd be like an enemy you have to take down, a recurring villain. And her whole backstory is, I want to genocide the non-humans, and I think that this creature that destroyed planet fucking Earth is the thing that can do it for me. Let's not forget about the robots at Starbound that needed to eat and expel waste. What about the fucking poop golems for no fucking reason?
I'm sorry, poop golems? What the
yeah.
I don't know Starbound. What?
Creetosis. Starbound's story is just unsalvageable. I'm not even sure if it could be described as unsalvageable, because it is simply, like, the most basic fucking thing ever. You could toss the entire thing and just rewrite it from the ground up and you'd lose nothing.
Yeah. $5 from Ludwig Williams, thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you're too lazy to scowl, I assume scour, the game, at least read the wiki. Yeah. If you can't be bothered to keep looking through the game to, like, particularly show the area, like, again, you're showing one of the Eternal Cities right now. If you can't be bothered to, like, look through lore or anything that references the Eternal Cities and understand what the Eternal Cities were and why they collapsed and what they believed in, then you can just look that up on a wiki. You don't have to be the one that searches for every single item. There are people that are going to do that no matter what. And they're going to post about it. The sad part is, I wish Vextra Life didn't exist. I wish there was another wiki. I hate Vextra Life so much.
And now that I think about it too, I'm pretty sure there was like this intergalactic, like, not necessarily police force, but like government. Right, they were on planet Earth. There was like this Federation type government system. You don't see any of that fucking shit in the entire game either. Apparently, only existed on planet Earth and nowhere else.
Yeah, even though they're supposed to be a big, like,
intergalactic thing.
Police force, peacekeepers, and everything. But no, they only had one location. That was Earth. That was it.
The Protectorate. Yeah, another fucking generic name. God. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many times I've been interested in something in a game, and I, like, tabbed out to look it up in a wiki to find out more information. Because I was genuinely curious about something and wanted to learn more about it.
Yeah.
Like, if you can't learn it through the game because maybe you're missing stuff or you're not paying attention or whatever, you can always just look it up with a wiki.
Yep.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you, like the plumbers from Ben 10. I never watched Ben 10.
Really?
Yeah.
The fuck?
The Starbound story very much feels like a badly cobbled together excuse to lock ship upgrades. The Starbound story is just very poorly cobbled together. Like, in general. Oh, and here's the other thing about the ship upgrades. When you reach a certain point, you get the, upgrade license item automatically. You can buy it on the black market for a ton of, pixels, which is the currency, because it's a pixel art game, so the currency is pixel. Fuck off. If your inventory happens to be full when you reach that stage, and you don't realize that you unlock the upgrade, the item gets dropped on the ground, and if you don't notice that, it could despawn, and you have to go buy it the expensive way.
Yep.
Owlman never watched Ben 10. What the? It was kind of beyond my time. Like, fuck, when did Ben 10 come out?
It's over a decade old by this point.
Over a decade old? I would have been, like, in high school, or maybe just I don't know.
2005.
2005, so...
Almost 2 decades now.
Jesus Christ.
God,
and
we're old. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I was thinking the other day about an Uber driver I had a few months ago, because he was like this really awkward kid. And that's kind of the heart of what I'm getting to with the story is I think of him as a kid, even though he's an adult. It's like, oh my god, I'm officially fucking old, because I'm thinking of adults as kids. Like, fuck, kill me now.
Yeah, I do that too.
Yeah.
I'll meet
same.
someone who's like 18, and I'm just like, oh, you poor young whippersnapper. You just don't know.
It's
So,
actually
yeah,
hard to believe.
I had a moment like that on stream today. While I was playing 7 Days to Die. There was, I was just looting everything, and I get to the fridge, and it says, retro 1970s fridge, and I go, oh. Like, retro? Really? Like, Jesus Christ. I know I was born at the very tail end of the 80s, but fucking hell, that would be like contemporary. Oh, God.
You kids get off my lawn!
Then I was like, maybe I should be one of these skeletons that's currently attacking me. That's how ancient I feel now.
God, I hate that feeling of like when you see something like on a TikTok or something, and they're talking about some old piece of equipment or something.
And you used it.
Exactly, but it's like it's this thing where they're like, why the hell don't we use stuff like this anymore? It works so much better and isn't overly complicated and all this other shit. And it's like, but they're talking about like how ancient it is and they've never seen it before. Meanwhile, it's something that literally everyone I knew grew up with. Like I still have one, and it's like, yeah, I don't know why everyone doesn't have one of these anymore, and it's weird that people think it's ancient. It's like, I grew up with that shit.
I had that fucking moment where I saw this image, I don't remember where, but it was, people these days will never know the feeling of pushing a cassette into a cassette player.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Or putting your hand close to the television and feeling the static.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, I felt so old right there because I used to do that all the time.
Yeah, I did too. I would rub my fingers along the
You
screen.
whippersnappers wouldn't know what it's like to hear fucking dial tone and to then suddenly with horror hear the phone go ring ring and then look to your computer while you're on fucking GeoCities and go, no!
I do. I know what that's like. I hated that shit. I hated having dial-up. That god-awful sound you had to hear every time you booted up your computer. And then, God forbid, somebody called the house from the house line. Oh!
you youngsters aren't going to know the pain of beating the mid-game finale of Oddworld Abe's Exodus on Disc 1, and the PlayStation telling you to insert Disc 2, and being taught to never open the system while the game is running, or while the thing is on.
Stress.
So you turn it off, switch the discs, and turn it back on, and find out you have to do that mid-game finale all over again.
I had a game that was like that. I remember the stress. Oh man.
Didn't Mass Effect do that too?
No, not that I remember.
Well,
I don't remember what game. There was a game.
If an Xbox 360, if an Xbox 360 game did the disc switching thing, it was entirely different from the PlayStation 1. Because later game systems had the tray that most people are used to. The tray that comes out, you put the disc in.
Yes.
PlayStation 1 didn't have that. Because
No,
you
it was
had
a big old top.
Yeah, the top lifted up, and you could see the disc spinning as it was slowing down.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Yeah.
I have one of those.
Yeah.
Then you had the really cool version of the PlayStation 1, which had the clear acrylic plastic, so you could watch your disc go, wait, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Well, aren't we getting fancy, you rich fuck?
I remember. I
He's-
remember in my mom's study, I had this television that had that plastic gray tone. You know what gray tone I'm referring to?
Yes.
And that's where the sound came out of, and it was thick as a motherfucker. And I would watch shit like in a tiny screen there and think it was the coolest thing ever.
The 80s and 90s shade of gray that applied to all computer equipment ever.
And all vehicles. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Yeah, that one shade of gray.
It was a little bit different for vehicles, I think. The shade that
It
computer
was
stuff
because
had.
it actually had some shine to it. You know, it had some reflectiveness.
But all computer stuff had the same. It was the exact same shade of gray when it was brand new, but then it would age and color at different rates for everyone. So there's just this entire spectrum of ugly gray.
My favorite ones were the computers that were like the pearlescent white, right? And then if you look at them now, they are these
my god.
piss like brownish yellow things.
Like they're like a smoker's house. They look like a smoker's house walls now. It's like what the fuck?
I don't know what the fuck was in that plastic, but yeah, that's the best way to describe it. It's like a smoker's house. It was just this gray. Or the pearlescent white in the one you're describing. But it just turns into that disgusting shade of brown where it looks like it's covered in fucking 3 decades of cigarette smoke.
Yeah, it looks grimy.
You try to clean it and you realize, no, that's just the color now. Get fucked.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
It's like rust on a car. It's like, unless you buff that shit off by cutting a whole layer off, you're stuck with that shit.
That's the fascinating thing. Oh, go ahead.
The brick of an OG Game Boy, that awful screen.
Yes!
But that Game Boy brick was the same shade of gray as all those computers. Because I shouldn't say I had one, it was my brother's, but I used it all the time.
My favorite, I had the super cool one, which was the clear plastic.
Oh, you
always
had the cool shit.
You were rich. What the fuck?
No, I was not. No, I was not.
Yeah, but you always had the cool shit from the sounds of it. Oh, I had the clear see-through PlayStation 1. I had the clear see-through Game Boy. Oh, well, I guess the rest of us could go fuck ourselves then.
No, but here's my point behind the brick of
Pagan.
it. When you think it's cool at first, then you look back at it and you're like, wait a minute. Why the fuck did I want to see all the wiring and circuitry and everything? Like, what was the point of this?
No, you don't.
Pagan.
That shit was cool.
Pagan.
No.
Pagan. He had the cool translucent stuff. I think it's all over. I think both of us just need to kill ourselves now.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I'm taking over the show. Okay.
I had one of those brick Game Boys where it was like the white, gray, the grayish white ones where it's literally just the brick and it didn't have the backlight. Oh my god. I would play that shit. Anytime I had to go to a sports event at my school or whatever, like, because my cousin was a cheerleader, so we'd have to go. And I didn't want to, so I would just sit there and I would play my Game Boy the whole time. And oh my god, I remember when they started coming out with backlights for Game Boys and stuff, and I got one, and I was just like, why did they never do this? I just remember,
Exactly.
like, why the fuck did they not do this before?
Well, that's the thing,
Chat's picking
Pagan.
me.
We didn't get the backlight on the Game Boy systems until the fucking SP. The original
Yeah,
Game
yeah.
Boy, the Game Boy Color, the fucking Game Boy Advance didn't have a backlight. They sold separate accessories that had a tiny little light to plug into the fucking link cable port so you can have light to play your fucking game so you didn't have to sit under a goddamn lamp!
They used all your battery power.
Yeah.
You were swapping out batteries like a motherfucker.
In fact, one of
it
the
was
funniest
so
things.
stupid.
One Christmas, I got a wall plug-in for the Game Boy Color, so you didn't need batteries. You just plugged it directly into a wall and plugged that into the Game Boy. And in retrospect, that makes perfect fucking sense because you had to sit under a goddamn lamp to even see the screen in the first place.
Yeah. I had to have, like, a flashlight on my shoulder while I played so I could see what the fuck was happening.
Dude.
You need one of those fucking miner helmets that has a light on it so you can play your goddamn Game Boy.
Oh, I did that! Whenever I would go to... So when I was at home and I didn't feel like it, I would just prop a tiny flashlight and I would, like, hug it with my cheek. But...
Yeah, I've done that.
Or if I went to the, to the sport event stuff, I had one of those little headlights that you strap to your head, and I would just angle it down so I could play my Game Boy with it.
Oh my god, we should all meet up someday over coffee to discuss these things. It just feels right.
We should all meet up at like a fucking Tim Hortons or something with our fucking Game Boy Colors and copies of Pokemon and trade Pokemon.
Fuck yeah, I'd actually do that.
I don't have my Game Boy Color. I have my
actually do
SNES
that.
and everything.
I don't
so-
have any of my old stuff, unfortunately. All my Game Boys are gone. All my old consoles are gone. The only thing I still have are my Pop Top PS2 and my solid box PS2 and my broken Xbox 360. Those are the only things I still have.
I still have my first DS that my dad managed to sort of fix after the top screen stopped working, and it kind of works still.
Oh.
And I still have my DSi. I still have the first Game Boy I ever got, which is from my grandma on my dad's side, and it was a Game Boy Mini, the green one. You know, the green one. I still have it, and I still play games on it.
The lime green Game Boy Color?
Yeah, the little rectangle green thing. I have that.
I have the exact same one.
I used to play that shit so much, and I remember it making me so happy. My grandmother, conservative as fuck, doesn't know anything. She unironically made me develop a love for games and entertainment.
Oh.
I am here in part because she decided to get me that little Game Boy. And you know what? I still have the box for it with the manual.
Nice.
God.
I got the Dreamcast, and that was such a mind-blowing thing for me. Because it was just so ahead of its time. One, using the disc format it was using, but two, the little cartridge that you stuck in the controller that had stuff on its screen so it could keep track of stats for you. But then you also, if you wanted to go to a friend's house and he had a Dreamcast, you just take that little cartridge with you, and that's all of your save data and everything on it. And I was like, oh, that's so smart.
Those DSs that could snap in half and still work. Yes, I have that model.
Nice.
I have that model.
And then there's a famous case of the old brick Game Boy that got fucking bombed in Pearl Harbor and still worked.
No, that was the fucking GameCube. The GameCube was fucking indestructible.
No, that was, oh, you're talking about something else, I guess. Because the one I referenced was the Pearl Harbor Game Boy.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the GameCube in general. It was built like a fucking tank. Like, whereas the PlayStation and Xbox were really fragile and delicate.
Yeah.
The fucking GameCube, like throwing it and slamming it against the floor and everything, and it still worked. It was like, what the?
I think
I
the
don't know
Xbox
why.
360 was more fragile because the original Xbox was a fucking beast.
I don't know
Is
why.
it just me, or is it that a lot? Sorry, Pagan. Is it that a lot of modern consoles feel very fucking fragile?
Yeah.
They do. Everything feels cheap now. Well, that's what I was talking about with that TikTok stuff, where people would find some old piece of equipment that we used to just have normally, and they're like, "This thing's built like a fucking tank. It never breaks or anything, and it works perfectly, and it's not complicated. Why don't we still have this shit?" And I'm just like, exactly. Everything today is cheaply made. It falls apart. It's almost like it's designed, which I'm sure some of it is designed to break, so you have to go and get a new one like next year.
Or to cut costs on the manufacturing itself.
Something. It's ridiculous. But I don't know why, Cree, but when you mentioned the fucking Pearl Harbor Game Boy, I immediately thought of that meme of the arch that survived Hiroshima.
Yeah.
And they zoom in and it's just made out of Nokia phones.
I thought you were going to reference the meme of the buff Doge and the fucking weak crying Doge, because that format is used for what we're discussing quite frequently.
Yeah.
Oh, fridge from the 1970s still works today. A fridge made 3 years ago, oh, I'm broken already.
Yeah, what the fuck? My aunt has an old ass fridge, and when I say old, I mean fucking old. That thing is older than me. And Jesus Christ, it still works.
Yep. We do.
Works.
We have two. We have a freezer, very old freezer. I've been around since before I was born. And then we have a new, more modern. It's got the like stainless steel looking doors and stuff, and black liner on it and everything. And my God, that thing is a piece of shit. The fucking freezer, perfect. Still works fine to this day. Nothing, has plenty of space. Really nice. It's got that. It's that standard white, like very. It's gotten to the point where it's so old. It does kind of have that smoker wall color to it now, but it still works perfectly good. And then we got that thing, which we've only had for maybe like about 3 years, around 3 years. And the fucking shelves are cracked. It's falling apart. There's all kinds of shit wrong with it. It leaks water. We can't have the water hose for the ice thing hooked up because it leaks. It's just shit. Modern stuff that just sucks.
I just
got brought up in a super.
I just realized my absurdly fucking retarded mistake. The Pearl Harbor Game Boy. That's not what it was. Pearl Harbor was World War II.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was wondering about that. I thought the whole Pearl Harbor thing was just a reference to how fucked it was.
That was me just completely fucking brain out of head moments where I
had no clue what you were talking about. I just didn't question it because I was like, I don't even know what he's referencing.
Someone in chat said it was the Gulf War. The Gulf War Game Boy.
Oh.
I don't know why my mind went to Pearl Harbor. I genuinely don't.
Man, that'd be amazing if they had technology like that during Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you very much. And this does explain why everything's so cheap today. Chinese manufacturing. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that is a big part of it.
Awful. Fucking hell.
And there's another super chat from him. Actually, a couple that we missed. $2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Watch the OG and Alien Force. I think I'm okay.
Those are the Ben 10 ones, yeah.
Ben 10.
$4.99 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. I was born in 2003, and 1994 feels retro to me. Same
You
time
fucking
difference.
baby.
No, yeah, boo. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Dude,
Baby.
living through the Y2K scare was the funniest fucking thing.
Yeah, oh my God, the
People were a
Y2K
mental
scare.
nut job.
It was so funny. It was so weird. Because none of us bought into it, but we knew people who did, and it was they were actually fucking crazy.
Oh, that was quite the nostalgia trip. Holy shit.
Oh,
Yeah.
that
And
was
then-
great.
And then one single comment just reminds me of the thing I wanted to say like an hour ago when you guys were talking about Kung Fu Panda. The only thing I know about Kung Fu Panda is the meme of the turtle and the monkey, and the turtle just goes, monkey. And then the monkey is getting
monkey.
more like confused and distraught while the turtle's just going, monkey.
Monkey.
But yeah, that was quite the tangent. I didn't mean for it to happen. We are 6 minutes into this fucking 38-minute video.
Fucking worth it, though. Fucking
There we
worth
go.
it, though.
That one was very worth it. That nostalgia trip was fun. And now I'm sad.
Wow.
Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy myself an original Game Boy, and I'm gonna get Pokemon Yellow for it because I always wanted it, but I never did come around to it.
Do
You know
it!
what? Fuck it. That's what I'm gonna do on Friday. I don't have classes on Friday. That's what I'm gonna fucking do on Friday. Fuck it.
And then googling things. The game has entire buildings with books and shelves all around, yet all you can do is just roll over them. This random bookshelf from Skyrim has more things to read than the entire study hall entrance library, which has none. In the
So you realize those books in Skyrim are like very little to the world that's going on. Most of the books in Skyrim are literally ported over from Oblivion that were ported over from Morrowind.
Yep. That's, yeah. Welcome, chat. This is the part I got up to and I was mind blown. Like,
And that's so stupid because that completely. Oh, you can't read books. You can't read all these books. Okay, but you don't read books in these games anyway. You read the descriptions of items to get history and lore, it's actually applicable in this game. Like the descriptions and lore in this game that you read on these items and stuff actually tell you about the world that you're currently in, unlike Skyrim, which don't.
I just like to make the point that shut the fuck up, we're gamers, we don't read.
No, I fucking read.
No,
Hey,
I'm joking,
Morrowind is my favorite game. You have to do a lot of reading to play that game.
I know, it's a joke. I like visual novels.
Read.
That's the thing. Read to you too. But yeah, it's just point. Elden Ring is overhyped. Source, you can't read the books in the library. Like, what the fuck?
I think when we
insane.
redo the bingo card thing, comparing to Skyrim should be one of the spaces.
Yeah, because it seems like everybody wants to compare everything to Skyrim.
Yeah, because
How is
Skyrim
that
is the
not
most
a thing
normie
yet?
fucking shit ever.
Yeah.
It really is.
Creetosis, is that at the top actually the title on the video? No, this is this is an unlisted re-upload of this guy's video because his audio was so low you'd barely be able to hear it. This is audio boosted.
Yeah. His audio mixing was awful. His introduction and any clips he would use, pretend that they are like volume 10, right? 10 out of 10. And then when he would speak, he'd be volume 1.
Yeah.
It was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it was bad. You guys have been complaining the entire time that you wouldn't be able to hear him.
Yes.
I would also like to make the point that since Ludwig keeps fucking donating, he's fucking rich. Holy shit, donate to me someday. He said, I just remembered, he said, I was born in 2003. People born in 03 are gonna be 20 this year.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
Thank you for making me feel even older.
I need a cigarette. As if I didn't always fucking smoke, but
I'll be 30 this year.
holy. Am I the youngest here?
Maybe. How old are you?
23, turning 24.
Oh my god! Baby! We have a baby on stream, guys!
You are like a
How old
little
do you think I
baby.
was? How old do you think I was? The fuck?
I thought you were like 25, 26.
237.
Oddly specific.
Oh, we're going fantasy lowly stuff. Okay. I thought it
No!
was 300,000 then.
Oh, there you go.
God. I feel like I'm 30 though. Jesus. Is this normal? Probably.
Anyways, yeah, that's super chat. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Elden Ring has no lusty Argonian maid. Checkmate from fans. I mean, at this point, you could actually probably cite that. At this point, you could actually probably cite something that dumb and still be, like, making a better argument than this guy is.
Well, so far, yeah. Maybe, he had some good points early. But the whole thing, like, it's annoying that the industry kept doing the Dark Souls of things like that and wouldn't properly, like, give criticism of things that genuinely needed it because they're afraid of the backlash. But then his example was Elden Ring. It's like, but they talk shit about Elden Ring constantly. What the fuck are you on about?
They nitpick the fuck out of it. If they could find anything wrong with it, they would fucking, elevate that problem to just unrealistic proportions. They did it all the time. And this game got plenty of criticism. I criticized it, for fuck's sake. I love this game, and even I have criticisms of it. There's a few things in here where I'm like, yeah, no, Dark Souls 3 did it better.
Can I just point out that someone is calling me Enclave Emil Lolly?
No, you can't point that out. Stop.
I do not want that. I do not want you to make fan art of that, because some people have been sending me fucking drawings. And
Jesus.
No. No, don't.
Yeah, no.
Don't do that.
I really shouldn't have said it, because now somebody's gonna do it.
Yeah, you shouldn't have.
Yep.
From Software managed to experiment a bit more in terms of storytelling with Sekiro. I really like the option to eavesdrop enemies and NPCs, and gather more contextual information about the state of the world and things that are happening.
Oh! ここを開けやがれ! こそこそと隠れてんのは分かってんだ!
Now, I've seen some people praising the lack of quest markers and how little the game holds your hand, so to speak.
Are
in
you
certain
fucking
aspects
no, shut the fuck up. How little the game holds your hand? How about those fucking lights every 15 fucking seconds pointing you in a direction?
Yeah, the grace points literally tell you where to go, what direction to go at all times. And they added the literal checkpoints, the markers on the map that tell you exactly what character is where.
Yeah, and they are everywhere. Like, if they were rare, if the grace sites were rare, you know what? Fine, whatever. If they were rare, it would be cool, because then I'd be like, oh, grace or whatever. But no, it's every 15 fucking seconds. I remember the Rot Dragon. You know, the one where you get the actual Rot Breath spell.
Yep.
Literally, you get a grace. Let's pretend the dragon isn't there. You walk for literally 10 seconds, not even 10 seconds, another grace. What in the fuck?
Yeah, this game does that a lot, where you can see other grace points from a grace point you're currently at.
Yeah,
it's a little ridiculous. I do think they could have cut some of them out, where it's like, there's a lot here, guys. Come on, I don't need two basically right next to each other. Like a great example. Oh my god, Margit, the first Margit boss fight. You have the one before his fight, the one that you will respawn back to. The one that forms after you beat him in the arena, and then the one right up the stairs in front of the castle, all within fucking this almost sight line of each other. If it wasn't for the curve in the hallway, you could see all three. And it's like, why? That is worse than the one in Dark Souls 3, the Dragon Knight, dude. It's like, that's worse than the Dragon Knight. But yeah, they do that a lot in this game, where they're just like very close to each other, and you just see like grace, guidance of grace all over the place because they're so close to each other. And it's like, you could have cut some of these out. Some of these don't need to be here.
It's really fucking stupid.
I need to grab this comment too. This pizza guy certainly has some pineapple on it. That was actually one of the title suggestions Setch had.
Yeah.
It was like a pineapple pizza tier opinion or something like that.
Yeah, a pineapple on pizza tier cake.
Pineapple type beat.
The lack of think is to be admired, but in other cases does more harm than good. After talking to an NPC, which might give you a task to complete, it's extremely easy to forget critical information or what you're supposed to do in the first place.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Again, so that's a you problem. That is entirely
really
a you.
easy to... Literally Jim Sterling argument.
Because I was dumb and forgot. It means everybody will be dumb and forget. No.
No.
I'm not
Literal
against
Jim Sterling argument.
I'm not against the idea of like a journal system which keeps track of information you get.
Yeah.
That's one thing. But it feels like he wants a little bit more than that.
Yeah.
When they get so many distractions along the way. For example, after I found the blue lady, it's been like 60 to 70 hours until I saw her again. By that time, I almost forgot everything about her and what was her story. This happened to me to almost every single character that I've met. There are also instances where I found some item someone required by simply exploring the world. But again, since so much time has passed between me taking the job and finding that item, I kind of completely forgot why it was needed in the first place. Some journal or even a quest log which keeps track.
Again, so it's a you problem.
Fucking fish memory.
Yeah.
Goddamn game developers. What?
It's just fucking insanity is what it is. Look, a journal, sure, that'd be fine. But I hope that it would be more of a journal-like stuff you get in, well, what's a good example?
Morrowind.
Morrowind could work, yeah.
Hey, I got a job from this guy in this town to steal the fucking golden poop from someone else.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Like, stuff like that, that's fine. The thing I would be afraid of is that when they put a journal in, they would do stuff that'd be like, go to this exact location and wait until midnight and stuff like that. And
I hate that shit. Yeah, no, don't do that.
No!
Yeah.
Stop.
Don't do the Skyrim shit.
Yeah.
Track of progress should have been added because honestly, this way of delivering quests is very disjointed and random. Now, in the previous
it's not.
From Software
No,
games,
It's not disjointed and random. What the fuck
It's
are you
not
talking
random at all. It you specifically know what you need, and
More
if
like
you
how
go
it
to
would
the
really
area,
work as you're going out in this world.
it's not random.
How the fuck is it random? Walk to person, get quest. How is that? What the what? What does he mean?
Maybe
No.
the fact that like you're not explicitly told that Nefeli needs the Warhawk ashes to complete her quest could be considered random, maybe?
Maybe?
Because maybe if you just found it and you didn't know what it was for because it's not explicitly told to you, you wouldn't know to go back to Nefeli and tell her about it. Maybe that could be considered random, I guess. If I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here, maybe.
Perhaps I
mean, I might give him some leeway on that one.
The fuck?
I think if he worded it better, he could have a point with this, perhaps, like a partial point. But the way he describes it just makes it seem like, yeah, no, you can never solve any quest in this game ever because it's all random and bullshit. And it's like, no, most of the time you're explicitly told what you need and where you can get it and what it does, like how it will progress the story or something. But there's a few where it's literally like, okay, I got something. It's probably for a quest, but I don't know whose. So let me just go talk to everyone.
What a brainlet.
Yeah, if he just voiced this better, he could have had a point, but because there are things about this game you can criticize. It's just You have to structure it properly.
NPCs following their easier due to its more linear structure, although I would argue even there a journal could help. But Elden Ring now it's an open world, which makes extremely frustrating and time consuming and
Meow.
Okay, listen to what he's saying, but also watch what he's doing.
Yeah, I was watching what he was doing instead of listening to what he was saying.
Yeah, it was like, I was like, okay, fine. And then all of a sudden I was just like, oh.
From software games, finding NPCs following their quest was a bit easier due to its more linear structure, although I would argue even there a journal could help. But Elden Ring now it's an open world, which makes extremely frustrating and time consuming anything regarding quests and
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit.
What are you
Fucking
doing? You're not
skillish.
even facing them.
Are you telling me this isn't Epic Gamer strats?
He just keeps going too. That's the thing. He keeps going. He's facing the wrong way. Does like 3 attacks. And it's like, okay, surely he'll turn around this time. No, after the pause, he where like the attack chain is over, he starts a new attack chain, still facing the wrong way.
Yes. Oh, dude.
What a gamer, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
$5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Alright, I've had my fun derailing the stream. Can you believe my bank balance is still quadruple digits after this? Yeah, some people are really good at saving money.
Please give me some.
I did have some moments in the game where I had some like really funny misses where like because of the way the enemy was moving, I would go to swing and they would just step slightly and it would just miss. I'd go to swing again, they'd step just slightly the other direction and I would miss again, but I'm just like by a hair, I'm just slightly missing. I'm just like, what the fuck? And eventually I would get them, but at least I'm not facing the wrong way.
Present ass to enemy, get clapped.
Is it possible he's button mashing?
Yeah,
probably is.
that's why I said at the start, I can understand input queuing. He probably got input queued into a couple of his attacks. But then, as Peggy pointed out, there's a pause and he swings again. It's like, no!
Yeah, the attack chain ends, which it does not carry over at that point. Once an attack chain ends, it's not going to input queue because the pause is so long. So you have time to turn around and start attacking. He doesn't do it.
I just like how there's this one random fucking comment from Adeptus Fantasticus. Italians aren't people. Just randomly! Just completely randomly.
Ha, comma. Italians aren't people. What separates animals from humans? The Adriatic Sea. On one side, civilization. On the other, Italians with an asterisk over the A.
Wow. Alright.
NPC. Then there's the whole quest markers debate. Does Elden Ring need a quest marker? Now,
No.
Yahtzee, anyway, makes some interesting points in one of his videos. But there is one section where I have to disagree a bit.
Players are firmly handheld through linear plot missions taking you to beauty spots A, B, and C, aggressively broadsided with tutorials everywhere they go. Or there'll be something like the Horizon Forbidden West thing, where the main character is always very pointedly mumbling about how nice it would be to do some sightseeing before the next plot bit. And since Jiminy Cockthroat is by definition game mechanic stew, and we can't risk the...
I'm just gonna pause it for a second. Because he hasn't got to the point. I guess I'll be curious if all of the rest of this will be needed for the point that's made, but we'll see. I do appreciate at least that. I hope we're not missing any context here.
Hopefully.
It seems like we're getting a lot of context here, so hopefully we got all of it.
the player related to that either. These games are usually absolutely plastered with excessive menus, icons, and GUI elements.
He seems to conflate things a bit here. While an unguided exploration locking in markers is fantastic and more open world games need it, I'm not really sure story missions can work in the same way. So why the hell do we need quest markers in the first place?
That's a trick question. You don't. You absolutely do not need quest markers, ever.
Yeah, no, you do not. As long as the game can accurately describe where you need to go, you don't need a quest marker.
And remember...
As long as the game has design.
And remember, one of the points made against Morrowind is, people get directions wrong sometimes. NPCs get directions wrong sometimes, and that's why quest markers are a better system. When the quests that have this problem are like 3 or 4 out of, 400 quests in that entire game?
Yeah.
This is absolutely something that could be applied to Oblivion and Fallout 3 and New Vegas and Skyrim and Fallout 4 and any other big open world game that has a lot of locations to visit. As long as you make your world unique, to the point where you can give those directions like, oh hey, at this crossroads, with the white boulder at it, take the left turn. You know?
Yeah. And with the way FromSoft is too, they don't just drop their games. They do pretty long stages of patches throughout where they will tweak things to make their game perfect long after launch. So if they were to even do that, where it was like they had it more like the Morrowind system where, like you could go to your journal and it has the directions written down and everything. Like if there was a mistake like that where they tell you to go the wrong direction, like all people would have to do is like bring that to their attention and they would fix it in the next patch.
I want to point out that Setch is currently being groomed by the FBI. Setch, do you want a silenced unregistered AR-15 along with body armor?
Okay, I think we found the next person to run over with a car at night. Glow in the dark. You can see them when you're driving.
You can run over them with your car.
Dude, I love Pippa Pipkins. That is just so fucking funny. Why don't I ever get these? Why don't I ever get a free assault rifle, a Daniel Defense assault rifle? Those things are fucking crazy expensive.
Yeah, why can't I ever get a pallet of cash, a pickup truck, and machine guns from the government?
And a basket of estrogen that usually comes along with it as a little gift.
Well, I don't think she cares too much about that.
Well, I'm facing. Every quest at the end of the day is a story. That's why linear games are so good at telling more cohesive stories, since the levels you explore and the numbers of distractions is limited.
Disagree? I wouldn't say one type is particularly better or worse at telling you a story. It depends what type of story each game is telling.
Yeah, exactly.
An open world can absolutely tell a fucking stellar story. And a linear game could fucking tell a terrible story. I mean, we have examples of linear games that tell terrible stories. It's fucking Telltale Games exists. The whole point is a story and they manage to fuck it up regularly.
Yeah.
Few of those games guides the player, so you don't really need quest markers that much. In open world games, things are more complicated, since you can explore in any direction, and oftentimes you get lost or easily get distracted by other things. So ultimately, a quest marker attempts to achieve that linearity and focus, which is required for a proper pacing. Imagine for—
It isn't required for a proper pacing.
Yeah, no, it's not required at all.
It's just thinking through the way the game works. Again, you don't, like Witcher 3, you wouldn't actually need quest markers here. The part that would make you want to do proper pacing is to be genuinely invested in the current situation going on, enough to see it through to the end.
I do feel like pacing could possibly be an issue with open world games, but at that point it's down to what you, the player, want to do. So the
Yeah.
like you
That's why
set your
people
own
play
pace.
open world.
Yeah,
And also the story would need like some sense of urgency, where it's like if there's no urgency to, like where it's basically like, oh well, if I go do this side quest, I'm gonna lose, precious time. If you don't have that, then there's nothing wrong with going and doing side quests before continuing the main story. That's why Fallout 4 feels so fucking weird, because it's like you're supposed to be looking for your fucking lost child. Like there is a sense of urgency, yet your character, well, most players will just go off and do whatever because it's an open world game, and the sense of urgency isn't actually. It's like the time limit thing we came up with, like we were talking about with the original Fallout, where if Fallout 4 actually did have some sort of time limit for like the first half of the game, that probably could have helped quite a bit.
Yeah. And same thing goes for Fallout 3 and Skyrim, by the way, too. These are games where there's an urgency to everything that's going on, and, we need to stop the dragons. We need to find Dad because he ran off. We need to find the babby that was stolen in Fallout 4. These all give urgency, and having the open world game, that completely fucks the pacing, or any sense of pacing. Because if you spend 200 hours doing other shit and then you go do the main story, then, like, it just... You have that ludonarrative dissonance where it's like, okay, so what I'm doing now, it doesn't make much sense because that should have been the first priority.
Yep.
Again, this is where Morrowind and New Vegas work, because there isn't really that sense of urgency. In New Vegas, you're tracking down clues to find Benny. And, like, he's a resident of the Mojave, obviously New Vegas specifically, but, like, it's pretty obvious he isn't going to be going too far. So you can confront him at any time you want, so it makes sense. You know what? I'm going to go fucking play with Marcus in the mountains and the Nightkins up at Jacobstown for like 3 hours. Benny can wait.
Yeah.
I'm going to go play with the Boomers for a while. Benny can wait.
In fact, because we know he's stationed up in New Vegas, and we don't know anything about New Vegas, at least, first-time players. For all they know, he could be in league with House or something. Like, for all we know, walking in there could be a death trap. So it could make sense to be like, well, I'm going to explore the surrounding area, make friends with everybody, get my gear up and everything, and then I'm going to go do an all-out assault on New Vegas to get Benny. And then you get in there, and then you find out, oh, no, actually, Mr. House is not on his side. I've actually got the upper hand here. And then because, Benny's thing is mostly about dialogue, you can kill him. But it's like, it could go any way. Like, it could be a shootout. It could be maybe you try and make a deal with him and he double crosses you. All kinds of stuff can happen. There is no actual urgency to it, so it's fine to go about and do other stuff. Same thing with Elden Ring. There is no urgency. Like, the world is basically in a standstill as it is. Like, it's like stuck in time, basically, where nothing is really going to happen until a new Elden lore comes along, and so far, no one else can do it.
Yeah. It's basically because everyone's stuck in a stalemate. There isn't anyone who has enough strength to overthrow everyone else.
Yeah.
And especially because the Rune of Death is now not part of the Golden Order, all of those soldiers and everything like that will come back over time. So you don't really, you're not really diminishing your enemy's manpower unless you go all the way and completely destroy it from the get-go. But nobody has the strength to do that.
There's also good reason why you wouldn't want to confront him. He shot you in the head. Yeah. And again, Morrowind has a similar thing with the story not being urgent. Dagoth is a problem. He has to be taken care of eventually. But it's the whole point of the Emperor's plot of sending you there of, okay, we're going to try and get this problem taken care of now because we don't actually believe in this prophecy, but the locals are getting a bit rowdy. And even Dagoth's plans are fucking years away from being put into action, at least. So, yeah. Then some guy with a loincloth and a pot on his head shows up and changes everything.
Yeah. Let me solo her. No!
Well, good news. We've made it about a quarter of the way through the video at fucking 4 hours in.
Nice. We're making great time.
Good pacing. Let's go.
Congratulations, everybody.
Going so fast, we're leaving fucking flame trails in our wake.
Yeah.
For example, after talking to the Baron, you are just left wandering without any clear direction or a journal to keep track of your progress, hoping at one point you land on the next thing you have to do. I'm pretty sure the impact of that quest will be greatly diminished.
No.
No, what?
Just pay attention to what he's saying and what you need to do. Like, come on. Yes, it has a quest marker and everything like that, but again, you should be invested enough in the character to want to listen to what they're saying, to want to take in and absorb what they're telling you, to then figure it out from there. It doesn't inherently like destroy everything if you don't have a quest marker.
I hate to say it, but this is literally just some like Zoomer shit where I can't be arsed to pay attention to dialogue in a video game. I should be able to just skip it all and I just know where to go.
See,
like, no, fuck off. That's part of the problem. I would actually like it if there was less of that.
You see, it's funny.
Go back to actually having to listen to people.
It's funny you should mention that because Threadnought made a comment earlier during our whole nostalgia tangent where he said we should all find a Zoomer to bully.
Well, we found one.
Well, we got him. Oh, and by the way, before I forget, everybody that's watching this stream, press the like button or else you won't get your state-mandated boyfriend-free girls.
What the fuck?
Or, considering this chat, state-mandated girlfriend-free boys.
I don't know if you guys see that in chat, I don't know if you guys see the thing in chat. I was just looking. I look over at chat, and I just see this random fucking comment. Gerbling should be illegal. What the fuck? Where did that come from? You don't want to know.
Somewhere.
You don't want to know what that is.
Does it happen to be a reference to South Park or something?
Kind of. Richard Gere ring any bells for you?
Oh, the guy with the fucked up face?
I just don't know why it's in chat. It's just random.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Neither.
I'll tell you guys after stream. I genuinely...
So it is, yeah. So it is, like the thing that happens in South Park.
Yeah, it is.
Tiddlywinks.
Yeah, it is, and I don't know why it's in chat. Yeah.
Let me say that.
Tiddlywinks.
That was a fun game.
Oh my god.
The way quest markers are presented can vary, sometimes highlighting that area is enough and letting the player explore for a bit, like in Red Dead Redemption 2. Assassin's Creed Valhalla on the other hand gives the player only written direction sometimes. Then once you approach that specific region, you can use the bird to locate the exact point. And then there's Morrowind, where you can waste more time finding the damn place than the time it takes to complete the actual quest. Anyway, the quest marker...
Wow, okay. It's literally a Zoomer thing. Holy shit.
Why is he... I have a question. Why is it that all of these people who complain about Elden Ring and directions in open world games, they use fucking Assassin's Creed Valhalla as a source? Have you noticed that? A lot of people reference Assassin's Creed.
A lot of them reference Skyrim. Like, it's just, ugh.
I do find it irritating how often Skyrim is referenced.
Yeah. Especially when it's used as like a, see guys, this is how you should be doing it. It's like, no, that's the opposite of how you should be doing it.
Skyrim isn't a measuring stick of how you should do it, it's how you shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also really dislike the characterization that you're fucking wasting time in Morrowind by traveling places.
Yeah, that's stupid.
No, Ludwig. You donated to Cree. Don't tell Cree to now give me money. I'm not that poor. I am. But, come on.
Markers, shape or form they may come. I think at the end of the day are a good thing for people who want to focus and experience the story for a while, and not just waste time randomly roaming around.
Then focus on the story a while, you idiot.
Yeah, you can do that. You can just beeline the entire story if you want. You don't have to go exploring all this other shit. You don't have to do that at all. You can make a beeline for every boss.
So if I
and
boot
it's
up...
not wasting time. You're getting better gear, leveling up, making yourself stronger to deal with said bosses. What are you talking about? And there's no time limit. The world's basically in stasis. It's part of the story. You have all the time in the world to do this shit.
If I boot up Morrowind, I can go beeline the main story if I want, or I could spend my time doing whatever random shit exploring the world that I want. I don't know why it has to be like one or the other.
Yeah, this is stupid. This is brain dead takes.
Still not the worst video we've covered since the 50th.
Yeah, it's definitely not the worst, but I mean, I wouldn't even put it like at the bottom tiers, but it's still pretty fucking bad.
Yeah.
It gets minus points for being just fucking dull. and with the most dipshit points as possible. What? Elden Ring overrated. Reason. I can't be asked to explore.
Well, it also gets a minus for the fact that we had to fucking boost the audio for him before we could even cover it. Like, we had to do editing work for him.
By the way, you know the little volume thing you can add in Sony Vegas?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it's not Sony anymore. In Vegas? I had to add 2 of those to get it to this level.
Yeah.
And maxing them both out, because when you add the just so people in chat know, when you have an audio clip in Vegas Pro, you can add different kind of effects to it, and one of the effects is simply a volume increase. And it adds a little slider where you can grab the little thing, and you could turn it down or you could turn it up. So I added one of those, and I turned it all the way up. Then I added a second one of those, and turned it all the way up. And this is the level we're at.
Yeah, and that's extreme. If you needed to, like, doing just one and going all the way up, usually with most properly leveled audio, will blow out your eardrums. So the fact you had to do it twice should tell you how fucking quiet this shit was.
Mm-hmm. Oh, have you guys seen the Dagoth meets Argonian Nerevarine? I've seen 2 of them, and they were fucking funny.
Yeah, I've seen 3 of them. The last one was actually animated. And it actually showed, like, the Argonian and stuff. It was pretty funny.
Oh, send me that one, because, yeah. Or unless you mean the one where the Argonian comes at the end and he's speaking Spanish, because that's fun.
I think that was God, I don't know which one was funnier, but yeah, the Spanish-speaking fucking Argonian one. That one was really good.
I like the racist one. That is the funniest one.
That one really
goes, oh, I just didn't expect an Argonian. What? No, it's not because I think Dunmer are just genuinely better. I just didn't expect... Look, listen, okay?
Every other time
I hate Argonians, dude. Why slaves were Argonians. That came out wrong.
Every other time you've shown up, you've been a Dunmer. I just wasn't expecting an Argonian. I wonder if this is a joke by Azura. No, not that Argonians are a joke.
He's like, why? It's because you've shown up as a dumber the last 8 fucking times. I have no idea what Azura's playing at, making you an Argonian, but this seems like a joke. No, not that Argonians are a joke.
Dagoth being defensive about being racist is fucking funny.
It's hilarious.
Great.
Here's the animated one I was talking about.
Look, I'm sure you people come from a fine swamp and are really good with the spear. What? No, I'm not assuming anything. That's what you people do. The royal you. You know, we got off on the wrong.
We will drive the mongrel lizards. I meant
Lizards.
dogs.
I mean
to say dogs. I'm sorry. I just don't know why. I honestly expected a fucking dark elf.
But still, I find that other one funny because it's just the fucking cartoon lizard standing there. I did Google Translate to fucking see what he's saying. It's "Good afternoon, friend," and Dagothar is just, "What the fuck?"
Oh yeah, I've seen that one too. That one's also really good. Yeah, no, here's the one where it's literally the animated Argonian, and he just looks fucking like chuffed that he's being racist.
I don't know why Dagoth posting has taken off in the last month or two, but I am so happy about it. Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, it's so good. Also, that fucking the Joshua Graham, the super tranny.
What?
Okay, if you haven't seen the fucking Joshua Graham telling the story of, I'll just send it because I can't even explain it. It is so funny. It is one of the funniest things I have seen in a very long time.
Someone in chat is asking us to show this animated one in stream. I don't think I should because this is like someone else's art, and we're not like doing the normal stag thing on it. It's just showing it because it's funny, so we probably shouldn't.
Yeah, it's in the server.
Well, you don't want to show the super tranny?
No, we're definitely not gonna show that one. That'll get the stream taken down. But
do a face reveal then. That.
I don't give a shit about your face, so no.
Wow.
Get fucked.
Wow. Wow.
Hey man, if I can't fuck it, why should I care?
What the fuck?
I got paint from Zaumadong in the server, and it's just a video. Bro, what the fuck is Dagoth saying? Skull emote. I'm afraid to play this on stream. I'll watch it later.
Do it.
I can't. I don't know what's in that video. Okay, so I think it's very clear.
Yeah, I've seen this video. This is the other video I saw, which is where he's just constantly like saying racist shit about Argonians. How you should kill them all and wear their skins and stuff like that. It's just like, oh jeez.
Oh, here we go. I found the super tranny one. We need to watch this after the stream, okay? Because it is super funny. It is so fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I think it's clear we're not going to finish this video today, so we should pick a cutoff point and then continue it next time.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's get to 20, I think, because that'd be a decent cutoff point, or 19. We can get to 19 minutes in.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
About the open world. There is a trend lately where people have become so obsessed comparing Elden Ring to Ubisoft's style of open world, to the point they kinda disregard and ignore its many problems. I mean, Elden Ring is so handcrafted, surely doesn't have copy and paste content, right? Right?
It's not the...
Wow, did you notice he only just showed the fucking... one of the only instances of that?
Yeah.
The fucking the Erdtree avatar, which is only the animations.
Yeah, okay, hang
I will
on.
try and give him credit where credit is due. The catacombs are pure copy paste, and nobody can change my mind about that.
They are not pure copy paste. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, no, they're pretty different most of the time. They even have their own mechanics.
They feel the same. I know, but they feel the same.
Feeling the same. They're in the same universe. It's in the same island.
Yeah, I don't know why the style, like why the dungeon style would suddenly be drastically different. Like it doesn't make sense.
Drastically different. It's just that it's a bit too similar for me. I get that may just be subjective, and I'm willing to take it that way. It's just that the catacombs feel very repetitive to me.
Well, I will say they aren't as fleshed out. That I agree there. If you want to talk about them not being very fleshed out or not having a lot of depth to them, sure.
Yeah,
but then they do have a few that have really good like little gimmicks to them. Again, the one where you're constantly going in a loop and you think it's looping, but you see like Like you go through the first time, and then you come around, and then now you're like, oh, I'm just going back through because here are all the dead bodies from the enemies I fought. And you go up the staircase, and there's an Omen killer mourning over the other Omen killer you killed on the way in. It's like that's funny as fuck.
Yeah, my chat was losing their minds with that shit because they were like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Yeah, it fucks with your head. It's not actually looping, but it looks like it's looping."
Yeah, no,
It's
this
like,
is actually 4 floors of stuff. The fourth floor is just the one that just sends you back to another floor.
yeah,
Yeah,
ooh. And then you have the ones where you got the shadow gimmick, where it's like the creatures are enveloped in shadow and can't be hurt, so you have to activate these little light
Oh yeah, those
things
ones are
and lure them
different.
into
I
them.
like those ones. I like those ones. Those ones are better. I'm
Well, then
mostly
you also
referring
have
to
the-
the ones where go downstairs, door is locked, take a left, go kill skeleton, find lever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I could
that's what
agree.
they are.
Those ones could be a bit.
But that's what their intended goal is, just to be a place of rebirth. Like there's not supposed to be a ton of depth to them. That's why it's more enjoyable when you do find a catacomb that has like a lot of interesting gimmicks and mechanics to it.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't really harp on it that much, because it's like, okay, well, you can't expect every dungeon, especially when you have the lore behind them. It's like they're not really meant to be these like super expansive dungeons with a ton of gimmicks to them and stuff. It's like it's supposed to just be a normal dungeon rebirth place, and it's like, so when you do get the ones where they do have like where they are a bit more expansive and intricate and have these interesting elements to them, where it's like, oh, it's like it feels more, I guess, rewarding.
Yeah.
When you do find them.
Yeah. And it's the hero graves that tend to be more complex, but that's supposed to be kind of the thing because they were supposed to honor specific heroes. So it makes more sense that there was more thought and dedication put into them, and thus there's more intricate puzzle systems and mechanics for those hero graves. In comparison to all of the catacombs where all the plebeians go and then their souls rest at the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree sucks them up and spits them back out because the death rune is gone. Well, I should say, spits them back out alive. Alive in air quotes.
Yeah.
Don't really enjoy the fact From Software decided to take a different approach, and not straight up borrowing from Ubisoft cookbook recipe that so many open world games have been doing for so many years. Rather, they decided to take a different direction, one that is not really new at all at the end of the day, but rather more or less forgotten. Actually, Bethesda and even Rockstar to a certain extent have been doing it for ages. Let's not...
What is your point here? I don't know what you're actually driving at. You're just
I don't know what you're talking about.
And especially when you're doing Rockstar and Bethesda have done things like have been doing for ages. Bethesda's worlds are incredibly generic and poorly thought out. Rockstar, at least, like, really good at immersing you in a setting. Though some of their stories need some fucking help, please.
Yeah.
Dear God.
I feel like he's way lost in the weeds now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where are we going at? What are we driving to? What is the point?
Pretend they reinvented the wheel or something. If you open the map of those games, you really don't see much of anything, aside from a few locations you already discovered. There are no specific activities.
But you didn't. You just pointed to a bunch of sites you haven't discovered yet. What the fuck are you talking about? Notice that they aren't filled in and bright white. That means you haven't been there and discovered them yet. Doing.
No.
Invented the wheel or something. If you open the map of those games, you really don't see much of anything, aside from a few locations you already discovered. There are no specific activities associated with a specific place. You just explore and find out yourself what the world has to offer. And this is what Elden Ring does pretty damn well, letting the player freely explore without spoiling that exploration with excessive markers. The first
You just showed Skyrim having a shit ton of markers for places you haven't been yet.
Yeah,
fuck
you were
are you
just saying that
talking
they should do that. You were just complaining that fucking Elden Ring doesn't hold your hand constantly and tell you where to go with map markers. What? Okay then.
20 hours were among the best I had in an open world in a very long time actually. The amount of enemy variety, bosses, and unique locations made the game a wonder to explore.
Yeah, enemy variety from Software is insanely high. Like it makes everything else look on in shame because holy shit.
Yeah.
They just nail the amount of different enemy types and just factions in Elden Ring in general is just crazy.
Which makes his fucking comment about, but they wouldn't, copy and reuse assets now, would they? For fucking 2 enemies. Oh my god, how dare they? How dare they fucking reuse the demon, the Asylum Demon's animations, although tweaked. They did at least tweak them. They're not exactly the same for the archery avatar, and then also use the same animation for skeletons getting up. Oh, what a that impacts the game so much that this skeleton stands up the same way the other skeletons did in Dark Souls. How fucking dare you?
Well, at least he didn't go that far. He's just showing that they have a bunch of these Erdtree Guardians. It's like, yeah, but it makes sense. It makes sense why they're there. They're the Erdtree Guardians.
Yeah.
Or sorry, the avatars, Erdtree avatars. It makes fucking sense why they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the argument of this thing is reused when it makes sense for that thing to be there multiple times.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the fucking ordinators in Morrowind are just reused. It's like it's a city being guarded by people.
Yeah.
Who have a specific uniform. Come on, that's hardly a shit ton of markers. It's the hold capitals, then one's added in Creation Club. But the point is that there's still those markers there that are, like, there from the start. That's the point.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that it's a shit ton of markers. It was his entire point was that they will never show you stuff that you haven't been to yet. You only see markers for places you've been. It's like, you fucking don't.
Yeah, no, stuff will actually get added to your map. Like, you can talk to people and it will literally pop up on your map where you need to go. And it's like, that shouldn't happen.
Not just that, but you'll see in the corner of your screen, location added to your map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anytime you're told to go to a dungeon, that dungeon's location is marked on your map. You can't fast travel to it until you get there. I get the point, but Such said the wrong thing. Make a complaint about the markers existing, not the number of markers that there are. Well, that was the core
I didn't
of
say
Such's...
the wrong thing.
Well, you did say a shit ton.
I said there are a bunch of markers on the screen right fucking now that you have not been to. My point is you haven't been to, and the markers are there.
You did say a shit ton, to be fair, but the core of the point is that the markers are there.
Okay, so there were what, 11 fucking markers on screen. Fine, not a shit ton. Fair. God, that is the most petty, pedantic thing I've ever heard.
I mean, it did make it sound like there's more than there actually were, but it's not.
Your point is that there will be 0, and there are 11.
Yes,
that is a big difference.
Yeah, I know, but there's also a big difference between 11 and a shit ton. That's kind of what he's getting at. I don't think that's necessarily petty to point out, because when you say a shit ton, that implies a whole lot more than there actually is.
Yeah, it does make it kind of sound like the entire map is just littered.
There are way more than 0.
Yeah.
Better?
Yes. But yeah, this is a really bad take. Skyrim does not do it well. Saying that it does it well is fucking stupid. It doesn't. They mark shit on your map all the time. There's no proper descriptions for where you need to go. Most of the time, they literally just say, "I'll mark it on your map." There's nothing for you to figure out. You don't have to find it yourself. The game just tells you. You have a map marker and a marker on your compass that tells you exactly where to go, down to like the fucking dresser in the room that you need to search, like down to that level.
Yeah.
So, so saying that they did it well is not true at all.
The honeymoon period had to come to an end, and more issues and red flag impossible to ignore made me question whether or not the open world was a good idea in the first place. The previous From Software games were mostly semi-linear. You follow the main path to progress, then at a certain point it will branch out into multiple areas.
Wrong in different games, because Dark Souls 2 and 3 branch off way sooner from each other. Like, yeah, you have a little bit more in Dark Souls 3, but Dark Souls 2, you can go crazy different directions from the get-go. It's just weird. Like, there are vague things of like, oh, this one lady is petrified in front of the door lever, you can't go there. Well, if you took the route, you can go there right off the bat. There's literally nothing stopping you besides that. I mean, it's just weird phrasing. Weird phrasing.
On quite a great mix of linearity, interconnected areas and various paths to explore. This design also gave these games cohesion and a sense of progress, which compensated for the lack of a narrative plot-driven structure.
They had a narrative plot and structure, you fucking idiot! What do you think you were doing there in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3? You were specifically told what you were doing, and this is what you had to do to complete the thing you needed to do!
Yeah, in Dark Souls 1, you even have the fucking, the serpent telling you what, like, exactly what you needed to do and everything.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
The very first NPC you talk to tells you about the Bell of Awakening. You then go to Firelink Shrine, and the very next NPC you talk about says, oh, there's actually 2 bells, one above and one below. Well, now you've got your goal. I needed the Bells of Awakening. They're clearly important. There's one above, there's one below. You ring the Bells of Awakening, go back to Firelink to see if he has anything new to say, and you realize there's a giant fucking snake that stuck his head out of a temple looking at you. It's like, oh, hi, snake. You talk to the snake, and he gives you even more information. He takes down to the Lord Vessel and tells you, hey, you need to go retrieve the Lord Soul. Oh my god. And interconnected, my god, we don't even want to talk about interconnected worlds. Dark Souls 2's world is so fucking bad that it actually, this is the proper use of the word, it literally does not work. If you overlay all of the maps of Dark Souls 2 onto... Like, if you open up all the maps of Dark Souls 2 in an editor, and you have them all active at once, they intersect with each other in nonsensical ways and literally cut through each other, because they're literally just glorified levels stitched together. There was no thought put behind them. That's why you have a giant volcano base at the top of a windmill for some reason. It's like, how the fuck did we get to a volcano base? That's why you have... Hyde's Tower of Flame being less than 100 feet away from Majula, but if you're in Majula and look out the sea towards Hyde Tower of Flame, it looks like it's 50 fucking miles away. Alright, that's not fair. That's hyperbolic. It looks like it's like 5 miles away from you. Just, oh, God.
His points are shit. And I don't know what the hell... He could say something like the open world isn't expansive enough, or some of the areas aren't interesting enough. Or he could say something like that, but instead he's like, oh, but in Dark Souls 2, what is he getting at? I'm not sure what...
Oh my god, if he says something like like some of the areas in Elden Ring aren't interesting, like, I'm sorry. Like, if you try to say, like, visually, like, oh, this isn't interesting, like, there's something actually wrong with you. Like, every single one of the areas is distinct.
Yeah.
None of them are, like, copy-pasted at all. Like, you have Limgrave, which is completely different from Liurnia, which is completely different from Atlas Plateau, which is completely different from the Snowfields, which is completely different from the Haley Tree, which is completely different from Farum Azula. None of them, like, you could not confuse where you are. If you were anywhere in any of these areas, you would know exactly where you are, because they are all completely distinct from one another.
Same with Mount Gelmir, same with Caelid, and it's just like, God, you just know. But again, he hasn't said that yet. He hasn't said that yet. This, just to be clear.
Yeah, he hasn't said that yet, but man, if he were to.
Yeah, exactly.
This design also gave these games cohesion and a sense of progress, which compensated for the lack of a narrative plot-driven structure. Elden Ring, on the other hand, it's an open world, and unfortunately this has an adverse effect on many things the previous games established, becoming at the end of the day way too focused and all over the...
Whoa. What the fuck was that babble right there? Hold on.
Yeah, I didn't catch that.
I did not catch that at all. I'm gonna get it a little bit closer.
Elden
Then
Ring,
I'm
on
gonna
the other
take
hand, it's an open world, and unfortunately...
Okay, now let's go slow mode. So if I try to fucking hear that.
Yeah.
This has an adverse effect on many things the previous games established, becoming at the end of the day way too focused.
What the fuck? Becoming into way too... What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta go a little bit slower.
Hold on, I think I got it. Becoming at the end of the day.
Okay, let me go back just slightly just to do it once more, a little bit slower.
Adverse effect on many things the previous games established, becoming at the end of the day way too focused.
Too unfocused?
Too unfocused?
Yeah, becoming at the end of the day way too unfocused.
I'm gonna keep it slow just in case he, is super... Yeah, I'm gonna put back to 0.75 in case he's, still gonna be talking super fast.
Focused place. After 40 hours.
Way too unfocused and all over the place. How?
Yeah, how? How is it unfocused and all over the place? You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to go into that. You can't just say that and move on. You have to actually prove that.
I guess he's trying to say that the way that different areas transition into each other, like the types of areas you get, sometimes feel rather arbitrary. Like from 1 second you go from nice, beautiful grassy field to red ground, rot in the air everywhere. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Which makes perfect fucking sense. One, different demigods ruled different domains. Their influence changed and affected the world they were in. Caelid got fucking dirty bombed.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. It's just that I guess he's trying to say that the change from one area to another is sudden, thus making it feel random-ish, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like it makes plenty of sense to me. Like you'll notice Caelid is separated either by sheer cliffs or walls where they tried to keep the rot from encroaching anymore, like into Limgrave. So it makes sense that it would be sudden because they literally built barriers there. You have Liurnia, which is literally at the bottom. It's in like a deep valley. It makes sense that it's going to be abrupt because you have to go down into the valley to even get to it. And then it's filled with water everywhere. And then you have to climb up the sheer cliffs out of the valley to get to the Atlas Plateau. So yeah, it's going to be a direct change because you're going super high up. You're going way up into the cliffs now to get to the Atlas Plateau. So yeah, that's going to be different. The snowfields are separated from the capital with giant walls. It's behind the fucking giant tree. It's literally forbidden lands you're not supposed to go to. So again, it's going to be abrupt. You have to take an elevator to get there. You literally teleport to Farum Azula. It's not even connected to the main fucking map.
Caelid, California.
The thing I like about Farum Azula is there's a channel that was doing a deep dive into the architecture and everything like that. And yeah, they pretty much, at least they believe that the island Caelid was originally connected up towards the Altus Plateau, up towards the capital, and Farum Azula was right in the middle of everything. That's why that the storm clouds are on the cloud there and everything. And it makes sense when you look at the architecture and where everything's located on the map. And it's like, it was cool to watch a video of them doing a deep dive to explore like the different architectures and everything like that, and how there are bits of fallen Farum Azula in Limgrave and such. And it's because,
Yeah.
well, Fair Missoula was literally in the middle of the map. It got ripped out of the middle.
Dead ass.
Yeah, it's fucking
shit.
cool.
Guys, I have to go. I have
Oh, thank
a lot
God.
of classes on too.
No, I'm kidding.
The French are retreating once again.
Wow! Becoming the punching bag of every stream.
Kick J. Kick J.
Well, Enclave Emily, I've got some really good news for you.
What?
You could come back next week to suffer with us through the rest of this video.
I accept the challenge.
Good.
But yeah, I have a lot of fucking classes on Tuesday, and yeah. Thanks for having me on. This video's shit. And yeah, good luck with the rest of it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
See you later.
Take care. Oh, did you want to shill your stuff?
What?
Shill your shit.
Oh. I'm working on a Velma review, a mega Velma review that's gonna put Creetosis to shame in terms of length and sheer
really?
levels of anger.
Are
Yes.
you gonna make a video more than 8 hours long?
I'm gonna rival Creetosis in length. But maybe, Creetosis, it might be. YouTube.com/c/EnclaveEmily. Sometimes, very rarely, I do Fallout content, and the reason that's rarely is because Fallout 4 killed me. I do memes, I do commentary, and I don't know how I haven't gotten a community guideline strike for some of my jokes. And if you are looking for pushing the boundaries level commentary, then you definitely want to sub, because when I put out the Velma script, I am very sure someone's gonna report it. So yeah, check it out there. It's in the description apparently. Okay, nice. Yeah, go subscribe, press the like button, donate, especially you. I forgot his name, Ludwig Williams, who's always donating. I'm kidding. I'm joking. My channel isn't monetized. But yeah. Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
I was gonna say, when Cree said, like, good, I was gonna say, bold of you to assume you're allowed to say no.
Alright, so we still have, like, 7 minutes to get through before we can cut it off.
Yep.
Source exploration, trying to find out what I can kill before it kills me, and occasionally following the spawn markers on the map, then hit all sorts of walls because I realized I was way too underleveled. I came to question, like,
It's not underleveled, it's underskilled. And I'm not meaning that as an insult. It's the fucking truth, though. Again, you can beat the entire game at soul level 1. And people have even turned it into, like, challenges, how to do the challenge efficiently without doing anything like the Fair Missoula wrong warp or anything, right?
Well, I remember asking this before. Haven't people beaten the game with the fucking starting broken sword from Dark Souls 1?
Yes. People have beaten Dark Souls 1 with the broken sword. People have done consumable-only runs, which is the most mind-numbing madness you will ever see. Especially Dark Souls 1, you got a hard limit of the number of consumables you could have with you. So, oh, Jesus Christ. People managing to do it is insane. But this is the thing that I'm talking about, is like, if you take it like a traditional game, sure, you're going to feel like you're being level gated, but you're not. It's all purely about your skill level and your ability to adapt to the situation, right? Yeah. That's it. The quicker you learn enemy move patterns, the quicker you can thrive in that new area without having to level up.
Yep. Like, the level up system and whatnot is more of like, because you don't need to level up.
Wheels.
Yeah, it's like training wheels. It's like an addition to help you get through it easier. It's not necessary. You can get through the entire game at level 1. But if you're struggling too much and you don't want to do it that way, you can just level up and it makes it easier the more you do so. But you don't, it's not necessary. So it's not an issue of you being under leveled. It's an issue of you just not having the skill to do it.
Yeah. And again,
which is fine.
Yeah, again, I'm not trying to make that an insult. It's not an insult. Everybody's going to have that thing where you get to an area and you feel like, well, I'm being skill gated, right now. Like, you're just getting clapped. It's like, okay, so I need to learn. I need to do something different. I need to change. That's the way everybody is. I don't know of a single person ever that would go into any Souls game their first time never having played a Souls game, or maybe they played the other Souls games. I don't think I've seen anybody that's gone in Soul Level 1 and just done it the first try through. There's just going to be that point where you're going to get clapped. Your skill is going to be, pushed in. Because it's not good enough yet. You don't have that knowledge and that built up muscle memory yet.
Like, what even doing in this game? I didn't feel like I was progressing much towards anything. I was basically just running around killing stuff, farming for runes so I can kill more stuff, which is totally fine for a while, but after a certain point became extremely repetitive and tiresome.
Why would you show that footage again?
Yeah, why would you do that? Also, you don't have to do that. You don't have to sit there and farm for runes. That's something you chose to do. That's not something the game forces you to do. You could have you could have just memorized the boss better.
Maybe he has to farm for runes so much because he's not swinging at the enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, if this footage he keeps showing is anything to go by, yeah, I'd imagine it probably was pretty fucking tedious when you can't hit the enemy.
The funnier interpretation is that this is different footage. It looks the same.
Oh my god, that would be funny. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, dude, but you just need to get better at the game. You just need to practice more. Take the boss on more. Learn the patterns. That's literally what these games are about.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. If everyone else can do it, if there are people who can do this at Soul Level 1 with the base, like, starting weaponry and no armor, then there's no reason you shouldn't be able to do it at level 30.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
And it's just wild. It's like, and I was just aimlessly wandering around. You have guidance. You literally have, as they mentioned multiple times in the story, the guidance of grace. The fucking grace points are pointing you in the direction to go to progress that area.
Yeah. Like, there's no excuse. God, like, the only time I have to, like, spend time farming and where it can feel pretty tedious is when I want to get items, because the item drop rate in this game is really, really low, even with drop boosting items that, like, boost that stat. It's still really tedious to get certain things where the drop rate is so low, like, you could spend days trying to get it and you won't get it.
Just be glad it's not Demon Souls, where they didn't do the drop tables correctly, so the better your item discovery was, the worse chance you got of dropping the really good items.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because your drop discovery increases the chance of items to be dropped. Well, that also increases the chance of the common items to be dropped.
Oh no.
So if a common item had 20% drop chance at, say, we'll just keep it generic and say one item discovery had a 20% chance to drop at one item discovery, and then the super rare blade shard you needed had like a 0.5% chance to drop. If you then boosted it from 1 up to like 20 item discovery. Well, the common drop would now be a 70% chance to drop, and the blade item let's just keep it simple numbers, 60% chance to drop, and the blade item would be a 1.5% chance now.
Jesus.
So it's like, oops.
$3 from Get Out There, yo. Thank you. Favorite pizza? Mine is pineapple pizza. When the Great Purge comes, I will exclude you. But only because you're a viewer.
Taco pizza. Easy peasy. Taco pizza.
Pepperoni.
Yeah, pepperoni.
If you've never had a taco pizza though, we gotta have some fucking taco pizza, and you need to understand how good taco pizza is.
The only tacos I've ever had are Sloppy Joe tacos, and holy fucking shit are they amazing.
Nice.
Well, I'll tell you what, if we ever meet up somewhere sometime, we'll let you order one and we'll try it.
I don't know where you order from. You make them at home.
Well, I will definitely get you guys taco pizzas so you guys can try them, because they are...
You need to understand how hard it is to get me to try something new.
I don't care.
Oh, come on.
It's all I will offer. Because if you won't eat it, I will. It doesn't matter over how many period of days, I will fucking eat it.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I'm just like, oh, if you ain't gonna eat it, I'll just eat it. I don't care if you like it or dislike it. I'm gonna eat it regardless.
Yeah.
I'm the opposite. I will starve if there's nothing that I like.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I guess because of the way I grew up, where we often can't afford food, I will eat just about fucking anything. Like, it could literally be anything. I'll eat it. I am not picky at all. There's very few things you could offer me where I'd be like, I'm not going to eat that.
There are things that I'll have, but it's because I've tried them before. Because I always try new things, like, constantly, because I might find a new favorite. But then, oh boy,
I'm not even joking. We have been so stretched for cash sometimes where we don't have food. I have literally made... I will take a paper towel and I will put some, like, a piece of chocolate or something on it, put it in the microwave for 20 seconds, and I will just eat the paper towel with the chocolate like a donut.
Oh.
Just so I have something to eat so my stomach doesn't hurt.
That's brutal.
Jesus.
Yeah, like, it's gotten that bad before. And surprisingly enough, it doesn't taste that bad.
Elaborate things a bit. There are 3 major pillars that support exploration in Elden Ring: level design and unique locations, enemy and bosses variety, and finally loot, items and stuff you find to get better. In terms of locations variety, biomes and stuff like that, Elden Ring might be among the best titles from Software. Big as the world is, there is quite a lot to see. Almost every single type of environment you could think of, you'll find it here. Forests, corrupted zones, mountains, hills, swamps, snowy regions, lava zones, and so many others. The game is extremely generous in this regard.
You only know those 5 or 6 biomes, don't you?
Hey, what the fuck? There's way more biomes than that.
Alright. We'll just assume that he doesn't look too deeply at that kind of thing.
The legacy dungeons, which brings back the multi-layered and interconnected design. Oddly, we haven't seen that much since Dark Souls 1. These are, in my opinion, the best parts from the game, and I really think they succeed to recapture the complexity of the first half of Dark Souls 1 design. On top of that, some of them look really incredible, and even manage to connect different parts of the world. As for the rest of the open world, well, it's a very mixed bag. There are dungeons, ruins, caves, mines, and catacombs to explore, but they all look almost identical to each other.
Okay, so this might be a bit of a shocker to you, but one cave is going to typically look like another cave, unless, like, the actual rock is a different kind of rock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
I
the
don't
mines
know.
are kind of going to look the same because you can't really mine, especially with this level of technology, in like dramatically different ways. You kind of have to set the mines up in a logical way so you don't fucking collapse them on your ass.
Not just that, but a lot of caves are going to look similar to a lot of mines.
And I don't know, man. I feel like. Okay, so here's the thing. They all have a consistent design. That's the thing. They have a consistent aesthetic to them. So which makes sense. A region would have a consistent theme. But also, I feel that they are distinct enough that I usually can tell exactly where I am, even within a mine. Like, I'll know which mine it is. It's not hard. Like, there's so many different things in these places where it's like, oh, yeah, I'm obviously here because this is the only place that has this thing. Like, I know if I'm in the Celia Crystal Tunnel. I know if I'm in... what's that one tunnel in the Atlas Plateau that has like the little... It has like the weird roots you drop down, and then it has one of the Iron Maidens in it with a bunch of the little dudes.
Yeah, that is... Where's that? No, that's the Perfumer Grotto. I think that's the one that's connected to the Perfumer Grotto, isn't it?
No, it's on the other side. No, but I do know which one you're talking about, and that one's also pretty obvious because it's like, oh, there's that thing and it's up there, so obviously I'm here. And if I go to
larva.
it's Perfumer's Grotto if you're in the one where it's like right level with you. And if you're looking up, you're in the one in the where all the like weird worm head people are. That mine, you're in that one. So so again, it's like you know exactly where you are with basically every cave and mine because they're all so distinct that it's like, yeah, there's a tell thing in every single one of them where it's like, yeah, I'm obviously in this one because it's so much different than the others.
The one thing I would say is I'll have moments where I'll forget, like, what was the boss of this mine again? Sort of thing, and it's like, oh yeah, it's this dude.
Oh yeah, I will have that. Or sometimes I'll get to the end and I'm like, ooh, is this the Fallen Star Beast or is this the worm? Yeah, I'll get that sometimes where I'm like, ooh, I can't remember which one this was.
With in design, they feel extremely copy-pasted, and there are over 50 of these locations. Another issue I have with the open world is how certain areas are connected. After leaving Stormvale Castle, there's this little island that grabbed my attention. I thought, whoa, this looks pretty interesting, I wonder how I get there. I checked the map and I saw this little patch of land that might lead me to that place. But nope, to get there you have to travel all across to Fort Belfries, and...
Are you for real right now?
It's the starting
where
area.
You start the game.
It's literally where you were at the start of the game, my dude.
You know how you can tell? Here, I'm gonna give you a big spoiler about how you can tell it's the starting area of the game.
There are over 50 of these locations.
You see those fucking statues?
Another issue.
Look at that. No, fuck. Oh, that's a little bit thing. Let me see what it looks like on the stream itself. Oh yeah, it looks too washed out. There. Should be a bit better. So that's the statue of Marika that you fight under the boss, and then that's the giant ass dragon. What were they called? The Dragon Knight dudes? Because you get the one guy who has that. They're the Leandel Knights, the Golden Knights.
Oh, I don't remember what they're called.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that's the starting island, and that's how you can tell. If you remember the fucking tree and the America statue and the giant fucking Landell Knight statue.
Well, even more than that, when you start the game and you walk out of the temple where the dead Finger Maiden is, what's the first thing you see in the expanse in front of you?
Yeah, exactly.
The giant fucking wall to Godric's castle. Oh, what do I see directly to his left? Oh, the same giant wall of Godric's castle that you saw at the start of the game. I wonder if that's the same location. Jesus.
This is fucking wild.
with the open world is how they are connected. After leaving Stormvale Castle, there's this little island that grabbed my attention. I thought, whoa, this looks pretty interesting, I wonder how I get there. I checked the map and I saw this little patch of land that might lead me to that place. But nope, to get there you have to travel all across to Fall Belfries and teleport from there. I mean, I know people praise those chests that teleports the player somewhere else on the map, and honestly I see their potential to shake up things a bit and surprise the player. The problem I have with them is that oftentimes you end up on a place you can't even engage with due to its difficulty.
Yeah, that's why it's a fucking trap. They're not a good thing, they're trap chests. They're literally called teleporter traps.
Yeah, they're not actually a good means of getting around unless you're a speedrunner. Like, the entire point is that it's trying to kill you. It's sending you to an area that...
trap for nothing. That was a good indicator of what they were.
Yeah,
like,
they're the mimics of this game. They're meant to fucking... Hey, be thankful it's not an actual mimic. Oh my god. Dark Souls mimics are fucking insane.
Yeah, absolutely.
I miss the mimics, though. I do kind of wish they came back in this game instead of the teleport traps. I do really miss the mimics. But
I still remember my first day playing Elden Ring and going down there and opening up that chest and getting teleported to Brazil. And I'm like, oh no!
Oh man, but yeah, I can't believe he's trying to use the chest as like, oh yeah, it's a teleport system to get you where you want to go. No, it's a trap that tries to get you killed. That's the entire point. You're not supposed to let them take you.
Yeah.
Oh, you idiot.
My favorite part is that if you actually have the reaction time for it, you can jump out of it before it actually snags.
Yeah, you do have time to get away. And to sit here and try and argue like, oh, the game's just, it doesn't have the same level of interconnectivity because it has places that you have to teleport to reach. It's like, no, that does not mean that the game does not have interconnectivity just because there are areas that you need to teleport to. Everything else is well interconnected.
Yeah, this is the most interconnected by virtue of being that open world. It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. God, just look at the area he had to scroll over to reach the 4 belfries. Which is belfries, by the way, not belfries. He went over the area where Ronnie kills her 3 fingers. Well, it's her 2 fingers, but it looks like 3.
Yeah, because the way it's all fucked up.
Yeah, and that is super interconnected because you wonder, how do I get up there? It's like, do I have to teleport up there? And then it's like, no, it turns out you go through the Ansel River down in the under part of the map to get through the cave systems, which lead into an exit up there.
Yep.
And it's all interconnected. And most of the game is this way. So to sit here and be like, oh, well, because there's places that you have to teleport to reach, there's no interconnectivity. It's lost in this game. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my god, dude. This dude's arguments just piss me off. I hate this shit. I hate disingenuous shit like this.
Yeah.
I haven't been paying attention until literally that last phrase, I hate disingenuous shit with, like this. And I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
We gotta get you to play this game. God damn it.
We do.
Yeah. No, I know.
But it ends up being way to the point that I managed to crush pretty much everything on my way. So I kinda wish the game used proper scaling in those areas. Anyway, since I mentioned it.
No, I don't want to go into it. I don't go into it. The scaling is intentionally this way because they know that you'll wander. There's a reason there's a big difficulty spike after the capital, because they know that there's no other way to get around it. You have to do that. You have to do the capital to get there.
Yeah. And I like the way that the scaling is in this game. If they did Skyrim level scaling where everything scales with the player, I would have been pissed. That's one of the things I like about FromSoft games is that enemies stay the level they are.
Did he make that comparison?
No.
Not in
but
Skyrim, no.
Okay.
No, he's just
but he's
saying that
he
he doesn't.
wishes that the scaling was better, and it's like I don't know how you could.
Yeah,
while
I don't know
keeping it
how
an
you
open
could.
world.
Because, yeah, the Oblivion and Skyrim scaling isn't good.
Yeah.
No.
The teleport. Maybe I should also discuss the fast travel. Okay, so the game is very generous in those fast traveling points, to the point that kinda removes that sense of tension and risk when you venture into the open world. Basically you can die and then just spawn to the closest fast travel point, which is usually like a few seconds away. This unfortunately applies.
Agree to an extent in that it can be a bit much. As you see right here, this is a bit much, right? I understand the one before the boss. Fair enough. Just get rid of the one at the boss. Just get rid of that.
Yeah, you do not need the ones that spawn after you kill the boss, like the majority of the time.
Yeah, because there's going to be another one like right nearby.
Yeah. In fact, the only one where I would say like I do kind of wish they did have one at the boss is Renala, because you actually have to visit her if you want to change your character's stats. So it makes sense that you might actually be visiting that place more. So it would have been nice if you could have just had one like right outside her boss fight, so you could just spawn there and go do that. Whereas all the other ones do that, but not hers. It's like, ah!
Legacy dungeons as well. The whole idea of finding shortcuts which connect different areas is greatly diminished by the abundance of fast traveling points.
To an extent, yes. It was the problem that Dark Souls 2 had. The Dark Souls 2 had it the worst. What shortcuts were valuable in Dark Souls 2? None. Because they would always have a bonfire right at the other side of the fucking shortcut, thus rendering the shortcut entirely pointless.
Yeah.
The biggest one was it's not Shaded Woods, it's the place right before. But it doesn't matter. There's this big old gnarly tree on the other side of this gap, and you're like, oh, that is clearly going to be a shortcut. Okay, I know how this works. I'm going to get over there. I'm going to knock the tree down. That will be a shortcut to get me from the bonfire back here. So you go through the little house, get attacked by a fucking bullshit trapdoor no one will ever know is actually a trapdoor until you get hit by it the first time. I fucking hate that shit. And then you go around, go down the ladder, and realize, hey, I'm where that tree is. You kick the tree down, you look to your left, and there's a bonfire right there. It's like, okay, then what was the fucking point of the tree?
Yeah, that's stupid.
Oh, I hate that so much.
Yeah, it's not a fucking shortcut at that point. Like, ah.
Yeah. Whereas if it was properly designed, keep it at the start of the area, like it was. You kick down the tree. Okay, now that's one shortcut. Now you don't have to go through the little house with the bullshit trapdoor, and you don't have to get shot at by archers. Okay, cool. Now, that's fine. There's a little mini shortcut. It's not a great one, but it's a mini one. Fair enough. Continue on through the woods. Get up to the rope bridge and kick a fucking ladder down or something. This would now have a shortcut where you would run from the bonfire if you died, across the new tree you knocked down, and then go up the ladder to get back to where you were. That would be a proper fucking shortcut. But they don't do that. In fact, you have to run from this tree through a large portion of the area to get back up to the rope bridge to do the optional side boss, which is the chariot boss.
Ooh.
It's fucking annoying.
Yeah. I mean, he is finally like making a criticism here that I actually made earlier, which was, the fucking grace points are way too close to each other most of the time. And it's like, yeah, they are.
I agree. There are some where it's like, why? Why do you need this? It's the one grace point right outside of Godric as well. Is like, just get rid of that. Get rid of that grace point, because you already have the grace point that's at the elevator lift. That literally you just go up the elevator lift, go to the left, turn right, or go forward, go left, turn right, and you have a straight run to Godric's boss door. And it's just like, no, just stop it. Just stop it. You don't need the one that's right next to Godric's boss door. You don't need it.
Yeah, you don't need a majority of the grace points that are added. There's so many extra. It's like you just
absolutely.
don't just get rid of these extra ones. You don't need them.
Yep. But I will say this isn't like a super criticism of the game, honestly. I would rather have more, like too many, than to have ones where it's like, this is a fucking ball ache. I need a fucking checkpoint, and then there's just nothing anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. Now I would rather have too many than have one where it's literally like, okay, well, have fun basically going through this entire dungeon again just to get back to the boss or something. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Like Renala is almost that, not quite. It's not her boss run isn't that bad, but it's like the closest thing we get in this game, and it's for a lore reason because she obviously doesn't have the stake of America in her academy because she doesn't like her.
Yeah, absolutely. The fucking
so
pussy.
it makes sense. Yeah, so it makes sense why you have to spawn all the way back at the bonfire.
Grace site, but bonfire and grace
whatever.
site interchangeable, guys.
Bonfire it's interchangeable. Yeah, I'm so used to playing Dark Souls. It's hard to. I still call runes souls. It's like it's hard not to call them what they were in previous games.
I can't wait to play Elden Ring again and get all those souls.
Dude, I even call them souls in Bloodborne, and they're blood echoes. It's like, can't help it.
I can't wait to get all those souls in Bloodborne. I can't wait to get all those souls in Sekiro.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. No, I'm kidding.
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Just joined. What/who killed our vibe today? A slice of pizza that has expired.
Yeah, his channel is Blasphemy47, and his video is titled Elden Ring Critique, a Reality Check. And the thumbnail is, it's no masterpiece. And the arguments are terrible. He has good points sprinkled in here, but they're just fucking suffocating in a sea of shit. Oh, God. It just hurts, because they're there. You could see good points. You can see, like, really good points. And then it's just like they're like little beacons in a fucking raging sea of feces.
They are bonfires and souls. Just like all money in JRPGs is gold, even when it's Gil or Zenny or whatever else. I like that you know Zenny, because that means you played Breath of Fire.
Don't live stream tomorrow. I like you.
Wow.
Hello, Creetosis. First time I've been able to see your streams in a while since I was busy. Hope you're not suffering too much. Oh, constantly.
Our life is never
Thank you.
suffering.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Alright.
Now, elephant in the room, or better say the elephants, enemies and bosses. You see, the first few dozens of hours can be very deceiving, in a sense that pretty much anywhere you go you see a new type of creatures and monsters that you haven't seen before. The game looks like an ocean of sprawling enemies that await to be challenged, but unfortunately the more I played, the more that first impression started to dissipate, as reality kicked in. The same enemies you found in a specific area of the map and thought they were unique to that place, now can be seen in plenty of other regions. This also applies to bosses, which might have an impact when you first discover them, but then later you realize they are all over the place and become regular enemies. So what ultimately happens is bosses become regular enemies and enemies become bosses.
This is something that is done in every Souls game. And I'm gonna spoil this for you right now. I would rather have this every single day of the fucking week than another Skyrim with 5 enemy types. Okay?
What, are you telling me you didn't like killing 2,957 Draugr in your Skyrim playthrough?
Yeah, Jesus Christ, no.
God, the fact that that's basically the only thing you fight, that and bandits. It's like, Jesus
and the 4,000th fucking dragon that they force to spawn if you haven't had one in a certain amount of time. Yeah,
Ugh.
But
hate
yeah,
that
I
shit.
gotta agree with Doc here. It's not a problem, by the way. It shows how far you've come when old bosses become a joke later in the game. Yeah. Well, they don't really become a joke, but you realize you can handle them. You know their tricks. You know what they're gonna do, so you clap.
Yeah.
Not just that, I like it as a design thing too, because it's largely what you're saying, how it shows how far you've come, but like a really powerful monster has wandered its way into the starting area of the game where you're weak, so it comes across as a boss. But then you get more skilled, you get later in the game and you find out this isn't actually a special creature. It was a special boss because you were weak. It is common elsewhere in its homeland. I really like that as something that can show up in games, and I wish more games would do it.
Moss says, becomes regular enemies, shows footage of an enemy that is found 5 times in the entire game. Classic. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a regular enemy, isn't it? And even enemies you fought once can be a regular enemy.
Also, I like how he's showing Margit here as if he's a common enemy type. Like, motherfucker, no, he is a boss every single time.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
This was a surprise. This is an ambush attack.
Yeah, but you saw him more than once. That's bad. Okay.
Yeah, meeting somebody more than once means that they're actually just a common enemy type. Never mind the fact it's actually just one. It's still Margit. He was just going by an alias. Morgott, which is his real one, but he goes by Margit when you first meet him. Then he does an ambush attack on you in the capital before you reach his actual boss fight at the top of the tree. And then you fight him for the final time up there. It's like, okay, that doesn't make him a common enemy type. He's just a reoccurring boss.
Yeah.
I used to think you were unique, but then I saw you again.
Yeah.
Dude, it's literally this guy is literally the Colonel Autumn. You again?
Oh no.
It's like, oh no, then it immediately just cuts out all of it, just instantly.
$2 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Bandits, Draugr, Forsworn, Guards. What's the difference? That is one problem Skyrim especially has is, and Fallout 3 and 4 have, is a similarity in enemy types where you have too many humanoid enemies in worlds that should be beyond that. Because, like, Elder Scrolls, it's a fantasy thing. You can make up a random fucking creature on the spot that has never been seen before as your enemy type. But then we get Draugr and Bandits, which are both humans. Draugr are undead, obviously, but they function like hardly any different from a normal human.
Yeah, especially when previous games, had all kinds of weird shit. Like, look at the Shivering Isles.
Yeah.
And all the shit it had. And it's like, why can't you just do something like that again?
As Docker says in chat, Morrowind. Yeah. Look at that's one of the things I really, really like about Morrowind is the wildlife, the variety of wildlife in Morrowind, because in the base game, none of those creatures are real. And I think that's just really interesting for a fantasy land. It does become a little bit silly when you hear wolves howling all the time in Morrowind. or is that the Silt Strider? I think that's actually the Silt Strider.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not wolves. Yeah, it sounds almost like a wolf howling. But anyways, Gwar and Alit or Alit or whatever, Nyx hounds, like the Netches. That shit's fucking cool for a fantasy world.
God, Nyx hounds creep me out.
They do.
There's something about them that I'm just like, I don't like the way your face looks.
What's wrong with your face?
Yeah.
But then we get Skyrim where, there's wolves, bears, and mountain lions, and there's a dragon. That's, like, not real, but it's still a fantasy thing that's been around for ages. The only really unique one that comes to mind are those bug creatures that the Falmer ride on, the Charis?
The Charis, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are like the one standout creature because it's like everything else is so fucking generic and humanoid that when you finally get something like the Chorus or the Chorus Hunter, you're like, oh, that's different.
Yeah. And that's one thing I really don't like. I really like Oblivion, but that's one thing I don't like about Oblivion, and especially Skyrim, is the lack of unique enemy creatures like that.
Mm-hmm.
Skyrim doesn't have mountain lions. You're thinking of Oblivion, the generic European fantasy game. I was sure that Skyrim has mountain lions.
Sabertooths.
Sabertooth. Well, large cat creature.
Yeah. It has sabertooths.
But still, that's still a mostly normal creature. It's not something fucking way out there like a Nixhound or a Gwar.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is a Gwar? It's like a lizard or a reptile or fucking whatever on two legs and a massive chonky head. You've got Spriggans and Trolls, but those are pretty standard as far as fantasy goes. There's nothing I can think of similar to the likes of Gwar and Nixhounds and Netch and so forth. Elites and Kaguti. Yeah, that's the one I was trying to remember and forgot. Kaguti. I hope I pronounced that right. Kagouti? Maybe? I don't think they're related to DSP, though. But yeah, like, those are really neat creatures. And I do like the idea of Spriggans and the Elder Scrolls interpretation of trolls. But again, that's nothing really special. Why can't we have a really unique creature that doesn't exist in any other fantasy that's invented for the likes of Oblivion or Skyrim to help that world stand out more? Rip to my Ogrim boys? Yeah, that's another thing. Morrowind had an insane variety of Daedra that we just never saw again. Oblivion actually invented a couple types we didn't see before, like the spider Daedra. But then we get to Skyrim, where it's like, oh yeah, here's Fire, Frost, and Storm Atronachs, and Dremora. It's like, oh, what happened to the rest of them?
Yeah, what happened to my fucking succubus demon chicks with the wings and shit? It's like I miss those.
The Winged Twilights, the Golden Saints, the Hunger. The Hungers are pretty fucking cool. The Orgrim.
Yeah.
The Daedroth.
Yes, the Daedroth. Holy shit, what an intimidating enemy type. And they made them even better in Oblivion because they were a lot larger. And it's like, oh shit, I don't want to fuck with that thing.
Yeah.
That's the big crocodile head thing, right?
Yep.
Yep. That was the thing. In lore, it's supposed to be, that's their interpretation of the Argonian behemoth.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because remember, the Daedra are supposed to be, that they don't create on their own. They always have things slightly skewed from reality.
I like that, because that's almost that Tolkienian thing of evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. Or something like that. I'm obviously fucking up. Go ahead.
Oh, does that mean that there's, like, Daedra, like, giant cat? Because there's
probably.
What's that?
Honestly,
there's this one Khajiit.
Yeah, Lorcain is the Daedra. Or now, what I can't remember what he is now.
There is a lore thing where there's different types of Khajiits, all the way down from regular house cats to this one, like, literally unique, one of a kind Khajiit that's this, like, massive battle thing.
Yeah, it's like a giant cat the size of a mammoth.
Yeah, the house
I can't remember what
ones
it's called.
are funny because, at least in ESO, they're funny because you can actually get some dialogue that asks, like, wait, you're not just a normal cat? He's like, they're like, no, I'm a Khajiit, you piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit's funny. And then there's like
you're trying to treat him as a house cat, and they got all offended.
Yeah. And then there's like, what are they called? Like the Khajiit Ra or whatever, where they're like they're like twice the size of a normal Khajiit.
Yeah, they're massive. I can't remember what the like weird thing of, but it's supposed to be like all the different phases of the moon, and they represent different phases.
Yeah.
So, like what moon you were born under dictates what you are.
Yeah.
So you'll get really, really weird situations where
The fucking gorilla one. I'm just like, it's a gorilla, but somehow it's a Khajiit. That one always threw me off. The one that's literally just a gorilla, and it's like, but it's a Khajiit, and it's like, but how? Like, Khajiits are all supposed to be cat-like. You're just a gorilla.
So you have the giant. You'll have these weird situations because it's dictated when you're born, like what moon you're born under. So you'll have gigantic Khajiit father, like house cat Khajiit mother, and then normal Khajiit comes out, sort of thing. It's just like, okay, this is fucking weird.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, with the like with fantasy in general, you have a blank check to create any kind of weird fantasy creature you want, completely divorced of reality. But Elder Scrolls has a fucking double blank check with the Daedra. Like, why not use that to its fullest extent? Nah, here's Fire Frost and Storm Atronachs and a Dremora. And a Dremora is just another fucking human with a sword.
Yeah. It's boring.
I feel like we had another tangent, and we should be getting back to the fucking video.
Yeah, let's go.
Even the so-called unique story bosses repeat a lot, such as Margit. You fight him 2 times, then a 3rd time, but it's Margot now, which has almost the same movesets, plus...
Not almost the same moveset, he is completely different.
Yeah, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Oh, please, he won't show it, but I hope he shows when the corruption just erupts from him and shit gets real because he becomes desperate.
Also,
Yeah.
I hate this argument. Oh, you fought him 2 times and then a 3rd time. Do you not think there may be a story reason for fighting a boss once, and then a 2nd time, and maybe even a 3rd time, or even more?
Yeah. It's like, how dare you not make this a one-off boss fight that ends where, like, the first time you never see them again. It's like, bosses don't have to be that way.
Yeah.
You know, it's like they can get away, and then you have to fight them again later. There's nothing wrong with that, so long as it makes sense within the story.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell, I hate this type of shit too. It's so annoying. It's like, oh, you and he acts like it's all the bosses. It's like, okay, no, it's not. It's you fight Margit 3 times in total, because, and that's if you get ambushed the 2nd time, which you don't have to. You can skip that. That's not even, you can just completely not even run across that. Okay, so it can be chopped down to just twice. Okay, okay, whatever. Moog, you fight Moog twice if you go down into the what's it called? The sewers. The chapel. It's some weird chapel thing. You can fight his weaker version down there, and then you can fight the real thing later. I guess technically you can fight Godfrey twice because you fight his aspect, but that's not really him. That's an illusion of his, like, when he was at his peak. It's not actually him, and it's pretty obvious it's not actually him because it's literally like a glowing ghost. And then you fight the real thing later. And I don't know, the jails are somewhere in between where it is kind of weird that some of the... Now, he showed the giant, like one of the giant knights or whatever, you fight one of them, but there's also giant knights in the world. Who cares? Okay, it's a common enemy type. Who cares? Yeah, you fought one in a jail. Okay, whatever. That's not a big deal. However, I will say it is weird that you basically fight Godric again in his, like, it's just Godric. Like, it's same voice, same everything. It's just Godric again, but it's supposed to be somebody else. And it's like, but it's
the first grafted where Godric learned grafting from.
Yeah, but I feel like they could have made him different, like different voice, maybe a slightly different design, and boom, problem solved. But they didn't. They didn't even do that, and it's like, okay, that one I will give you is a bit lazy, but everything else makes sense. Now, don't you be shitting on Crucible Knights. I love fighting Crucible Knights. They're one of my favorite things to fight in the game.
You about to get tail slapped, bitch.
I fucking love the Crucible Knights. Everyone in my stream can see why. Like, I am so good at fighting them. I fucking love fighting them. They are so much fun. Oh, when you know how to properly dodge their attacks and what their openings are, they become such a fun enemy type to fight.
Yes, I agree.
Margaret attacks a second time, magically have an AK-47. No?
Magically have an AK-47.
Well, I mean, if we were Shadow Tower Abyss, we absolutely would. That's why I like Shadow Tower Abyss, because it's so goofy.
I assume the joke was that Margit had an AK-47. Like he was shooting at you.
No, he just gets... He loses all chill because he's fucking desperate, so he's gonna do some crazy nonsense.
Yeah. He unlocks his inner weeb.
It's how we changed the moveset. We gotta change the moveset somehow.
Oh.
And he changes his moveset. This is ridiculous to show Morgoth of all people, Morgoth of all people.
Yeah, to say that he stays the same, it's like, dude, he gets way more spells. His attack pattern completely changes, especially because of his cursed curve sword. Dude, those long sweeping attacks he does across the arena. It's like he literally unlocks his inner weeb and just starts fucking going all out. It's like, I love that shit. It looks so cinematic and awesome. I love Morgoth's fight. It's one of the most visually appealing fights in the game.
Mm.
I fucking love fighting Morgoth. It looks so cool. And then, of course, there's the second phase where he just starts exploding. Yeah, no, to say that he's basically the same boss every time is ridiculous.
Now, I understand from a lore point of view, this might make some sense, in the case of Margit and a few others maybe. And if they were the only exception, I wouldn't mind that. But this is a very common pattern regardless of lore. Almost every major boss encounter was reused at least 2 times, while other world bosses go as far as over 6 times. Actually, if we take into consideration all of them, only 9 are truly unique. The amount of overused and repeated enemies tend to also have a negative effect on its open world. For example, in Limgrave, I encountered bosses that I wasn't able to defeat, so I thought, no problem, I will come back later. However, later on,
I will say the watchdogs are a little bit overused.
Yes, but
they are everywhere.
I'd like to point out the fact that he saw the flamethrower attack was coming and decided to try to heal right now.
Yeah, I tried to heal right in front of the fire attack. Why would you do that?
You saying the fire doesn't power up the healing?
No.
No. But because it's funny because when it does the fire attack, it's basically locked into place. So you have all the time in the world to just walk away and heal. And his fucking thought was, oh yes, I will heal right in front of this flamethrower that is powering up to incinerate me.
Yeah.
I realized bosses were pretty much in other locations, or they became regular enemies. Therefore, my motivation to return and kill them was greatly diminished by this. Also, enemies are no longer unique to a specific location or region. You will encounter them all over the map. And make no mistake, because this really matters.
Okay, well, rats would make sense to be all over the place. That's what they do. They're everywhere.
Yeah.
And again, the magma worms make sense as well. Because these are people that fell to the idea of dragon communion. They kept consuming the dragon hearts, and you're told that's a bad idea. Unless you can control yourself, you're gonna be fucking punished, and the punishment is, instead of turning into a dragon, becoming one of the dragons, you devolve into this winged abomination that looks like it's misery, like at all times.
Yeah, and it makes sense because it's literally just people who have transformed. They can go anywhere. People can go anywhere, so it makes sense. Also, he showed, what was it? Let me go back. Oh, right, the Erdtree avatars, as if it doesn't make sense for them to be at the minor Erdtrees.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense, like, that the only time you see them is at minor Erd trees. So of course, yeah, you're gonna see them at other Erd trees.
With the exception of the one that gets teleported in the capital itself, beneath the greatest Earth tree of all.
Yeah. So it's just weird that he's removing context for a lot of these.
Yes.
Where he's saying like it just doesn't make sense that they're everywhere, and it's like no, a lot of these do make sense.
Now I understand it's still removing context, but is it possible it's not consciously removing context, and then more of an issue of he doesn't even realize the context is there because he wasn't paying attention?
Maybe with some of them, but I would say the Erd tree avatars, no, like there's no way
it's that hard to miss.
Yeah, like they only show up at minor Erd trees. That's the only place you see them. It makes sense.
And when I say marked, I mean they have like they're colored in on the map. They're drawn on the map. There's not like an icon to them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just ridiculous to say like that. It doesn't make sense for them to be multiple in all these different areas when they're literally guardians that, like that are always at these minor Erd trees. So to say that it doesn't make sense for them to be at other Erd trees all over the map doesn't make sense. It's like it does make sense. It makes perfect sense. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And again, we've already discussed the magma worms. We've already discussed why rats make sense to be everywhere. They're fucking rats. Of course, you're going to find them everywhere. Let's see if he can actually find one where it makes sense. Okay, hold on. How do we feel about the dragon things? The weird humanoid dragon giants.
The dragonkin soldiers?
Yeah.
I'm fine with them because that was the Eternal City's like attempts to create dragons. Remember, that was the whole point behind their connection with they'd never had an actual sky. It's the same thing that the dragonkin never had an actual sky, so their magic wasn't like fire lightning, it was ice lightning instead.
Does it make sense for them to be in places in the overworld, though?
I think that's the one I would need to know when it comes to consecrated snowfields. I need to know why there's a dragonkin soldier spirit.
Yeah, I think that's the only place that they show up where they're not underground.
Yeah.
And they're like a spirit version of it. So
yeah, I'd be curious why that spirit's there.
Yeah, I would need to know why that's there. If there's actually no explanation for it in the game, which I doubt, I'm sure there probably is. But if there wasn't, then I might have an issue with that one being reused just so that they could have an overworld boss there. But it's like, but if there's a lore reason why, and keep in mind that's the only one that shows up in the overworld. All the other ones make sense because they're in the what is the underworld
areas? Yeah,
I'm trying to remember what the underground areas are called.
Well, it depends on each one, but they're the Eternal Cities.
Yeah, Eternal Cities. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it makes sense why they'd be in the Eternal Cities. Okay, so then in that case, so far, with maybe possibly the exception of the one overworld dragonkin, which because we don't know the lore behind that one, like all these other ones make perfect sense why there would be multiple versions of them. So we'll see if he can actually show one where it doesn't make sense, and he might actually have a point.
Unique enemies associated with a unique location, it's one of those things that gives that place an identity and makes it at the end of the day more memorable. It seems like From Software made a big open world and then realized they don't have enough content to fill it up with. But the whole reusable enemies and assets go beyond Elden Ring to their previous games. Yeah, they recycled quite a lot of things from...
Okay, no, hold on. You can't just say that. The variety of enemy types in Elden Ring is staggering, many of which were not even in previous other games. Most of the assets are completely new. Most of the animations are completely new. Even the reused animations have been tweaked and changed just enough to become new. So you're being completely disingenuous. Like, you can't just sit here and say that, oh well, they just didn't have enough content, so they had to recycle it. It's like most of the content they're using is brand new assets. What do you mean? If it's done well, yeah, it's totally fine. If it's used well, there's nothing wrong with that.
I was muted for that. Wonderful.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Fuck. Short version is, my example is New Vegas, that enemies can be reused from a previous iteration, where it's on the same tier graphically and the engine and everything, and it's in the same world, so it makes sense that some of the same enemies are reused.
Yeah, and I clarified that. Yeah, if it's done well, it shouldn't matter. It should not matter if you reuse assets if it's done well. And in Elden Ring's case, they didn't even reuse that many, and what they did reuse, they tweaked. So this is just a shit point. Like, it doesn't even need to be in here.
But also, even if they reused 90% of the like, the example I was starting to go with, I'll change it up a bit now that everyone can hear me. Imagine a fantasy game comes in and it's very popular to the point where it's like 2 years later there's a sequel being made, and it takes place in the same location as the first game, but it's like 50 years later or 100 years later. It would make sense that a lot of the assets are reused because it's taking place in the same locations. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same groups or enemy types, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if we were to get a Morrowind 2 years after Morrowind was released, it would make sense to still have the same models for Scribs and Nixhounds and Netches and fucking whatever else.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, especially when you consider the fact that the variety of enemies in this game is staggering.
Yeah.
There's so many. There's just so many different enemies in this game. To say that they were just lazy and reused content is so disingenuous that I don't know how you expect anyone to believe you. If they've played the game at all, they know you're lying or that you're just plain wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there's so much. These games are robbing us blind. Do you believe they use the same engine, just different versions of it? Yeah, it's
My God.
How dare they use the same engine for a sequel?
Well, we're almost there. We're almost at the end. Well, the end for us today.
For today, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
A lot of things from those titles as well. From rats, skeletons, dogs, frogs, giant crabs to whatever these are. Hey, remember these annoying pricks that hang on the wall ceiling? Well, they behave pretty much the same except they have been reskinned. How
the wall ceiling?
But you should have said walls or ceiling. Yeah, but fair.
Okay, so rats, dogs, skeletons, it makes sense to reuse these things. Maybe update the model slightly, but...
Which they do.
They do. The imps are nothing like the thieves.
Thralls.
Yeah, thralls in Dark Souls. They're not the same at all. They have a completely different design. They have a somewhat similar movesets. They have been tweaked.
Yeah.
From Dark Souls 3, but I could see some of the resemblance because there is the one that like does the walking like greatsword thing, where he walks towards you with the greatsword over his shoulder and slams down, and then of course you have the one where they do the swoosh 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 as they come for you.
Yeah.
Those are reused, but there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with reusing an attack animation for a different type of enemy in a different game. as long as it's done well, which it is.
I feel like these people complaining about reused assets, I feel like their heads would fucking explode if they were to play World of Warcraft for 2 minutes. Because I've put in a lot of time into World of Warcraft, and it got to the point where I could tell which base certain models were based on because they shared animations. Like, Mist of Pandaria added a small little creature called a Grummel. And Cataclysm added these like little pygmy enemies you could fight in the desert area. I say desert area. There's like 1,000 fucking desert areas of World of Warcraft. And Uldum, and they have the same base. It's like the same skeleton, so they'll have the same animations for like jumping, or I don't know if they have dances, but if they had dances, they would have the same animations for that. The same death animation. A very famous boss fight from vanilla World of Warcraft is the Twin Emperors in AQ40. They're based on Night Elves, and you could tell us because they have the same dying animation as the male Night Elf has.
Yeah, it's kind of like how when people make mods for Fallout, you can tell what skeleton they used for certain like creatures and stuff like that. Like, you know, when like so you have to fight some big like agile monster that they added in the mod, and it's clearly just a reskinned Deathclaw.
Yeah, and by the way,
it's shit like that.
And with World of Warcraft, don't get me started on all the reskins of fucking Murlocs and Crocolisks. Holy shit. There's like I don't know if they've done it in the most recent expansion, but as recently as Battle for Azeroth, we were still fighting fucking reskinned Murlocs from vanilla World of Warcraft. And Crocolis, like, anytime a crocodile-type creature shows up, it's that exact same crocodile model reskinned. The same goes for various types of birds and fucking, like, other creatures. You are hard-pressed to fucking find a creature in World of Warcraft that there's only one example of, like, that hasn't ever been reskinned. Oh, there's Murlocs and Dragonflight? I fucking knew it. And the Gnolls. The Gnolls don't get that treatment quite the same, because, the Gnolls don't show up in, like, every, area, every expansion. But, the Trolls sure do.
Yeah. Oh, I already know what he's gonna do here. The fucking Capra Demon. He's gonna say, "Oh, look, it's just they use the same animation. The Omen Killers use the same animation as the Capra Demon."
Oh yeah, the Capra Demon that fucking drop kicks you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but remember, because it has this one attack where he lifts both of his weapons above his head and comes down on them, or comes down on you with them. Therefore, it's basically the exact same as the Omen Killer because he has a similar move.
Yeah.
I'm not really convinced by this argument of stuff being reused, because I don't see it being that big of a deal to an extent. Because this isn't a Skyrim, most of the enemies are humanoids type issue. This is, hey, there is a huge variety of enemies, but they're similar to stuff you fought before in previous games. Yeah. I wouldn't mind Skyrim's enemy variety so much if they had Nyxhounds, if they had fucking Netches or Orgrim or Winged Twilights, you know? Like, sure, maybe they wouldn't make sense to exist there for a lore reason. We're ignoring lore reasons for the sake of the argument of variety.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hell, they could have just completely invented new creatures to put in for Skyrim, but they just went with the most basic shit ever. Like, oh well, it's basically an Ice Age. What existed in the Ice Age? Saber-toothed cats, mammoths, you know, shit like that. So we'll just add those, and that's good enough.
Oh my god, are you saying that Skyrim is based on the hit movie Ice Age, starring Ray Romano?
Oh god.
If only they added Sid the Sloth, they would have saved the game.
Yep, totally.
But yeah, I don't know. I just think this entire argument is stupid because it's like this context really matters with this kind of argument. Like, because there's nothing inherently wrong with reusing animations and assets so long as it's done well, especially if they've been tweaked like it is in Elden Ring. It's like there's nothing wrong with it. Like you have to make a very specific case for this kind of thing to have been done poorly for it to be bad. And I just don't see it in Elden Ring. It just wasn't done poorly in Elden Ring. It was done fine.
Ice Age 7, the Dragon Sloth comes.
And I just find it weird that people want to harp on Elden Ring for this so badly when, like, the Dark Souls games did this too. Fucking Bloodborne did this. Like, they reused animations from their other games for those games. So I don't get why it's such a problem in Elden Ring, but not those games. It's fine when Sekiro does it, but it's not okay when Elden Ring does it. It's just stupid. It's just such a weird... It's such a fucking nitpicky thing of like, oh, well, I won't harp on this game for doing it, but I will harp on this game for doing it because I have a bone to pick with this one. It's like, fuck off. Nah, I since day one, I've not liked this criticism, and I still don't like it. That's really all there is to say about it. Like, there's really not much more to go into with this argument besides it just doesn't need to exist.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Especially when the majority of enemies do seem to be entirely new.
Yeah, and there's a lot of new enemies in this game.
Because that's kind of the beautiful thing about reusing assets in that way, is rather than having, oh yeah, we have 10 new enemies in this game, and that's the entire enemy pool, you could take the 5 enemies from the previous game and have a game with 15 enemies, therefore adding more variety to this new game, even if it is stuff you've seen before, as long as it makes sense for those 5 enemies to be in this new game, not putting super mutants on the other side of the fucking country.
Yeah. Lore should play a factor into it as well. It's like, yeah, if it doesn't make sense for this type of enemy to be in this region, don't put it in that region.
Yeah. But like skeletons are pretty much fucking universal.
Yeah. Because did you know you've got a skeleton inside you right now?
Horrifying. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go cut that out.
No.
Or these giant gargoyles.
Oh, what the hell?
We had to skip. Whoa!
That animation didn't even look the same.
They weren't.
Oh.
That's a totally brand new animation.
Yeah, they're not at all the same.
Because the gargoyle jammed the spear downwards into the ground, and that other enemy kind of knocked a tree to the side.
Yeah, and he was going ham. He was doing his 3-hit combo. Wait until... It's a good thing he didn't show the one that have the fucking twin blades and they spin around like a fucking tornado.
Yeah, that one is woo.
Yeah, man, what a great impact hit, though. It's not just like, he's just like, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. You actually get the swooshing sound, but it's like going, like, damn! You realize you do not want to get hit by that.
Yeah, we need to go back a little bit because the
yeah, the video stuttered there for me a bit too.
It completely went black screen for me and the stream. Nobody saw what that was. So
yeah, and it loading screened on me. Or the loading.
Yeah.
You freaks keep your skeletons in your skin. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I'm working on a world-building concept of a 1930s noir fantasy with magic and races. What, if any, input could y'all provide? So, that's actually a concept I've kind of been wanting to work with, but I've got too much stuff, so... I don't want to give away any of my ideas, but just look at the two things you're combining and see how you can utilize that to its best effect. What would the 1930s America be like? You know, the Al Capone, Prohibition, all that kind of stuff. What would that world be like if magic and, you know, goblins and trolls and stuff existed?
Yeah.
You know?
What would your underground black market be? Well, would it be magical items? Maybe forbidden things, forbidden spells and scrolls? Maybe grimoires stolen from wizards that were murdered or something?
Yeah,
I mean, just think of it like that.
And how would 1920... Whatever. You know what I mean. That general era.
Be right back, I'll-
Huh?
Be right back a moment.
Alright. But yeah, like, and the other thing to consider too is this a 1930s where magic didn't exist until a catalyst where all that stuff suddenly does exist? Or is it a universe where that has always existed, and we're in 1930s Earth that has always had magic and, like, goblins and trolls and stuff like that, and how would that work? Because the way those two versions of that concept would interact would be massively different. You know, like, there would be government organizations created to tracking down and trying to keep magical relics and artifacts and shit like that under control, while there would be a sudden, like, black market boom for magical trinkets and weapons and stuff like that. Like, even, like, magical drugs that didn't exist before, you know? There's so much you can do with a concept like that. There's a webcomic called Lackadaisy that takes place during the Prohibition era, but I don't know if it has any magic in it or not. I'm actually aware of that comic. I saw the trailer preview thing for the short film they have coming out. It looks neat. I think the late 19th century is a more interesting era for fantasy setting to be based off. I do think, like, a Wild West setting with magic and shit could be interesting, too. How are you doing, Pagan?
Huh?
Good. Glad to hear it.
I was reading something. I have no clue what you just said.
Good to know. I said, how are you? And then when you said, what? That's when I did the...
Okay.
Gangsters versus goblins certainly has a ring to it. What if the goblins are working with the gangsters, though? Even if they'd almost certainly be working together. Well, you could always have that more comedic tone to the setting where you've got all these 1920s, 1930s gangsters, but then they're dealing with, like, funny fantasy characters like goblins that, you know, they're like kind of goofy and silly and shit, and it's just like that contrast between these murderous gangsters and these magical fairy creatures. Like, something like that could be really fun. Wild West fantasy is also a concept I'm working on. Ah! Lackadaisy's that comic set in the Prohibition era, but as cats. Yeah. I've got the mental image of a goblin in a fine suit with a cigar in his mouth and a Tommy in his hand. I need to find an artist and commission this. That is a funny mental image. Orc bouncers and asshole elf bureaucrats. Yeah, there's... Like I said, there's a lot you can do with a setting like that I think would be very interesting.
Yeah.
Have you played Weird West? No, I haven't, but what the three of us need to do at some point is play West Hunt.
Oh?
Pagan? Pagan.
Have I played what?
I said something we should play at some point is West Hunt.
Oh, yeah. I've seen this on... I've seen this. I actually have it in my library, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do, you fuck!
West Hunt?
Yes!
Yes!
I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do!
I do?
You do!
Okay.
Hold on. Don't. You do.
I do.
You...
Do I?
Yes. I'm trying to give you a hint. I'm practically spelling it out. You do. It's a guy you showed me the video of playing it, and they made racist Mexican jokes.
Oh, that one! Oh, okay. I had no clue what you were talking about. I was like, I don't know what that is.
Because it's the dude who was playing it?
Yeah, the dude. Okay, I got it now. I get the joke now. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know what the hell you were talking about at first. Oh god, that was so fucking funny. You just reminded me of the fucking they both pull their guns out on a fucking Native American at the same exact time without even fucking like they didn't even plan that shit. They both just they saw a Native American, pulled their fucking pistols out at the same time, and it was like, I don't trust him. Oh my god! And then he fucking followed. He fucking followed Blarg around the entire time because he was Mexican. And they fucking gaslit him so hard. It actually ended up being him, but he didn't kill him because they were fucking gaslighting him so hard. And then after that, they were just like, every time I see a Mexican, I'm gonna shoot him because of that. Oh, that was great. That was such a good video.
And then the second video just starts up with them shooting a woman.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because she's reading something on the billboard, and they're like, "That's witchcraft," and they shoot her.
to be completely fair, that is witchcraft.
Oh god.
All right, we can get back to this video. We're almost done for today. We're watching like a minute and a half more than to the end of what our argument is going on then. And then we're going to be cutting the rest for next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or these giant gargoyles.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Yeah, completely different. Not even the same.
It skipped again.
Yeah, I saw it on Cree's and it went black screen.
Why?
Is that maybe part of the video?
No, it's not.
No.
On mine, it was fine.
Yeah, it was fine on mine.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess we're
Well,
doing
they
it
behave
again.
pretty much the same, except they have been reskinned. How about Capra demons or these giant gargoyles? Remember these abominations from Dark Souls 3 who don't give a flying fuck about any solid object that stands between you and them? Well, they made a boss fight out of that and you will fight it more than 6 times. I could go on and on with this, but the question is where exactly we draw the line for this. One of the most common arguments in defense of the repeated bosses and enemies was many open world games don't even offer half of the variety.
Help! Help! How do you unfull screen? I accidentally pushed a button and I full screened and I'm stuck at full screen.
Hit escape.
God. Alright. Yeah, did you notice that those enemies weren't even remotely close to similar?
Yeah, they were not at all similar. I will. The funny thing is, if he hadn't been making this dumb shit argument and had just said that, the fact that they reuse a boss like the what are those things called again? Oh, fuck.
I can't remember what they're called either. They're some like corrupted avatar or tree or something. They're root things, but I hate how often they reuse them.
I hate that. I hate that boss. I hate it. I hate that it's almost impossible to read what it's doing. It has some really bullshit attacks that don't give you enough time to avoid them. The like mainly the ground thing, where the weird explosion thing it does, where you have like no time to get away. And the fact that it's just unreadable and goes crazy, and you have to fight this thing like a dozen times throughout the game. I'm just like, oh my god, please! If you would replace this with anything else, I would be fine with it. Replace these with anything else.
The only saving grace is that they're optional. That's it. But they're fucking annoying.
They are so. I hate them. I fucking hate them. If we fought them maybe 3 times in total throughout the game, that would have been fine. But more than a dozen, and it's like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, no. If he had made a criticism about that, I would have completely agreed with him. I would have been like, oh, you know what? You got a point there. Those things suck.
Yeah, and I don't know why they're reused that much. Again, I understand if they're near corrupted routes. I fucking understand. Makes sense. There's a logic behind it. They're just all over the fucking place. Like, why is the one in Landell there?
Yeah. Yeah. Why is the boss fight in the fucking grave place a fucking one of those things? Like, why?
When I said 7 minutes, that'll take hours earlier. It wasn't meant to be a serious prediction, but here we are. Honestly, it hasn't been hours though. Like that 7 minutes was probably like maybe an hour ago.
Yeah.
So we're not at hours yet. We're not plural yet.
variety of ring has to offer. And this is definitely true to a certain degree. However, there are a few things we should take into consideration. If we look at other open world games, let's say Witcher 3, Skyrim, Red Dead Redemption 2, all of these games have a world that is more or less spread apart, and the space between enemies encounters and bosses is filled with towns and villages, where basically you can spend hours just interacting with the NPCs.
Skyrim?
I mean,
Skyrim.
Technically, if you want to exhaust all the dialogue every NPC has in Skyrim, you could probably spend a couple hours on that, but man, why would you want to?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just pointless busy work for no other reason than you can do it.
Yeah, that's weird. Just because they don't have anything interesting to say. Oh yeah, it's great. I want to hear about how I get up to the Cloud District often. Of course not, because I'm a plebeian or something. Who fucking cares?
It still endlessly fucking irritates me. The one building is a district.
Yep.
Yeah, that's stupid. It's like that's just the keep. That's just the keep at that point. That's not a district.
Because why not at that point say, do you go to Dragon's Reach often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't. But then that line doesn't make sense because the game is literally designed so you go there fucking all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I understand the point that Nazim is like a stuck-up fucking elitist asshole, but that still doesn't make sense when you literally go there countless times throughout the game. Like, it's unavoidable if you do the main story. So, fucking, like, what then? Like, he should know that you go there. You're practically friends with the Jarl.
What they should have done was just make it so that when you go and talk to him, when you go and talk to the Jarl and do some work for him and all that stuff, you should just be able to tell Nazim, like, yes, I do. In fact, I'm best friends with the Jarl and shit like that. Or even acknowledge the fact that, yes, he made me Thane. Shut the fuck up, retard. You know, just something. To fucking throw it back in his face. But no, you get 0 options.
Yeah, how can he say that to you when you're the Thane?
Yeah, it makes no sense. You're the fucking Thane, which means you would have had to have been appointed by the Jarl himself. So yes, clearly you get to the Cloud District fairly often. You know, it's like you should be able to fucking point that out, but no, you don't even get dialogue options with Nazim. Fucking annoying. At least with Vare in this game, who's also kind of like that, like, you know, he's like a stuck-up prick. At least you could get back at him. I fucking got back at him great in my stream where I completely forgot about his quest. I was like, oh yeah, I should go do that before I, go do the fire giant thing. And I went back to him, did his little quest, and he gave me the thing and was like, okay, but don't use this until we're ready. I'm like, oh, I would never dream of, and I used it right in front of him. And then, I went a little bit further, found his summon side and killed him. And I was like, fuck you, bitch. And fucking killed him in fucking combat and shit. And I was just like, fuck you. So, at least this game gives you a fucking way of dealing with assholes like that and shit. But not Skyrim. It's literally just talk to this guy and murder him.
We're almost there.
then take a key for a house that doesn't exist.
Oh.
And doing crazy things. On top of that, you have quests and missions to follow, and between them you might encounter all sorts of random events. Now, I'm not saying enemy variety or repeated bosses is not an issue present in other open world games, but it kinda feels less obvious since there's a significant amount of time spent doing other stuff. But in
Thank God he didn't show fucking Barbas.
It's less obvious? How is it not obvious that you're just fighting the same generic humanoid enemies in Skyrim all the fucking time?
Yeah, in fact, I would say it's more obvious in games like Skyrim than it is Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Because there's such a big variety in Elden Ring that you can often forget that some of these enemies are like occur as much as they do. Whereas in Skyrim, there's so little enemy variety, it's impossible to not notice that you're just fighting the same three enemy types over and over and over and over and over again.
Yep, you've got bandits, which are humans. You've got Draugr, which are technically humans. You've got vampires, who are technically powerful humans. You've got, fuck, what else?
Dragons. Lots and lots of dragons that you fight constantly because they never fucking stop spawning over you.
Yeah, and...
Now more assassins, which are humans.
Yeah.
Well, elves, but yeah, they're humanoid.
Yeah. And the thing with the dragons, too, that really bugs me is there isn't really any special animations for fighting dragons. You just walk up to the model and slap them with your sword the way you would slap any other enemy with your sword. Yeah. It looks so fucking dog shit. Then you get up on the dragon and you stab them in the head with the tip of your battle axe.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with Skyrim and stuff is like the animations. There's just so little to the combat where you're just swinging at the air in front of you, and that's for everything. Like it doesn't change. It doesn't feel like there's any unique move sets for anything, which is a big problem. It doesn't feel like they have weight. It's so garbage.
That's one of the worst problems for me is the lack of weight, because if you swing a sword at the air, if you swing a sword at an enemy and it strikes them, they don't block it, it's the same animation.
Yeah.
And that makes it feel like, there's no actual weight to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's why I like stuff like the Souls games and stuff like that, because the animations are so well done. It all feels unique and like it has weight to it, and there's more depth to it than just swinging your sword in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when you get into the weapon art system and stuff like that as well, which adds a lot of stuff to it on top of all that. It's like, oh, there's so much here. I love it. The dodging system's a part of it, just all kinds of stuff.
I want to continue on the Skyrim enemies for just a little bit, just to throw that extra in there to show I'm not being disingenuous. Spriggans are really rare. Trolls are really, really rare. The witch ladies, the hag ravens, they are really, really rare. Daedra are almost non-existent. You can run into the ice wraith once in a while, I guess. They seem really rare too. The wildlife creatures, the wolves, the bears, and the cats are very common, so they're obviously not human, but they're still very generic. Human ghosts and spirit ghosts. Does Skyrim even have ghosts? I don't...
Yeah, it has the weird blue... It's literally just a person, but they're blue and see-through.
I'm sorry, I don't want to do this!
No, but... Yeah. That's what the ghost enemy types are like, so it's I don't like that. Because Oblivion had their own kind of ghost creature and wraiths, but NPC ghosts were almost always story-related. I think you might have fought one the rare occasion, but almost never otherwise.
There is one that I can think of. There is one unique instance of ghost enemies in Skyrim. It's the Azora. The Azora quest to go get her when you get the fucking beacon and you take it back to her. She wants you to clear out her dungeon. There's like these weird black wisp things with eyes that float up to you and whack you with swords and shit.
Yeah, that wasn't Azura, that was Meridia.
Yeah, Meridia. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so they had a wraith creature.
Yeah.
But again, that's very rare.
That's the only instance.
It's rare to the point where we were even questioning if they existed. Then there's the Dwemer Centurions and the Falmer, which are almost exclusively in the Dwemer ruins. And even then...
right, Wisp Mothers! I forgot about the Wisp Mothers. Yeah, the weird... Yeah, you've got the weird little orb things that float around, and then the chick that comes out of the ground and shoots ice crystals at you. I forgot about her. I completely forgot about her. She only shows up, like, maybe 3 times in the whole game.
Oh, wait. The ones in Meridia's dungeon might not actually be proper ghosts, because I remember them now that Officer Hotpants described them. The oil skeletons with no legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were black skeletons. And by the way, skeletons, another fucking humanoid.
Yep.
Yeah. It's literally just a bandit, but with no skin. It literally is. Prove me wrong.
I just imagined, like, the first thing when you said bandit with no skin, the first thing that popped into my mind was that fucked up Pepe with no skin.
Oh, God.
So yeah, I feel like I'm forgetting a couple enemy types, but the point is most of Skyrim's enemy types are humanoids.
Yeah. The only ones that feel different are the giants, and it's because they actually have, like, unique animations to them, where, like, when they slam down on the ground, that's actually a unique animation, and it shakes the earth and everything. It feels like their attacks actually have weight. That's, like, the only reason they're like, even capable of being remembered is because of that one attack animation they have.
Yeah, I forgot about the giants for some reason. There's also the dragon priests, and while they are humans, they do have a unique way of, like, how they act and how they fight. So I'd actually be willing to place them in a different category than most other humanoids.
Yeah, that's fair.
But that's kind of the problem. Here we have a humanoid enemy that behaves differently. And then we have skeletons, Draugr, bandits, and many other humanoid types that all act almost exactly the same.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they feel very samey.
Yeah. And they all have, like, the same animations and movesets and all that kind of stuff, you know? Whereas in, like, Elden Ring, it's like, humans do not mean that they're going to be the same. There's all kinds of shit where, you know, just because someone's a humanoid, like, they can have normal movesets like the soldiers. They can have the assassin moveset where they can basically fly like around the arena and shit.
Not just that, but the way they use each weapon in Elden Ring is, like, they're going to swing it in a different way. Their weapon strokes are going to be different. Whereas with Skyrim, it's that problem where, what is the difference between axes, maces, and swords? Fucking nothing besides appearance and maybe what bonus you get depending on a perk. And that's a very, very slight bonus.
Mm-hmm. Man, actually, that's what I just thought of is actually a really great comparison, because it's like, you have your standard soldier that you fight at the start of the game who literally just, like, run up to you and swing their swords and stuff. And then you have, like, the assassin who can jump around the arena in such a way that they glide along the ground, can run up behind you and backstab you, and can almost instant kill you by doing that. They can do quick little, like, 2 swipes and then jump back all the way across the other side of the arena so that you can't hit them. You know, it's like, compare that to the other humanoid enemies, and it's like, that's a big difference already.
Well,
then you got, like...
let's just do your soldier, your guy who might have a sword, shield, maybe he doesn't, maybe he just has a pick. What weapon they use is going to change the attack animations already. But then your soldier compared to your nobleman. The noblemen, who are kind of weak and frail, and when they attack with a sword, they have to kind of wind back, and they kind of pulls it backwards, and then they thrust forward, but they overextend, so instead of thrusting, just being fine, they'll thrust and then they'll stagger forward a little bit, like, and they have to regain their composure.
Yeah, because you can have additional animations and behaviors for, like, here's a peasant who's never fought before, and here's, you know, a low tier soldier, a mid tier soldier, a high tier, like highly well trained soldier, battle master type person.
Yep.
And then like that's just the basic level. But then you put different weapons in their hands and how they would act with each of them. Give them a mining pickaxe. Give them a battle axe. Give them a sword, a mace, a spear, a sword and shield, a claymore. You know?
Yeah, and it's all different because if you compare, say, the soldiers in Gambison, who typically have like daggers and stuff, very small. They're typically smaller than your character model even, and you know, like they can do very quick attacks, but it's a dagger. It's not going to do a whole lot, and it takes quite a bit to stagger you. Now compare that going all the way up to say the soldiers with the crests and capes on their back, where they will do straight up like what am I thinking of? Like piercing attacks where like they actually slide across the ground a bit. And if that hits you, you're getting knocked on your fucking ass. They have really long wind-ups that can just send you flying backwards. Some of them can even summon lightning with their attacks when they do that can shock you and stuff. It's like that's completely different from the people within their own group. Like literally the mob you're fighting at that present time have different attack abilities all within that group. You know, it's like that's how much variety there is, where even when you're basically fighting the same type of mob, within that mob there are different enemy types. Like that's how much variety there is in this game. And this is just humanoid shit. This isn't even talking about like revenants and shit who can come out of the ground, spit acid, and have a fucking attack that literally never ends until you die. You know, it's like there's so much variety. So to sit here and say like, oh, you just don't notice it much in these other games because there's stuff to do in between. No, that's bullshit. I notice it way more in Skyrim than I would ever notice it in Elden Ring.
Yeah, because you just don't change anything up in Skyrim. You get the one thing that works, and then you always just do the one thing that works, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ugh. All right. 23 minutes. Come on. 23 minutes, 23 seconds.
I was about to say you're fucking smoking something. I don't want any of it.
Elder Transition is more problematic, mainly because there isn't much to do aside from running around, killing stuff, and then farm runes so you can kill more stuff. So when bosses like Edgetree...
So we established that earlier that that's not fucking true.
Yeah, you don't have to run around farming runes to fight bosses. You can just go fight the bosses.
Yeah,
at any time.
Do the NPC quest lines, do all that stuff. You can talk with all the NPCs at the round table hold and everything. That's fucking insanity talk.
Yeah, you can do quests for other NPCs. You can go clear dungeons. You can go fight optional bosses, side bosses, go explore, go find new items and stuff. There's tons of shit you can do besides, oh, I just need to farm the same enemy over and over for the runes and level up, and that's all there is to do. No, there's not. There's plenty of other shit to do. I go off all the time.
What the fuck is with people making videos on shit they know nothing about? They don't do the research for. To know even the most basic of fucking shit to talk about.
They just want to shit on something without putting in the effort of actually learning about it. Like, they don't actually want to make sure that their criticisms are correct and true. They just want to shit on it without actually looking into it.
Are you sure I'm not the crazy one for doing my research and, like, finding evidence to back up my arguments and putting them in a video?
Well, no, you see, that makes you a toxic troll with no life. Yeah, I forgot.
How dare you? How dare you actually put an effort, have a work ethic, and, you know, take pride in anything you do? How dare?
Yeah.
I'm almost nearing the point of just not giving a fuck anymore and embracing the toxicity. Because, like, I do try to be nice a lot of times, you know? Like, hey, this person, we shouldn't be making fun of this person because, you know, I'm sure they're a good person or just saying silly things. But then I just still see people calling me toxic all the time. It's like, why fucking even try?
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
I gave up a long time ago. I just don't care.
I can absolutely be an asshole. I know I'm an asshole, but it's like only in cases where I feel it's deserved, you know?
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like the only time where you should really go out of your way to try and be respectful to somebody, and especially with what we're doing, is when you're having a debate with them. If they're actually in the call with us and we're having a debate, you should try to keep it civil.
Yeah.
At least until they start being a complete fucking asshole and you just cannot convince them to stop being a dick the whole time. In which case, tell them to fuck off.
Fair.
Well, I
but
don't think
there's still people that we cover where it's like, yeah, I don't really want to be mean to this person because they do seem like a nice person. Like, that guy we covered a couple months ago that did the Halo video, he does seem like a genuinely nice person. It's just he made a really silly video on Halo.
Yeah.
I'm not going to start being an asshole over that.
Yeah, that's fair.
No, I wasn't talking about Installation 00. I was talking about the other guy, the black guy.
No, yeah, the one guy who, like, way over-read into everything and stuff is like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Who?
I'll type it in chat, in our private chat.
Yeah, because he reminded us of a character from another.
Oh, okay, I know exactly who it is. You don't even need to remind me. I know who it is. Okay.
All right. And see, the whole reason for not saying that, too, is because I don't want to be mean to that guy. He does seem like a nice guy. Like, genuinely like a good person.
Yeah.
The problem I take, and where I start becoming an asshole, is when I see what seems to be other people being an asshole, or dishonest and disingenuous. Like the whole many a true nerd thing. Like, again, it's something I keep referring to, but that video, I get comments on it every day, so it's hard for it to not be in my mind. But there's parts of that video where it's like, man, dude, you're almost kind of being an asshole here to other people because you're, like, they're saying things about the game you don't like. Like, what he did with Indigo Gaming, I think that's a real massive asshole move. So I think it's kind of fair game at that point to be like, hey, you're fucking acting like an idiot. Don't do that.
Yeah. Now, obviously, I think we should give everyone the benefit of the doubt at first. You know, like when we're covering their videos, refrain from insulting them until they at least prove or show that they are just disingenuous dickheads. You know, but at that point, I think once they do show that, it's fine if you're like, if you just start ripping into them.
It's fair
a little
game
bit.
at that point.
Yeah, which is what I'm trying to say.
Many a true Enwa.
Like, even most of the people we've covered here, you know, like where their videos piss me off and stuff, where it's like their arguments piss me off, but I don't necessarily think they're a bad person. Like this dude, for instance.
Yeah.
I don't think this dude's a bad person or anything. I don't have anything personally against him. I just don't like his arguments, and I think they're really fucking shit. But that doesn't mean I hate him or anything. It just means he has a bad opinion on something that he clearly doesn't know a whole lot about, but he thinks he does.
I think there's very few people that we've covered that I could say I genuinely hate. Like, Acerthorn is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, Acerthorn, Matten. I don't like Matten.
I wouldn't say I hate Many a True Nerd. I have a problem with his video essay content, and judging by what I've seen from his fans, it's more of... they say he has perception issues where he misses stuff a lot. I'm not fully sure where I sit on that issue. He's one of those people I don't really want to hate. I
don't know. His comment on that Reddit made me go, nah, fuck him. He's a dick. I just don't give a fuck about him.
Fair.
And I'd probably say Vincent.
Oh yeah, Vincent for sure. He's a fucking retard.
Yeah, I fucking hate him. But everyone else that we've covered, I'm just like, yeah, you're kind of stupid, but I don't necessarily hate Organized Chaos. Fuck him.
Chaos. I was like, throw him in that group.
Yeah, Organized Chaos. Throw him in there. Fuck him.
Dire Gentleman.
Yeah, Dire Gentleman, because of what he tried to do with ER. Fuck him. And there's the dude who shit on the Critical Drinker and tried to make a whole thing of like, oh, he's racist and sexist. That retard.
I think that was Turf Nation.
Yeah, I think that was Turf Nation. Yeah, fuck him too. I don't like him either.
I think there's a couple other people we've covered who have seemed more on the dishonest side I might lump in with that group. But overall...
Maybe Huggable Hipster, but she hasn't really, like... I don't know. She hasn't really said anything directly about anyone, like, oh, this person. It's more like She just has really shit takes where she thinks shit in video games is racist when it's not.
Yeah.
I don't really hate her for it. It's just dumb.
Yeah, I wouldn't lump her in with a group of people I really dislike or hate. I would more say she says some very funny things.
Yeah, I think that's where I would put it too.
Oxhorn. I really don't like Oxhorn, but I don't think he quite reaches that group anymore, because when we started off, there was that bias against Oxhorn because all the false flagging shit that he did. And I do think he's kind of an idiot.
It's mainly the stuff he did
shill.
outside. Yeah, I think mainly the stuff he did outside of his own videos is what made me dislike him so much, not so much the shit he said in his videos.
Well, the stuff he said in his videos is pretty bad, too.
Yeah, the stuff he said in his videos is pretty bad, too.
But he still isn't on that level of, Acer Thorn, Dire Gentleman, Organized Chaos, or those other fucking weirdos we've covered that you mentioned for that group.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy how we went from, like, he was our least favorite to now he's, like, barely in the bottom tier.
Yeah. I still dislike Oxhorn more than many a true nerd, though.
Yeah, that's fair. I would probably agree with that. Like, he just seems more like a genuinely bad person, more so than many a true nerd.
Yeah. Even if he has changed on his opinions from that weird stuff years ago, it's just like when he does his lore videos and he's like using mods and he's getting stuff wrong and he's blaming the game, blaming the developer, that just seems like really shitty to me. And then like just the whole shill thing I really don't like. Oh, you didn't like Fallout 4 because it wasn't perfect. You expected perfection. Perfection. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, or his defense of when Fallout 76 first came out and he was defending how...
There's something in Fallout 76 for everyone. Every kind of Fallout fan? No. That's not true.
And that was before they even fixed anything. That was back before they had done any patches, back before any of the DLC came out or anything. There was nothing in that fucking game. There was nothing for anyone in that fucking game when he was defending it. Oh, it was so bad. Like, that was like hands down proof that he was a full-on Bethesda shill, where he was clearly getting paid and shit. Like he's getting preferential treatment kind of level shit, where it's like, oh, if I talk nice about this really shit thing, I'll get preferential treatment from Bethesda.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, that was yet another tangent. We've got 12 seconds to go before we can end this.
Okay.
And I've reused like dozens of times, it becomes very apparent and distracting. The game suffers quite a lot from offering the player multiple gameplay scenarios or variations that will break this repetition. Anyway, let's see how these boss fights are.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. That was like perfectly at 19. Cool. All right. Yeah, there you go.
Was there anything to comment on that section?
It's just weird that he's on this whole thing that there's so much repetition of it. It's like, but there isn't. There's only what you choose to engage in. That's the weirdest part about all these issues. Like, it's like, but it doesn't have to be. It's like, I just keep walking my face into this wall over and over again, but you don't have to. But it's here as an option. I mean, sure, but you don't have to. Is that a problem that it gave you the option to?
Yeah. It's like, it's an open world, dude. You can go do anything. And if you just absolutely think that something is too hard for you to beat, even though it's really not, if you just were to practice a little bit, learn the movements, learn the patterns and stuff, you'd probably be able to beat it pretty easily. But if you just absolutely think you can't do it, go do something else and come back later. And I don't just mean farm. Don't go farm. I mean, go do a dungeon, go do a different boss, go do something else, and come back and see if it's still that hard.
Yeah.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. I'd commit war crimes in a third world country just to have a Starship Troopers game of any genre that portrays the Terran Federation correctly. Oh.
Yeah. Fascinating.
I don't know much about Starship Troopers, but that probably would be neat.
I love Starship
There's
Troopers.
this weird sense that they're supposed to be like authoritarian fascists, but they're actually not. Yeah, it's this weird thing where it's what people think are fascists, or I should say what liberals think is fascism. But there's tons of upward mobility. You have multiple paths to become citizen, full blown citizenship. It's literally a meritocracy, or it's more so.
So you say it's what hardcore liberals think fascism is, but what you're forgetting is that everything that isn't their beliefs is fascism.
Yeah,
so
that's fair.
you can apply that to it. Is fascism that we are covering this video and being critical of it.
Yeah.
Like
service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, it's far more jingoistic and nationalist. It's not really fascist. It's just the whole immense pride of place of who they are, like what they represent.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really get a sense of that like the society is like oppressed in any way, really. It just feels like they're just extremely patriotic to the point of like it's like, well, if you do serve, like, and that's the thing. Apparently it's not forced upon you, it's optional. But
Yep.
if you do
get a bunch of
serve,
benefits.
you get a lot of benefits.
Yeah, it's again, service guarantees citizenship. There are other paths to get citizenship in the Starship Troopers universe. You do not have to go into the military. However, going into the military is a shortcut because you have served the state, you have served your nation, you are now a citizen with all the rights that comes with.
Yeah. They put their life on the line for their nation, so they should have a right to, be a citizen of it.
Yeah.
And my God, do they earn it? My God, because it's hell. It's not normal war. The shit they're sent into is literal meat blenders and shit. If you come back from that, you deserve citizenship. Holy fuck. If you come back from, what's that planet called?
It depends. So we're talking about the bug.
Yeah, the bug world.
Yeah, Klindathu.
Klindathu, yeah. If you come back alive from Klindathu and you served like your full rotation, you deserve citizenship. You deserve it.
As Deus Volnivel says, the best part of the Terran Federation is you need to have served in order to exercise political power. Civvies have rights, but only citizens can vote. Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Again, they're not gonna just execute you in the street because you're not a citizen. But if you want to have your voice heard, if you want to have any influence, you need to become a citizen. You need to actually become part of the nation.
Yeah. Which I think is fair.
Yeah.
$10 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Since the stream is over, and since I've given you so much money, and I'm giving you even more, please go to the Wikipedia page for Honorary Aryan to notable inclusions and read that whole section.
Honorary Aryan.
Aryan.
Oh,
do you want me to do that on stream? Or is this like, look this up because it's funny type thing?
Okay. Here, I can read it, I guess. Do you want me to?
Sure.
Oh, wait. What are we doing? I zoned out for a second. What's going on?
He wants us to go to Wikipedia, the Honorary Aryan page, and read the notable inclusions section.
Okay, well now I'm curious.
This is pretty weird.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you want me to, Kree, or not?
I'm just bringing up the page now.
Okay.
Let's see here. I feel like this is a weird thing. Alright, yeah, sure, I guess.
Starting off strong, Hitler declared that the Chinese and Japanese peoples were honorary Aryans. There was extensive cooperation between China and Germany from 1926, but became untenable when the Second Sino-Japanese War broke out, and Japan insisted on secession. Germany signed the Tripartite Pact along with Japan and Italy at the end of 1940. In July 1941, Hitler officially recognized Wang Jingwei's puppet government in Nanking. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, China formally joined the Allies and declared war on Nazi Germany on December 9, 1941. In retaliation, the Nazis persecuted ethnic Chinese in Nazi Germany.
Hey, did you know that the Great Brick Game Boy survived Pearl Harbor?
Yeah, shush you.
What?
Yeah. Helmuth Wilberg, Luftwaffe general and first-degree Mushling, was declared to be Aryan in 1935 by Hitler at the instigation of Hermann Göring, who became Reichsmarshal. He was the leader of the Luftwaffe. Luftwaffe. Ayman al-Husani, a Palestinian and Mufti of the British Mandate of Palestine, was granted the status of honorary Aryan by the Nazis, although people of the Far East and Arabia were considered half-monkeys by Hitler. Oh, Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Yes. Stephanie von Hohenlohe? No, it's not really Lohe, because, God, I don't know how to say that last name. A Jewish-Austrian princess by marriage and a spy for Nazi Germany, was declared an honorary Aryan by Heinrich Himmler.
Alright.
Emil Maurice, Hitler's first personal chauffeur and a very early member of the Nazi Party, was a member of the SS, but ran afoul of Heinrich Himmler's rules, which required SS men to have deep Aryan ancestry, which Maurice's great-grandfather was Jewish. Himmler considered him a security risk, and he tried to have him thrown out, but Hitler stood by his old friend, and in a secret letter dated 31st of August 1935, he required Himmler to allow Maurice and his brothers to remain in the SS. They were considered to be honorary Aryans. Sophia Leher, oh, Jesus Christ, I don't know how to say that. Pachkis?
This is a very weird tangent that the Super Chat has sent us on.
Yeah,
I know, we're in weird territory now.
Yeah.
The wife of the composer Franz Leher had been Jewish before her conversion to Catholicism upon her marriage. Hitler enjoyed Leher's music, and the Nazis made some propaganda use of it. After Joseph Goebbels intervened on Leher's behalf, Miss Leher was given in 1938 the status of honorary Aryan by marriage. This certainly saved her life during the war. Attempts were made at least once to have her deported, which was stopped only due to her status.
Jesus.
Helene Mayer, a German-born fencer, being forced to leave Germany in 1935 and resettled in the United States because she was Jewish, took part as an honorary Aryan at the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, where she won the silver medal for Germany.
Alrighty then.
Okay, well that was weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of that was, but
I thought there was going to be something really funny in there, like a cat was made an honorary Aryan or something, but no,
Hitler
it was
made
just
his dogs honorary Aryans, so that therefore all of their descendants would now be honorary Aryans or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume that's where it was going.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, instead we just got depressing fucking Nazi shit.
Yeah, as per usual.
Anyways, that's the stream for today. Hope you enjoyed, everyone.
What a great way to end the stream.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we get to chill our shit, so, we get to pad it a little bit.
Well,
Pad the landing. Pad the landing. We need to pad it. Quick.
No padding. I'm hitting the unstream button right now.
What?
Chill your shit, pagan.
The way you said what? I have a YouTube, however, right now I just do not have the time to stream due to my grandfather's failing health. It's gotten to the point that he falls over 3 times a day, and every time I think about streaming, he falls, and then I have to spend 30 minutes getting him off the floor and then taking care of him, and then I have to go and talk to my mother about it, and then she wants to make plans to do something, and then we have to run somewhere the next day, and it's just constant. I'm so worn down at this point that I'm surprised I can still do STAG at this point. I'm so fucking worn down. I barely get any sleep anymore because he falls 3 times at night and shit, and I have to get up in the middle of the night and take care of him and shit. I'm I'm so worn out. I don't know if I'm gonna keep streaming until something is done about that. You probably won't be seeing any more content from me.
I don't know if this is going to be a bad suggestion or not, but I assume his bed is up on a bed frame. Would it be easier to just have it on the floor?
We've thought about that. We've thought about maybe just putting the bed on the floor. But the problem is, the entire issue is he falls when he tries to get up or sit down or anything. And he, like, whenever he needs to go to the bathroom or something, and he falls over because he just has no strength. And he's just complete dead weight. He cannot get himself up at all. He can't even help you get himself up. And he's like 300 plus pounds. So I'm just literally deadlifting a full grown man off the floor like 3 times a day, 3 times at night, constantly, because he has no energy to do anything. And there's just nothing we can do about it. And we can't put him in a home because every nursing home we've tried to get him into won't take him because he has a violent past. So they're like, no, he's too much of a security risk. We can't take him. And we can't afford the $8,000 a month to put him in a home anyway. So we're just fucked. Like, there's nothing we can do. We've talked to doctors and everything. There's just nothing they can do. So I'm literally just stuck taking care of basically a vegetable until he dies, and there's nothing I can do. And it fucking sucks.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, same. I mean, the sad part is there's just nothing like that can be said about it because you've done the options and everything. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
Can you guys get him a walker maybe?
He has 2 walkers. He has a cheap one that he prefers to use, and he has a really expensive one we got him that was supposed to help him, but he just refuses to use them. And sometimes they just don't help at all because his legs just give out and he just falls, and it doesn't matter if he has a walker or not. Like, we've done everything. Like, he has walkers. We got him a new hospital bed with railings on the side of it, and he still falls out of it. Oof. Like, yeah, we've done everything. There's nothing left that we can do. She took him to the doctor today to try and see if there was anything more they could do. I don't think there was anything they could do.
Okay.
How does he? I was just going to read comments. So someone was asking, how does he fall over the railing? It's when he gets up. He has to go to the bathroom constantly because he doesn't have control of his bowels anymore. So he constantly has to get up to go to the bathroom, and he just doesn't have the strength. So when he gets up to go to the bathroom, he falls.
Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly a. Wow, that was a downer.
Yep.
Yeah, there's not much that can be said other than, you just hope the situation gets better. I mean, has he been eating better at least?
No.
Now that he can't. Oh, man.
No, he's gotten way more picky. He'll only eat certain types of food now, and none of it's good for him. And he won't give up smoking. If you try to take his cigarettes away, he throws a tantrum. Like, he's basically turned into a child. He's reverted into a baby. And if you try and take his cigarettes away or anything to make him get a little bit healthier, he loses his fucking mind. Like, you can't do it. There's nothing we can do.
God. Well, I hope that either something changes for, his health gets better and everything like that, or that he will just go with as little suffering as possible,
And my problem is I don't, because you guys know, I've talked about it before. He's not a good person. He was never a good person to me or any of my family ever. He's always been a complete piece of shit. Now I'm forced to take care of him, and it's like, someone who outright said, like, I warned him many, many, many times when he was doing all the shit he was doing to us. I told him, I was like, when you get old and frail, I'm not going to be there to help you because of the way you've treated us. Like, do you really want to keep doing this? Because it's going to happen. And he would just outright tell me, I don't give a fucking shit. Like, I don't want you taking care of me anyway. Like, I'd rather die than let you take care of me. I fucking hate you. and shit like that. Like he never thought I was supposed to be a part of the family and everything. And he would regularly hit my grandmother. He would hit me, all kinds of shit. I don't love him. I have no love for him whatsoever. I'm hoping he passes soon. I'm hoping he just passes away on his own soon, so I don't have to take care of him anymore. But I just don't see it happening. He's probably going to live another 10 or 15 years out of spite.
Well, like I said, my hope is that things either get better and improve, or, again, that he will pass with as little suffering as possible.
Yep.
He will just pass, and that'll be it. That'll be a new chapter for you and your grandmother to get away from it and everything.
And for people asking, well, why do you take care of him then? Because my grandmother cannot lift him on her own, and I care about her. And the moment she even tries to lightly lift up on him, she has a bad back, and she has to regularly go in for surgery. If she pulls on him even a little bit, it's a hospital visit. So I have to do it, and I'm not going to put her through that. Okay, I'm not going to make her do everything.
Yeah.
We don't like him, but there's nothing we can do. We can't get rid of him. We've tried. We can't get a home to take care of him or anything. No one else in the family will take him. So it's just me and her, and I'm not going to make her do all the work. And I can't leave him on the floor to die, because then I'd go to jail.
Yeah, because that's neglect. That's elderly abuse.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do anything like that. He has to go on his own. But that doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well,
now that is a genuine case for Canadian healthcare.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually.
Because like you make the jokes about Canada being, oh, you've got a stubbed toe, kill yourself. But like, there is actual situations where such a thing does make sense, where it's like, yeah, this person isn't living any kind of quality life, or they're in pain, or they're so like unaware of their own existence that they can't really do anything, where it's like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. The difference is where the line in the sand is drawn. The whole thing about Canada doing the euthanasia or assisted suicide thing is the problem with that is that they're too quick to jump to that.
Yeah, and one thing we've considered,
speedrun method for it, which is terrifying. You just need one other doctor to agree, and then it's greenlit. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and the thing is, because like somebody mentioned, like just let him smoke more. The thing is, the weaker he gets, the more work I have to do. That's the problem, and it's like I want him to have the strength to be able to get up out of his fucking bed without falling, so I don't have to pick him up. And we think putting him on oxygen would help, but the problem is he's not going to stop smoking. If we give him oxygen, he's going to blow the full fucking house up. Because he's so forgetful and shit, he's just going to put a lit cigarette right in front of his mask while it's still on, and he's going to blow the whole fucking house.
Yep.
So we can't give him oxygen because he'll kill us all. Yeah. So he's just going to keep getting worse, and then I'm going to have to keep doing more work.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Oof. Well, holy shit, on a far different and far lighter tone, you can find me streaming every weekday over on twitch.tv /SithStresscar. Feel free to come over. Join the Discord. I highly recommend joining the Discord this time, because I will be showcasing Puss in Boots: The Last Wish this Saturday. I am going to have 3 different screenings of it that day. 3 different screenings to give as many people a chance to see it as possible. Because I really, really do want that movie to be spread around more. I want more people to talk about it. Because I want to see a movie that is genuinely that fucking good, get the praise and recognition it deserves, so we get more movies like it.
Yeah.
So that there's more effort and stuff put into movies, and we get more of these movies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really want that to get the recognition it deserves. It is such a good movie. There's a reason. You can see now why we were recommending it so much to you, where we're like, you need to watch this. It is so good.
Yeah. And you don't need to see the first movie. I can tell you that right now, because I saw the first movie. That's what we did this Saturday. Yeah, you don't need to have seen the first movie at all.
Yeah.
You can go into the second movie completely ignorant of the first movie, and you will be totally fine.
Yeah. The only thing that would even remotely be like consider like maybe like wanting to know a little bit more about the first movie is who Kitty Softpaws is. But you don't need that. Like you get enough of her character that you know it's like, oh, she's she clearly has history.
Yeah.
With Puss. It's like you know.
Yep. And they explain it. They will go into detail on it.
Yeah, they do.
So yeah, that's just a really fantastic time. So highly recommend coming in. Highly recommend watching. And it will be a fantastic time. It is a great movie. And yeah, I'm gonna do it at 1. So every weekday I stream on Twitch from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The movie for Puss in Boots: The Last Wish will be shown 3 times. I'm going to show it at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So that way there's a nice big window in there so that you can come in and watch the entire movie from beginning to end. So hopefully that'll be enough time for people that want to wake up a bit early. They can go to the last one. If they want to sleep in a bit more, they can come to the first one and then get to sleep sooner. So there you go. But to get there, just go to my Twitch page, and then underneath the Twitch video, there'll be a Discord banner. You can click on that, and you can go there. Is that legal? Yeah, because it's like we're watching on a couch together, right? We're sharing a movie. You don't get to own it. You don't get to download it. I'm not giving it to anybody. You just get to watch it if I decide to show it. It's the same things with like watch parties. It's like when Amazon does watch parties and everything like that. So, same concept. Like, I'm the one that has ownership. I have legal ownership of it. I have purchased it legally. It is on my Amazon account, and yeah, we're just going to watch it.
Yeah. You can legally do that, so long as you're not, like, distributing it, like, individually for people to download and stuff like that. It's legal.
Yeah, absolutely. And trust me, I would not... If you're thinking, oh, I'll just record the stream, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Not because it's like that. It's not because there's like anything inherently wrong with it. I mean, yeah, that'd be pretty sketch. But it's going to be at 720p 30 FPS because that's what Discord's got its limits to. Unless I want to give Discord a bunch of money, and I don't.
Yeah, I won't give them money for bigger file uploads and better quality streams. I won't do it.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, no.
I will, however.
Yeah.
No. I did a little bit. I had Nitro. I had Nitro for a bit, and then my account got hacked specifically because I had Nitro, because they specifically targeted me for that. And then they took so long to get my fucking account back, and they were of no help at all, and they did nothing about it, and I got really pissed off, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that again. Not doing that again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so, again, if you want to chat, there is a role in my Discord, which is under the role select section, that will let you join theater attendees. I will ping theater attendees. This Saturday will be an exception. I'm going to be doing @everyone pings this Saturday, because I want people to show up. I want people to be there. But normally, they will only be at theater attendee whenever we do Saturday showtime. So, because we watch a movie every Saturday.
Yeah.
I was going to redirect the stream. Pippa's got a stream scheduled for the 14th, so I can't redirect to her. Geeks and Gamers moved their Mario Kart stream to Monday nights. You need special permission. Like, they've got the thing where you need to ask them for permission, so I can't redirect to them. I've got no one else that's streaming that I follow right now, so I guess I can't redirect to anyone.
Short Fat Otaku's on, and Runkle the Bailey's on.
Runkle's on? I'm sure I followed him. Hold on.
Yeah, he's on right now. He's been live for 35 minutes.
Yeah, because I didn't see him in the list. But I guess I'll Yeah, reviewing the Alec Baldwin statement. Oh, that's going to be a fun one.
Oh, man.
Go watch The Elf in all his grace. Talk about the Alec Baldwin statement. Runkle is cool when he's on Nick's streams, though.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Logolus.
Anyways.
Oh boy. Heikos Bales is playing or she's doing something with the Harry Potter game right now.
Oh,
Can't
no.
wait for her to get on the list.
Yeah.
Alec
I want to
Baldwin.
join the list. It'll be the actual sane people club.
Alec Baldwin is a straight shooter.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's the stream for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's been a good stream, kind of. It's been painful a little bit. Probably more so for the people more familiar with the game.
Yeah.
But yeah, have a good one, and see you next time, whenever that may be.
Yeah, see you guys later.
Yeah.
Oh, wrong end button. Hold on.